welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hope you're all keeping well, and I bet you I muted myself again, didn't I?
Yeah.
No, you weren't. You nearly did.
Oh, brilliant. It could have been much worse the other week. I was muted for like 30 seconds, but this week it was only a couple.
I seen it.
Anyway, welcome everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night movie live stream. Hope you're all doing well. Tonight, it's me, Pete, Playtendoguy, and I'm joined as always by Andy from Forgotten World of Movies.
Hey everyone.
Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Oh.
Scott the Movie Critic.
Hello, everyone.
And tonight we're joined by two very special guests. We've got Keith from Euphoria Pictures.
Hello, everyone.
And Martin from 4K Michelin Star Movies. Brilliant. Great lineup tonight. And thanks ever so much, everybody, for joining. Before we get into the comments section, as always, I ask this question. What are some of the movies that you've watched over the past week? Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, sure. So on Saturday, I watched Slumber Party Massacre for the first time, which I thought was quite entertaining, quite a fun, cheesy slasher from the 80s. Enjoyed that one quite a bit. And I also watched Sister Act at the weekend for the first time, which I thought was a really great comedy film. Thought it was really entertaining.
Oh, very good selection there, Scott. Sister Act's a lot of fun. I remember watching that years ago on TV. Have you seen the sequel before, or are you going to watch that later on?
I'll probably watch that in a couple of weeks or so.
Sounds good to me. So what was the other one? Slumber Party Massacre?
Yeah.
Oh, never heard of that one. So that was a good time?
Yeah, it was pretty fun, yeah.
Awesome.
I think you can watch that. You can watch that movie on YouTube, Pete. I think it's available on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. Thanks for telling me, Keith.
Yeah, no worries.
What about you, Andy?
I've just been watching lots of random shit that I've been trying to catch up on. Bought a shit ton of DVDs off eBay, like really cheap. So with titles I've never seen before. So I've just started watching Canadian Bacon for the first time. Haven't seen that before. I watched The Family Man last night. I watched a movie called High School High with John Lovitz and Tia Carrera. Really, really quite good. The humor is very much in the same vein as like The Naked Gun or Airplane. I really, really enjoyed it. I watched the horror film with Michael Keaton called White Noise for the first time.
Great movie, that.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. I watched one with Drew Barrymore and Chris O'Donnell called Mad Love, and I was really impressed with that film. Thought it was really good. Yeah.
If you have a chance to, Andy, check out the sequel to White Noise.
No, I've not seen it. I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, Nathan Fillion stars in it. It's actually better than the first movie.
I'll try and pick that up. Yeah, thanks, Keith. Yeah.
Nice. I've never heard of that film before, White Noise. Michael Keaton horror film. Sign me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about you, Keith? What have you been watching over the past week?
I've been crazy busy with work, so I wasn't watching much. Wind River was one of the. It's such a wow. Jeremy Renner in that movie. Like I always thought Jeremy Renner was a great actor, but my God, he's a powerhouse in that movie. Like I said, he's emotionally charged all during that movie. I've said it in my video, and I thought it was easily his best performance I've ever seen from him. So I watched that. I'm going through all the Romero Dead movies at the moment. I just picked up Night of the Living Dead on 4K, and I decided, you know what, let's watch a lot of them. And I've actually started watching the Insidious movies as well. We're just going through a weird phase, myself and my fiance. We're just going through franchises at the moment, and it's been fun. And if you ask me this question next week, it would have been more interesting. I have some great movies to watch this weekend that I'm looking forward to. So not much other than them few.
Oh, brilliant. Still a good selection there. That Wind River, I've been on the lookout for that one, because that sounds really good. That addition you got was incredible.
Yeah, it's where else would you see a release like that for a movie like Wind River? Unbelievable.
I must admit, I've never even heard of the film before until I saw it on your video.
Yeah, I was always a fan of it, and the minute I seen that release, I knew I needed to get it.
It's good to see all these sort of films get those nice releases. You don't get it that often,
Absolutely.
especially over here.
Absolutely.
What about you, Mike? What have you been watching over the past week?
Yeah, I've just been watching a lot of really random movies. I watched a movie called Survival Quest, directed by the guy who did Phantasm. And it was basically about this group of hikers who are being hunted by these soldiers in the woods. And that was like really fun. It's got Lance Henriksen in it. But yeah, that was a really fun movie. I watched another one called Survival Quest.
It's under a different name over here. I remember the movie. It's actually very good.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what it's called here, but yeah, when I watched it, it was just called Survival Quest. But yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
I watched another one called Quick Change with Bill Murray. Him and Gina Davis rob a bank, and then they have to try and like get away from the police. That was actually quite funny. And I watched a movie called With Honors with Brendan Fraser and Joe Pesci. That was a really good movie. I was quite surprised at that one. But
Yeah, I like that film.
probably Joe Pesci's best performance in a movie. I thought he was amazing in it. But yeah, just a lot of random movies like that.
Oh, good selection there, Mike. Again, a few of them I haven't even heard of, so I'm very intrigued to check them out.
I mean, I hadn't even heard of them myself until I watched them.
Oh, they sound really good.
It's great when that happens.
Yeah,
it certainly is. And what about you, Martin? What have you been watching recently?
Oh God, I've been watching loads actually. So I've been ploughing through the Rocky 4Ks. So I've got all four of the Rocky Steelbooks. So I've been ploughing through those. I've also watched the Hell of the Living Dead and the House on the Edge of the Park, the 288 film releases, which are really good. Never seen them before. They're obviously video nasties from the Italian collection. So to watch those, and I've also we watched The Whale the other day, which was quite good. I quite enjoyed it actually. I know a lot of people it's been a bit mixed. I think people have had kind of mixed opinions on it, but I actually quite enjoyed it. As a film, obviously Brendan Fraser, I think obviously was the star of that, and I think he's thoroughly deserving of his Oscar for the performance. But so yeah, we enjoyed that, and I watched Infinity Pool as well because I'm a big Mia Goth fan as well, or becoming a big Mia Goth fan.
Yeah, I think we all are just recently.
yeah, that was really good as well. Really good film. Yeah,
great to hear, because that's is it Brandon Cronenberg or something?
Yeah, Cronenberg. Yeah. No, I highly recommend that. It's a really good film.
I'll have to check that one out. It does sound very interesting. The trailers won me over straight away. But good selection there, Martin.
Yeah.
For me, what I've watched over the past week, I've watched the 4K of In the Line of Fire. Great film, and the transfer is really nice. I watched From Dusk Till Dawn for the first time. Really enjoyed that. I thought George Clooney was brilliant, and it's nice to see him play more of a villainous turn, because normally he always seems to be the nice guy in films. And Tom Savini's in it as well, which was a nice surprise. I didn't know that.
Sex machine.
Yeah, and that gun, that was quite hilarious. I wasn't expecting that. And the final film I watched the other night was The Faculty, and I absolutely adored that. I thought it was brilliant. It was a good mix of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, a bit of Scream, bit of The Thing in it. Loved it. Really good cast and really good soundtrack. But yeah, that's what I've watched over the past week.
Great big fan of that Faculty piece. I have to admit, I'm a huge fan of it.
I just picked up because I heard it was going to be good. I was more looking forward to watching From Dusk Till Dawn, but it turned out to be The Faculty that I enjoyed much more.
Nice. I'm the same.
Right, before we get into the comment section, Keith, do you want to promote your channel to everybody watching at home?
Oh, me?
Yeah, well, promote your channel to everybody watching at home.
Martin, go on, you can, Martin. I'll let Martin go. Martin, you can go on ahead.
Okay. Hey, I'm Martin. I'm from I'm 4K Michelin Star Movies. I've been going for just over a year and a half-ish, on and off. only kind of recently where I've really kind of had the time to kind of really kind of devote, you know, my efforts into the channel. So I'm predominantly 4K. 4K, I would say, is my main kind of purchase. You know, box sets, steelbooks. I do unboxings, film reviews. I like kind of bespoke, kind of retro films. So I don't have one particular genre. I cover sort of different decades from, you know, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all the way up to kind of current stuff. I'm quite a horror buff, so I kind of tend to buy a lot of horror stuff. So I enjoy horror, but as I say, I don't have a one particular niche that I kind of focus on. But kind of jack of all trades, master of none sort of thing. Yeah, so yeah, 4K Michelin Star Movies. So if you haven't checked out my channel, please have a look. You know, check my videos out. You know, subscribe. And yeah, leave a comment. I always endeavour to pretty much reply to every comment that I get. You know, that's good advice from Keith. You know, that he's passed on, Keith and John. You know, it's you know, look after your audience. So yeah, that's me. Yeah,
absolutely. But Martin, you've got a brilliant channel, and thanks so much for joining the live stream. If you haven't subscribed to Martin, his link's in the description down below. Go and support him. He's a fantastic guy. Great channel. And do you want to promote yours quickly, Keith, for everybody watching?
Yeah, my name on my channel is Euphoria Pictures. I kind of I specialize on the more technical side of 4Ks, where I talk about a lot of the picture quality, sound, and all that. I'm a massive collector of rarity items, as you can clearly see from my background. I love rare collectibles, and I think that is my specialty when it comes to my channel. I think you will see. I think you'll see a lot of releases on my channel that you just wouldn't be aware of out there. And again, if you are kind of interested in the more technical side of 4K releases and how they look and sound, and if you're interested in seeing a couple of rare items, please stop by my channel. I think you might be impressed by what you see.
Absolutely, yeah. Go and subscribe to Keith. He's got his incredible channel, fantastic selection of special editions, some unbelievable ones I've never seen before. And always trust his reviews because he always gives a very honest opinion, like he did with the call recently.
Oh, I actually forgot. That's how much that got pissed me off. I actually forgot to even mention that movie.
Oh, brilliant. But yeah, everybody's links in the description down below. So if you haven't subscribed to him, go and give them all a sub. They've all got wonderful
Appreciate
channels.
it. So. Thanks, Pete. Thank you.
Let's get on with the comments.
Right. Sorry, lads. Just before we go on, is my audio okay? I'm hearing a lot of back noise with my audio. Is it okay?
No, yes, it sounds all right to me.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Right. Got to go through all the comments because there's hordes of them already. But first up, we have Brian here saying, "Let's go." Hey, Brian, thanks for joining.
Hey, Brian.
We've got James here from DVD and Bumble saying, "Hey everyone." Hey James.
Hey James.
He says, "I watched a fair amount this week. I watched The King of Comedy, which was brilliant. The first Hammer Dracula, which was very good as well. Very good selection of films there.
Awesome films."
Yep.
We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, "Hey fellas, hope you're all doing well." Hey Mike,
Hello, Mike.
Thanks for joining.
Hey Mike.
James also says, "Also finished watching HGL season with This Stuff I'll Kill Ya, which was just shit, and the Gorgle Girls, which was the opposite, as in I thought it was great." Oh, that's the Herschel Gordon Lewis box set. Oh, very nice. I haven't seen any of them, but I know you're a big fan of them, James. Have you seen any of them, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I have heard of them before.
Andy?
No, lost on me, I'm afraid.
Nope. Keith?
I know the edition very well that he has, but I've never seen any of the movies.
Yep. Mike?
No, not seen them.
And Martin?
No, haven't seen them, but they sound intriguing.
No worries. Next up, we've got Sonic here saying, "Evening all, looking forward to the stream." Evening.
Right.
James says also, in addition, I watched Dances with Wolves, which was good. Not great, and I don't think it was worthy of Best Picture, but it was still good. That's fair enough. He also says, with the Herschel Gordon Lewis season, it was a great success with only 3 of the films I would call bad. In fact, I've managed to sell Liam on the Feast set. Oh, good to hear. And he continues to say that Gordon Lewis was viewed the movie business as a business rather than an art form, but in spite of that, he still made a lot of fun films if you know what you're getting into. That's fair enough. We've got Mike saying, are any of you guys going to see Air? Is this that one with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck about like the Nike trainers or something? I keep seeing it advertised. Not really into sports, so I'm probably going to give it a miss. What about you, Scott?
I like sports films, but I think this one sort of looks a bit corny. I'm not. It doesn't look great for what I've seen of it, so I might not watch it.
That's fair enough. I think it's coming out very recently, isn't it? In the next coming couple of weeks.
I think so. Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I might give it a miss. I saw the trailer when I went to see another film last week, but yeah, I don't know about this one. I might do. I might see how the reviews come in, if it's worth seeing at the cinema.
Yeah, sounds best thing to do. What about you, Keith?
It's one. If I do watch it, it'll probably be mainly for the cast alone. It's one of them movies that I'm kind of like, do we really need a movie about this? We don't have to keep making movies about every single thing that happens, you know. And this is one of them movies. So yeah, I think just for the cast alone, I will watch it. But other than that, I'm not really interested. So
yeah, I agree with you there. Of all the things to do a film about trainers, Nike Air trainers.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I've seen the trailer and it looks okay, but I'll probably just wait until it comes out on like physical or streaming or something.
Yeah, sounds good. And Martin?
I've not actually heard of it, actually. No, so what is it? It's a film about Nike trainers?
I think it's just like how they launched the brand.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I'll probably watch it maybe in a home version, but it's not something I'd go to the cinema to see, to be honest.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was a streaming movie.
It might be a streaming movie, but
I might be wrong. I might be wrong.
I'm surprised there'd be a demand for something like that to sort of have a theatrical release. It's quite it seems quite.
It's a bit of a niche one.
Yeah, it's very niche folk kind of film, isn't it? Yeah.
Next up, we have DVD from Film Bloke saying, in fact, it would have been interesting to see how he would have continued if he wasn't arrested for fraud in the 70s and became a copywriter of all things, although he made Blood Feast 2 in 2002. Oh, never even heard of that one.
It's a good movie, that.
What, Blood Feast 2?
Oh.
Have you seen it, Scott, Blood Feast 2?
No, never heard of it before.
Andy?
Nope. I don't think I've seen the first one.
Mike?
No.
And Martin?
Nope. Never heard of it.
We've got DVD from Film Bloke saying not particularly. We've got True Action Star here saying, evening everyone, hope you're well. Evening.
Okay.
Hey.
We've got Edward here saying, evening everyone, hope you're all well, and so sad to hear the news of the death of Lance Reddick at only 60 years old. What was your favourite role of his? Yeah, that was very sad news was it Friday when the news broke out just before the launch of the film. It's going to make John Wick 4 even more special, I think, when it comes out. Scott, what's your favourite role of his?
Probably his role in the John Wick films, to be fair, because those are the only films that I can remember I've actually seen off the top of my head that he's been in. So it'd have to be those ones.
Yeah, definitely good. Andy?
I'm exactly the same. I only really knew him from the John Wick films.
Keith?
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't mean to sound boring, but yeah, I only know him from the John Wick movies. But he's going to be missed, even though he wasn't. He didn't have a prominent role in the movies. But you know, he was there, and he was always great when he was in them. So he's going to be sadly missed.
Definitely. Mike?
The first thing I remember seeing him in was the Lost TV show. I remember he played like quite a mysterious character in that. But yeah, he was quite good in that.
Go with that.
Oh, cool. Wasn't he also in The Wire as well?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and Fringe as well. I don't know if you ever watched Fringe as well. He was in
No,
Fringe.
never
Yeah.
watched Fringe.
Yeah. I think his TV work was probably his probably most famous work. Yeah, for The Wire, Fringe, not Resident Evil. Unfortunately.
I haven't seen that one, unfortunately.
No.
He plays this at Wesker in that.
Yeah. I think it was just a bad TV series in general. I don't think it was him in particular that made it bad. But yeah.
Have you got any film roles that you like him in then, Martin?
Yeah, like the others. I think it's John Wick really is the one that he's kind of really launched himself. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. I definitely do agree with everybody here. John Wick definitely is his claim to fame. It's one that he's definitely going to be remembered for. His character really is kind of like really good in it. It's like a Harvey of the film with like the whole Continental, because he runs it, doesn't he? He's like the first character you see when John Wick enters it. He was also in Angel Has Fallen, and I can remember him in the Horizon Zero Dawn game and Forbidden West. He plays like a character called Silence, so that's going to be sad to see in the future. And he's also in Destiny as well. Plays one of the main characters in Destiny.
No idea. I had no idea.
Oh, really?
It's only when you said Horizon, I was like, I remember now.
Next up, we've got Road Cinema here saying, hello, just finished watching the 8 Friday the 13th films in my box set. Most of them were all right, but anything amazing. That's fair enough, mate. I'm still stuck at number 2. I've only seen the first 2, but I enjoyed both of them. I kind of think the second one's a little bit better, but I've enjoyed what I've watched. Hopefully I'll get to all 8 of them by the end of the year. What's your thoughts on the franchise, Scott?
I really enjoy it. I think it's quite a solid franchise. There's definitely some really weak films in the franchise, that's for sure. Number 9 and number 10 being my least favourites. But I actually don't mind 8. I think 8's pretty fun for what it was. Part 7's okay as well. Am I echoing a bit? It sounds like I'm echoing.
I can hear some echoing.
Yeah, I can hear some echoing myself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's on my end or not. But anyway, part 6 is really good. That's always been my favourite one. Part 5 is okay. I don't mind that film, but it's not great. 4th one's really good as well. That's one of my favourites. Really enjoyed the 3rd one. And the 2nd one's a really good sequel to the first movie. And the original was a classic slasher film as well.
Definitely agree with you there about the first 2. I'm actually wearing a Friday the 13th t-shirt.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those people who buys band t-shirts and never listen to any of the band's songs because I've only seen like 2 films. So how could I wear one of these with not actually being a fan? What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I love them all. Even though some are better than others, it's just the whole franchise is just a fun time. Just a fun time all around. Yeah, it's one of what I regard as like the holy trinity of horror franchises. The other 2 being Halloween and Elm Street. Yeah, they're just a fun time. Can't go wrong. Don't expect Citizen Kane or anything like that. But, they're just a fun time.
Don't expect Citizen Kane. I was not expecting that. Brilliant. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I agree with Andy. I actually love every single one of them. I'm an 80s child, and it's Friday the 13th was just one of those things that you just had to love in the 80s. And I have to admit, even though as much as I love the original 4 movies, I did find that after the first 4, maybe 6, 7, and that they kind of did go a bit creative. They were doing things a little bit differently. You had a girl with telepathy in it, you know, and I thought it was kind of clever to do that. And it felt like Jason had met his match in that movie. And I thought Jennifer Cook in Part 6, along with your man Tom Matterson, is that his name? Is that his name? Tom? I think that's his name. Who plays Tommy Jarvis in the 6th movie? I just love that dynamic between the two of them in that movie. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of the whole franchise. I don't hate a single movie.
Oh, brilliant! I look forward to watching all the rest of them, hopefully very soon. And Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I really enjoy them all. I especially love the first 4 because I just think they've got like this consistency between them, and you can kind of watch the first 4 back to back. I think after that they kind of dip a bit for me, but I do really like Part 6. I think that's a really good one. But I love all of them, but the first 4 are my favourites.
Brilliant. And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, I like them all really. Yeah, I think probably the ones that stand out the most, I'd probably say is for me is number 3. That's the 3D one. That was that's pretty good fun. And yeah, Jason Takes Manhattan. I quite enjoyed that one, and I actually quite enjoyed Jason X. Actually, the one where he goes up into space. That's quite funky. Yeah, I know that's not everyone's. I know everyone's cup of tea, but I actually found it quite amusing.
You don't think it's a shame that movies can't get away with that anymore today? You know, like you'll never see like a Jigsaw movie, a Saw movie where they bring Jigsaw back to life through electricity or lightning. You know, we love all of this. You know, why is it not allowed anymore today?
Yeah,
it's a shame.
I'm surprised that Michael Myers didn't go into space. Actually, one of the Halloween. You know, I'm surprised they didn't come up with some sort of storyline to get Michael up into space. You know, like on an Elon Musk, you know, space jet or something. You know.
Are you seeing the like new posters going about, like mock posters of Scream 7 in space?
Oh
yeah, I've seen
Yeah,
them.
I've seen that.
Don't knock it. It's probably going to happen.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me later on down the road. We have Matt here saying, "Evening, everyone." Evening, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Thanks for
How are you?
joining. Matt says, "Pete, did you watch Poltergeist on your date?" I haven't been on a date, and unfortunately, I haven't watched Poltergeist yet. So that's one I definitely need to get round to. We got Harry saying hello to all. Sonic says, "Hi guys." Hey again. We got Harry wanting to request Scott to say shite again.
Shite.
Okay.
He's getting good at that.
Yeah, he is. You really do practice that. Do you get up in the morning and go look in the mirror and just pretend to do it?
No, I've only done it on a screen too.
Well, you really got it off to a fine art. Nicholas says, "No, Nige, Pete's going to have to give us the shites tonight." Okay. We've got the viewer Drew saying, "Hey, what's up?" Hey, Drew, thanks for joining. Hope you're well, mate.
Hey, Drew.
We've got Josh here from Through the Lanes saying, "Hey, everyone." Hey, Josh, hope you're well, mate.
Yeah.
Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Harry saying, "Hey." We've got Traction Star saying, "Hey, Axeman, great to see you back. You've been missed."
Oh, thanks.
Harry says, "Sister Act is a funny film." Yeah, it is. Good one. Last time I watched it was probably on BBC many years ago, but the second one wasn't too bad. I don't think it's as good, but it still has a fun moments to it. Right, next up we have Josh here saying, "Been watching Looking for Alaska again on ITV Player, and I fall in love with it the more I watch it. Never even heard of it.
Yeah.
You guys heard of it?"
No, never heard of it.
No, only heard of it through Josh recently.
Oh, you have to tell us more about it, Josh. I'm intrigued. Mike says, "With Brendan Fraser winning Best Actor, which actors or actresses who was bigger in the past do you think will return and win Best Actor or Actress? So who would we like to make a comeback?" Ooh.
Oof.
That's a good question. Can you think of one, Andy?
Yeah, there's a few. Jack Nicholson and Rick Moranis, definitely.
Oh wow!
Definitely
Yeah.
with Rick
Mm.
Moranis, yeah.
But there's a lot of actors who are still working that they've worked, for decades and have never even been nominated, like Steve Buscemi and John Goodman.
Mm.
Like,
Harrison Ford never won it either.
he's only got nominated once.
Yeah.
Brian
Wow.
Shane.
That's
Yeah.
shocking.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott?
Yeah, Jack Nicholson for me as well. We'd love to see him come back.
Yeah. He must be getting on now, Jack Nicholson. Must be in his 80s, surely.
Jack Nicholson. I think Jack Nicholson's memory's gone.
Was it?
Has he?
Yeah.
Retired.
Yeah. I think he has health issues.
It's
That's a
shame to
shame.
hear.
Mm.
Yeah, it is.
What about you, Martin?
I was watching a documentary about Gene Hackman the other day. I don't know. Is Gene Hackman's is he retired now? But I think
He's retired, yeah.
Yeah, he was a great actor. Amazing catalogue of work. It would have been good to see him come back in something, but I think he's probably, I'm not sure, he's probably in his 80s now, isn't he? Probably
He's
mid-80s.
He's
93, I think.
90, is he?
Oh,
93,
wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a picture going about a couple of weeks ago on Facebook. He was saw at like a McDonald's or something. And he's very fit now.
Okay.
But he's still getting about, which is good to see.
Would have been a good one. And somebody like John Travolta, maybe, because I always thought John Travolta was a good actor. He always played some good villain roles. I watched The Punisher with Thomas Jane the other day, and I always thought he was good as he's got that good kind of villain vibe about him.
Very good choice there. I do agree with you about John Travolta being a brilliant villain. I really liked him in Broken Arrow. I thought he was great in that.
Face Off
That's a
with
fun film.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage, yeah.
That's another good one. Brilliant choice there. Mike, what about you?
I'd love to see someone like like Michael Biehn from the Terminator and Aliens. I know he's still working, but I'd love to see him just be in bigger movies, because I don't really think he does many big movies these days. I know he was in The Mandalorian and stuff, but I'd love to see him doing bigger movies, and maybe someone like Kiefer Sutherland as well. I know he just does a lot of TV now, but it'd be great to see him back in bigger movies.
Yeah, very good pick there. What about you, Keith?
Well, it's funny you mentioned what's it called, Broken Arrow, because I was actually going to say Christian Slater. I'm a huge fan of Christian Slater, particularly in that movie as well. And I would love to see maybe the likes of Jason Patrick as well. I thought there was always a talent there with him, and I can't even remember the last time I've seen him in a movie. It's probably Speed 2. And that shouldn't be my last movie that I've seen him by. He deserves so much better than that movie. So yeah, I would love to see Jason Patrick.
Yeah, very good picks there. And I do have to agree with Christian Slater. Brilliant actor. It's definitely time for him to make a comeback. But Harry on about saying the sequel is funny. I gather that's Sister Act. We have got Rock and Roll House saying evening, chaps. Evening, Alex. Thanks for joining.
Hello, Alex.
We have Devon here saying, "Hey Pete, what's cracking? Hey, thanks for joining." We've got James here saying, "Hello guys, hoping for a fun stream tonight. Thanks for joining, James."
Thank you.
The Viewer Drew says, "Have you guys seen Robots from 2005? And if so, what's your thoughts on it?" That's the one with Robin Williams, isn't it? And Ewan McGregor. I can remember that coming out. I didn't mind it. It was a Blue Skies animation, I think. It's very by the numbers, but I used to like it as a kid. I remember having the game of it on the Game Boy as a kid and used to play it more than I actually watched the film. So more remember the game than anything, but it's a fun film. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, it's a film that I used to love when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in quite some time now, though, so I don't know if it holds up on a rewatch. But I used to like it a lot when I was a kid, and I also had the Robots game back in the day on the PS2.
Oh, cool. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, it's been ages since I've seen it. Is Ewan McGregor in it as well, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, he plays the leading character.
Yeah, it's. I don't remember anything about it. I think I've only seen it once, maybe about 10, 15 years ago. yeah, just can't remember a single thing about it.
Right. What about you, Mike?
I think I've seen it, but I cannot remember a single thing about it. But yeah, I think I have seen it.
Brilliant. What about you, Martin? Have you seen it before?
No, I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest. No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Cool. What about you, Keith?
No, I never seen it. I know the movie, but I never got around to watching it.
Yeah, awesome. Sorry about this. The comments have gone weird, and I'm just having to sort out a couple of little bits that's going on.
Okay.
We seem to be having a few issues again. Right. Next up, we have Josh here through the lens saying, "Watch Dungeons and Dragons today. Thought it was a blast. Super surprised with it. Good to hear it. I'm looking forward to watching it. I've seen the trailers. It looks like a lot of fun, so I probably will check it out. Are you going to watch it, Scott?
Yeah, I probably will, to be fair. It does look like a really fun time, so yeah, I'll go and watch it.
Brilliant. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'll go check it out. But I take it Josh is talking about the new one because nobody has a blast with the old one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy Irons in the old one, isn't he?
Yeah,
That's right.
Right. What about you, Martin?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out. The trailer looks quite good. Quite entertaining.
Brilliant. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out at some point.
Nice. And Keith?
Yeah.
When I seen the trailer to it, the first thing I said was, this is going to be the biggest box office bomb of all time.
Oh.
I don't know what, but the trailer didn't look well for me. It did that well with me, but the reviews for it have been incredible. So yeah, I'm intrigued to watch it now.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the reviews. I was expecting something that's going to be awful, and then the reviews come out. I was like, hang on, this is pretty good.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yes, sign me up. We have James here saying no Nige tonight. No, Nige won't be on tonight, but he is on Scott's stream on Friday night, isn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant. We've got Sinjin here saying, good evening, guys. Hope you're all well. Hey, Keith. Good to see you here tonight.
Thanks, Gary, for stopping by, my friend.
Thanks for joining me. DVD and Film Bloke says, Canadian Bacon. That's Michael Moore's only non-documentary film.
Yeah.
Wow. Josh says, apologies for any typos. My phone occasionally lags when I'm typing. No worries. Mine's the same. We've got Sinjin here saying White Noise is an original movie, well worth a watch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll add it to the list. Sounds
Absolutely.
good to me. Brian saying hey again. Hey Brian, thanks for joining.
Hey, bro.
We've got Sinjin here saying I've got my hands on a copy of Wind River, Keith. I will try and watch it this week and let you know.
Yeah, please, Gary. Again, just if you can let me know, it'd be great. I'm very curious to hear what you're gonna think of it.
I noticed H&V had it for sale for like $3.99, and I was going to get it this week, and then they done a half price sale, so it's like only $1.99, and it's sold out completely now. So,
I'll tell you, there's a scene right at the end of the movie. Now, it's not going to ruin the movie for anyone, but there's a write-up at the end of that movie. Now, I'm not going to say what the write-up says, but when myself and Adam watched it for the first time, we could not believe this fact that they basically put up at the end of this movie about missing people in America. And whenever you see it, you'll see it yourself. It's absolutely shocking.
all right. I'll have to check out. Is it based on a true story or something, Anne?
I don't think it is. I'm not quite. I don't. Andy, would you know? I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. No, I don't. But if you told me it was, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'd completely believe you. I don't know much about how true it is, but my God, that movie's got one of the best third acts ever. The third act of that movie is just fucking unbelievable.
So suspenseful.
Oh my God, yeah. It's just I can't oversell it enough. The third act of that movie, there's a point in that movie, without spoiling it, where someone knocks on a door and then it just flips and changes, and you are just, oh my God, what's going on here?
Yeah,
it's incredible. That bit of editing is amazing.
Absolutely.
It's just a great
You're
movie.
selling me. You're selling me on it, Andy.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's just a phenomenal, underrated movie.
It is, yeah.
Fucking love it. Yeah.
Oh, I definitely will try and seek out a copy. So you've seen it, Scott? What do you think of it?
I absolutely love it. It's one of my favourite films from the past few years. I think it's a great film.
Brilliant. Good to hear. Have you seen it, Martin?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's a really good film. Yeah, really good film. I think, I haven't actually owned a physical copy of it actually. So yeah, I'll have to definitely check that out and see if you can get hold of a copy of it. Is it available on 4K or is it just Blu-ray?
No. The Blu-ray, but trust me, the Blu-ray looks like a 4K disc.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll have to seek a copy of that out then.
And what about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it, and yeah, I'm the same. I don't own it on Blu-ray, so I'll have to see if I can find it.
Brilliant. We've got Traction Star saying, "Hey, Forgotten World, Scott and Pete and the guests. Hey, mate, thanks for joining." Got Rogue here saying, "I've also been getting into Radiance Films and been pre-ordering the first 10 spy numbers." Oh, that's good to hear. I haven't heard of them ones. Are they a new sort of company? I think I've heard you've talked about them before, have you, Mike?
Yeah, I've been picking up all of their releases so far. They're really nice, yeah, and the movies they're doing are really good.
Am I right in saying that Radiance Films it's the other half of Arrow Videos? It was the fella that, I think a fella that was behind Arrow Videos actually started this company himself. He left Arrow Videos to start his company.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. That's what I've heard.
Right.
Oh, good. What sort of films have they released on Radiance?
Just quite a mix. So they've done a movie called Miami Blues that's got Alec Baldwin in it, but then they've done like this really old French New Wave movie called A Woman Kills. Just like a huge mix of movies at the moment. They've got one coming out in the next few months called The Hotspot, and I think it's a movie that Dennis Hopper directed, which looks really good. So I'll be getting that one. But yeah, just a really broad range of movies.
Sounds like a label I should look into. Have you collected any of them, Andy?
No, I've only just because I've got some of the titles already on DVD, and I can't fork out the money for movies I don't really want to particularly upgrade. Like I think Welcome to the Dollhouse is on it, and I quite like that film.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. Miami Blues is pretty good, but I might just get the others on DVD at some point. It's kind of similar to Indicator. Like I think they were just too expensive. I think for 18 quid a title.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I'll definitely follow what titles they do release and seek out the movies eventually.
Yeah. Brilliant. Welcome back, Scott.
Hello, sorry about that. Internet's playing up again tonight.
No worries, mate. Have you got into the Radiance films yet?
I haven't, no, but I've heard good things about them, so I do want to pick up some of their films soon.
Cool. What about you, Keith? Have you got any of them?
No, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this on the stream, but I was just talking to John over at Mondo Chelovic Movies last night, and I think that company has contacted John, and I think they want to send them out promotional copies of some of that movies. So I say we're going to be seeing a lot of it, hopefully, from John's channel.
Oh, that's brilliant to hear.
Yeah,
spread the news about this new company. Awesome. And what about you, Martin? Have you got any of these films?
No, not yet. But I'm sure I'll keep an eye out and see if there's anything that catches my eye. But yeah, I'm sure I will pick something up in the future at some point.
Awesome. Rogue says it's annoying there's not releasing the Radiance titles in spy number order. Oh, what? So they're releasing them all over, and
that's just their way of making you collect them all.
That's it.
Yeah,
that is a clever way. Yeah,
it's very clever.
You got 1, 3, 5, and 7. Oh, you're going to get 2, 4, and 6 now, just to make it look nice on the shelf.
Yeah.
Edward says, I went to see Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania the other day, and I got to say, I absolutely loved it. What are your thoughts on the movie? I haven't seen it yet. I'm not really that fussed about it. I'll give it a watch when it hits Disney Plus. But I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it, Edward. What about you, Andy? What did you think of it?
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I know I've only seen it the once, but I think it might be my favorite Ant-Man movie.
Wow.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. Really had a good time with it. Yeah, it's flawed and it's got problems, and it's coming off the back of this huge superhero resurgence of movies we've had. But for what it was and the climate superhero movies are in at the minute, I enjoyed it. I had fun with it.
Oh, good to hear, because the film's been getting a lot of bashing just lately, but from both fans and critics. So it's good to hear some people are enjoying it.
I don't think it deserves the hate it's getting. Like, yeah, it's not perfect, but I don't think it deserves the pitchforks and torches coming after it.
I'll tell you one thing, looking at its box office performance at the moment, it might be the last Ant-Man movie we see.
Yeah.
And it done very well, then.
No, it's trailing behind the other two movies.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Because I know, is it Shazam that came out recently? That's pretty much flopped as well.
Even that, I enjoyed that as well. The new Shazam film, I thought that was pretty decent. It was a nice companion piece to the first one.
Oh, I'll have to check them both out. And have you seen the new Ant-Man, and Keith?
No, look, I think I've spoken about this numerous times now. I'm massively fatigued by this all now. I can't handle it anymore. I haven't even watched the Black Panther movie. It's just too much. The market is just bloated now with these superhero movies now, and I'm just tired of it. I will watch it eventually, but I'm going to be in no rush.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. It kind of feels like a bit of a chore now to watch these superhero films because there's so many of them so frequently.
You just don't get excited anymore. I used to always get excited for the Marvel movies. It's just not there anymore.
Absolutely. It was an event when a superhero film come out. Now it's just like a weekly occurrence.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
No, I've still not seen it. I'm really behind with Marvel. I don't think I've seen any of the Phase 4 movies. Oh, this one's Phase 5, isn't it? I haven't even seen like all the Phase 4 movies. I've only seen No Way Home. I'm really behind with Marvel.
No worries. Have you seen it, Martin?
No, I haven't yet. I watched the first two recently, so I picked them up on 4K because I wanted to revisit them, kind of with the intention to to go and see the third one. But I haven't seen it yet. But I'll probably wait for it for a home release. Like you say, I'll watch it on Disney Plus. But I'm sure I'll probably pick it up on 4K, just to kind of complete the set.
Yeah. And what about you, Scott? Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen any Marvel films for quite a while, to be fair. I'm also really behind on them.
No worries at all. Harry says Jeremy Renner looks a lot like Benjamin Mackenzie, the cop from Southland series.
I wouldn't actually know.
I wouldn't know.
I haven't got a clue.
Couldn't put a face to the name.
Love both actors. The Diva Drew says, what's your guy's favourite Karl Urban performance? Mine is Judge Dredd. What a great film that is. He's been in quite a lot of good stuff. I do like him in the Star Trek reboots, and I like him in that Boys TV series. He's really good in that.
I was going to say the Boys TV series for me is probably his most vocal performance, I would say, on that.
Yeah,
Judge Dredd he is really good as Judge Dredd as well. It's a shame we didn't get a sequel of that, actually. I know there's obviously been a lot of talk about they've been trying to make a sequel, but
yeah.
This might be a very unpopular opinion, but I actually prefer the Stallone Judge Dredd movie over that one.
Anyway.
Wasn't he also in one of the Bourne films? I think he was in the second one, weren't he?
Yeah, he might have been.
Yeah, I think he was in the second one.
I can't remember.
He was very good as the Bones in Star Trek.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought it was really good. Andy, what about you?
Yeah, just all of the above, and I think I'm right in saying he's in Thor Ragnarok.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
The big one as well, Lord of the Rings.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting he's in them.
And not forgetting this movie as well, which is a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. Doom.
Still haven't seen that.
No.
No?
Oh,
Wow.
yes, with
Yeah.
the Rock Johnson. Yes,
That
that's a good one.
that movie is so desperately trying to be the next Alien movie. You should check it out. But it's a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah, I agree. That is pretty good. I remember the first person scene in it, and I love that.
Incredible.
Yeah. Mike, what's your favourite Karl Urban film?
Probably just Judge Dredd or Lord of the Rings.
Yep. And what about you, Scott?
Yeah, also Judge Dredd and Lord of the Rings for me.
Great. We have Guy Martin here says, "Hey guys, anybody watch The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?" Yeah, fantastic film. Great cast there.
Recently. Yeah. Brilliant
Got
film.
4K, hasn't it?
Yeah, got 4K recently. Yeah.
Nice. So you got that in, Martin, the 4K?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got Steelbook. Got the 4K Steelbook.
Oh, great to hear you. Picture quality's good on it?
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. Good uptick from the Blu-ray as well.
Nice. Andy?
Yeah, I've just got the Blu-ray of it, but again, one of those movies I didn't like the first time I watched it. I think I may have been too young for it, but on rewatch, yeah, it's amazing.
Certainly is, yeah. Keith?
It's been a long time since I've seen it. I'm actually dying to see it again. I'm actually waiting to get that 4K release, but I just want to get it at the right price. I actually had a chance to get it last week on Amazon Italy for €20, and I was actually driving at the time when I seen the price of it, and I was meant to actually pick it up when I stopped, when I basically got home, and of course it was back up to its normal price. So I'm just waiting to get it at the right price, and then I'll pick it up.
Hopefully you can get it soon. I know there's an Amazon Prime Day next week, so it might go on sale then.
Absolutely.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I love it. It's a great movie. I've just got it on Blu-ray, but I do want to pick it up on 4K at some point.
Yeah. And Scott?
Yeah, fantastic film. Great cast. I have the 4K of it as well.
Yeah, I've only got the Blu-ray of it, but Blu-ray looks pretty nice, but I must admit I am tempted to get the 4K of it. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I recently ordered Never Apologise, which is a one-man show documentary with Malcolm McDowell about mostly his time working with Lindsay Anderson, director of If, Oh Lucky Man and Britannia Hospital. Off eBay, and I was really taken aback and really impressed by how detailed the description was and how brutally honest the seller was. If only more sellers did that. Yeah, you do get some really good sellers on eBay. You just got to be careful. I remember buying a game off there once that was supposed to be factory sealed, and when I got it, I was like, this isn't right. It had been automatically resealed up. Sellers knew, but thankfully I didn't pay too much for it. And then when I unsealed the game, put the game in, it had the previous owner's save file on it.
Wow.
They didn't even try to delete the save data, which made me laugh. But yeah, that's good to hear you had a good go there on eBay. There's some good sellers there. The Viewer Drew says he was also good in the new Star Trek movies as Bones. I agree.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a fourth one of the Star Trek films. Whether it will happen, I never know.
It's all to do with wages in the end. Chris, what's his name? Chris Henderson was asking, demanding huge wages. And
Chris Pine?
I'm sorry. Is it Chris? No, yeah. Chris Hemsworth was the father, wasn't he, of James T. Cook and them? Yeah, so he was going to be in the fourth movie. And he demanded a huge wage. And then Chris Pine wanted a huge wage as well because he was getting a big wage. And then it all just fell apart.
Oh, that's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Sinjin here saying, I really enjoyed The Well. So glad Brendan got the Oscar. I will definitely have to check that one out.
I actually cried during the trailer of that movie. Never mind seeing the movie. I actually cried during the trailer. So that movie is going to floor me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ordered the Blu-ray today.
Oh, nice.
You got the Blu-ray?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. You seen it, Andy, a while before?
Yeah, I went cinema to see it. It's it's definitely a good movie. It's just there's some characters in it that are just so unlikable. But
is it the daughter?
Yeah.
His daughter. Horrible.
No one's up again.
Yeah, but he is just phenomenal. You're seeing something very, very special from him that you've not seen before in that film. He's channeling something from somewhere. He's just phenomenal.
I'm actually hoping because of that movie now, and I'm kind of his name is so big now at the moment. I'm hoping that maybe we might get another Mummy movie from him.
Oh, it'd be great.
That's what a lot of people want. Yeah, I'll be up for that. But they must get Rachel Weisz back in.
Yes.
This might sound stupid, but I can't think of the actor's name, but the fella that played Imhotep in the first two, I need him back as well.
Yeah.
I know you can't keep having the same mummy, but I really missed him in the third movie.
Yeah.
I agree. They're just so much fun films, and I think it missed him so much. He needed to be back in it. Yes, him keep coming back, but it's been so long since the last one. Get him back in.
Absolutely.
Didn't Dwayne Johnson make his kind of film debut as the Scorpion King in
this? He did, yeah.
Yes. If you could see him behind all that awful CGI.
Yeah, that terrible CGI. Oh, that CGI was terrible, wasn't it? Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen CS2 games look better.
There's actually a channel on YouTube, these group of lads, and they go back over movies that have poor CGI and they improve the CGI. And they actually done it for that movie. And you should check it out. It's remarkable the job they've done in it.
Oh, wow. I have seen the thumbnail popping up a few bits, but I've never checked out. I will do now. Oh. You seen The Well, Mike?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, some of the characters, like the daughter, she's just horrible. Some of the characters aren't that great, but I enjoyed it, and I saw it at the cinema, and it was so weird seeing it at the cinema because when the movie finished, I'd never seen so many people sort of like wiping their eyes and blowing their noses, because so many people have been crying. It was really weird to see.
Oh wow! What about you, Scott? Have you seen it?
Not yet, no, but I do plan to watch it soon.
I think it's hit streaming now, so I may give it a go over the weekend. I've been wanting to check it out, and since he's won his Oscar, I definitely want to see it more. But it's good to see him back.
Great, yeah.
We've got Ian here saying, hi everyone, hope you are well, looking forward to the chat. Hey Ian.
Hello Ian.
Hey.
Harry says, probably because the seller is a collector himself, as did read some of those descriptions, as they did say they are a collector. Yeah, you can get some good collectors out there who really care about the stuff and package them up properly.
I've been very fortunate. That Wind River, that edition that I showed there, I've picked up a lot more of them sets, and thankfully I'm getting it from the same fella. So you kind of know what you're getting with them. So it's a very nervy thing, especially when you're spending that kind of money. You really want to be guaranteed that you're getting something quite genuine, and not a shoebox with a disc sitting in.
Yeah, I must admit, it is a worry when you do go on eBay. I do always check the pictures now and descriptions. Just got to be so careful these days.
Absolutely.
We've got Broke here saying, I've also watched the Citizen Kane jigsaw sequence to the point it's now annoys me as I have to do an essay analysing the sequence.
Oh, wow.
I still haven't seen Citizen Kane. Right, we've got Sinjin here saying, guys, has anyone seen the American TV series called From? The second season starts next month. You should check it out. It's brilliant.
Yes, I've watched that. Yeah, I've watched the first season. It's very good, actually. Yeah.
What's it about?
Yeah, it's So it's basically this kind of like this town, and you basically people kind of they go into this town and they can't kind of leave. So it's got they kind of like when they try to leave, it kind of like circles back into like a loop. It's very kind of a bit very Stephen Kingish.
Nice.
And then you've got these kind of these creatures that basically they come out at night and they kind of they just basically tear people to pieces. It's kind of it's quite an interesting concept actually, but it's if you're into into your Stephen King stuff, I think you'll probably enjoy it. It's got the guy, one of the guys out of Lost, I can't remember the actor's name. Is it Harold Perrineau? I think his name is Harold. I think his name's Harold Perrineau.
Right.
Could be wrong on the name, but he's kind of the lead in it. But I actually quite enjoyed it. Actually, I kind of watched the first 2 episodes, not kind of going into it a little bit blind, but actually ended up watching the whole series. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll be definitely checking out the second series when it comes out.
Oh, that's good. What's it on, Sky or Netflix or something?
I think it's on Hulu. I think.
Oh, so it might be on Disney Plus.
Yeah. I think Hulu. Yeah, they're part of Disney, aren't they? Yeah.
I'll keep an eye out for it. Anybody else seen it?
No.
No, I think Gary did suggest it to me, and then I've been told by a few other people. I think my brother is watching it at the moment as well, and I've been hearing great things about it. So I'm terrible for TV shows. Time is an issue with me. You know, that's it's very hard for me to commit to a TV show. But I haven't even seen The Last of Us.
Oh,
So that's no. I kind of had a feeling that was going to come out on 4K, so I purposely left it.
Yeah.
You know, it can't be spoiled on me. I know what happens. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I heard great things about that, and I'm hoping to get around to it someday.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because they've done a steelbook for the Last of Us TV series.
Coming
Is
out,
that what you pre-ordered?
I'm very predictable, am I?
It's nice artwork. I hope you enjoy it when you get around to watching it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very faithful to the game. So hopefully you'll find it good too.
Well, I know I am, because my fiance did watch. She watched it all, and every time I said to her, "Oh, what's happening?" Each episode that went by, and I was like, "What happened?" And she told me, and then she was like, "What's happening? What's going to be up next?" And I used to say to her, like, "Well, this should be happening next." And rest assured, when she watched the next episode, that did happen. So it does seem very faithful.
I think the only episode that strays too far is probably episode 3, but they do something special with that episode. But I won't say what.
Bill's Town, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Stuart George here saying, "Good 6 YouTubers I sub to. Can't watch though. Got things to do. Married life." Thanks for watching, Stuart. We've got Traction Star saying, "We watched Champions the other day. Wonderful little film. Is that the one with Woody Harrelson in?"
Yeah.
I've seen some trailers for it. Looks pretty good. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, really, really charming little film. Really, really liked it. A lot of fun. Yeah.
Oh,
really enjoyed it.
You seen it, Keith?
No, I've seen the trailer to it. I really like what I've seen with the trailer, so I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Cool. Mike?
No, not seeing it yet.
Scott?
No, not seen it yet, but I did really enjoy the trailer, so I'm definitely looking forward to checking it out soon.
Yeah. And Martin?
Yeah, no, the trailer looked really good, so but I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, it's on my watch list.
Right. Just sorting out something. Awesome. Right. The Viva Drew says, "Thoughts on Monsters vs. Aliens? I think it's a fun animated movie. Nothing spectacular, but standout was Seth Rogen as the voice of Bob." Yeah, I can remember that one. That came out when the 3D TVs were big things, and that was the thing that they always used to promote. Every time you go into Curry's, I'd seen the film just by going into Curry's. But
and rightly so, because it was a demo 3D disc. It was, and they knew what they were doing by putting that movie out there. I haven't actually seen it since I bought my 3D TV, but I remember enjoying it.
Yeah, it is a fun little film. I liked it a lot. It had like Universal Monsters sort of thing. It did its own thing. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I think it was one of the first 3D films I saw at the cinema.
Wow.
I haven't seen it since the cinema, but yeah, I just remember really liking it and having a fun time with it. I think Kiefer Sutherland's in it as well. I think he plays like the general or something.
That's right.
So.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Is Hugh Laurie in it as well?
I think he could be.
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
But yeah, I remember liking it, but there's a bit in it with the 3D where it made me just go, wow, with someone's got a bat and a ball. And I was like,
yes,
yeah.
I can remember that scene.
It made me full on lean back in my chair, like, that's going to hit me in the face. Like,
it was only 2 minutes into the movie.
Yeah.
It was when that happened.
Yeah, wasn't there somebody just sitting there on the table going like that with one of the bat things? Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah. It's a fun film though, but I do need to pick it up because I haven't seen it since the cinema.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it.
It was one of the movies that I think when it came out on 3D Blu-ray, you couldn't buy it. You could only get it with a TV.
Yes.
Ah, wow.
You couldn't actually buy it.
Yeah, I can remember they were saying like, oh, if you like the film, buy the TV and you'll get the film for free. Okay, I'll spend £1,000 to get the Blu-ray.
It's kind of like what Panasonic, which I thought was one of the greatest moves ever when it comes to a studio. They got exclusive rights to Avatar on 3D Blu-ray. You could only buy it with their TVs, and I can only imagine the amount of TVs they sold just for people to get their hands on that disc.
Yeah.
I came so close. I came so close to paying €180 to get that disc. And it was only from my fiance turned around and said, "Don't be a fucking idiot." And she was right.
Oh, brilliant. Do you think 3D TVs will make a comeback now after Avatar 2, or do you think they're just gone now for good?
I think it's gone last, to be honest.
I think they're done, yeah.
You know, that's the difference between a new Avatar movie and the first Avatar movie. Everyone was talking about the 3D in that movie. Nobody's talking about the 3D in the sequel.
No.
I'm not saying that's bad, but just no one's talking about it.
Yeah, it was definitely like a revelation when it arrived, like in 2009.
And I see America are still at it. I couldn't believe this when I actually read it. But I think the Scream. What number are we on? 6? Is that Scream 6? Yeah. I'm almost certain that there's 3D showings for that in America, and I was like, Jesus
There is
Christ.
in this country as well.
Are you serious? It's just movies that just don't need 3D conversions, and it just goes to show they're still at it. It is the studio's fault to why we don't have 3D TVs anymore. Just everything came out in 3D, and it just didn't need to.
Yeah, I remember like every film came out on 3D and were remastered in 3D, and it was just like you were never 3D to begin with, so why do a 3D edition?
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Scott?
Yeah, I have seen it. It was actually the first film I've ever seen at the cinema, and I really enjoyed it. Thought it was great. Haven't seen it since cinema, so I do need to watch it again.
Nice. What about you, Martin?
Yeah, I've seen it a few times because I actually used to work for Curry's back in the day, so I know it well. I think I might have even nicked a copy at one point as well when I was working there.
I was just going to say, it's a shame I didn't know you then. You could have got me one of them Avatar copies.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. And you, Mike, have you seen it?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. The last time I saw it was in the cinema, but the only bit I can remember from it is that scene with the bat and the ball. I just remember it was the first time it really the 3D really wowed me. It was, it really stood out.
Yeah, definitely. We have Guy Martin here saying, what's everyone's favourite genre? I'd say for me it's probably either action or horror. Andy?
Yeah, probably like action, horror. comedy, sci-fi. Yeah, all the above.
Nice. Keith?
Yeah, horror, sci-fi horrors, sci-fi horror comedy. Sci-fi horror comedy action movie. Yeah, I know. I like all genres, but yeah, horror is the one is my go-to genre.
Brilliant. Martin?
Yeah, I'd say sci-fi horror.
Great. Scott?
I'd have to go with horror, although I do love most genres, to be fair, but I think horror's my favourite.
Nice. Awesome. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say horror as well.
Awesome. We've got Guy here saying that he'll subscribe to you, Martin.
Thank you, Guy. Thank you. Appreciate that.
We've got Timmy here saying, hey all, happy Wednesday. Hey Timmy, thanks for joining. We've got Andy Like Stuff here saying, hey fellas, great film, quick change, Axeman definitely ahead of its time. I watched Glass again over the weekend. I really like that. I think it's the best of the films. Unbreakable splits. What are your thoughts? I've only actually ever seen Unbreakable, and I quite enjoyed that film. I do want to give it another rewatch because it didn't really twig until the end, but I think on a rewatch I'll like it even more. Got Glass and Split, so I need to give them a watch. I think Split's the second film and Glass is the third film, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I'll give them a watch. I've got Split on 4K, so I should imagine that'll look pretty nice on that. So I'll check them out soon. Andy, what's your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I think they're okay, decent movies. Yeah, Split's probably my favorite, but I haven't seen it. I don't think since it came out. Unbreakable's one of those movies that I know it's good, but I just can't quite get into it as much as most people can. Glass, I think, is probably the weakest. To be honest, I think it's got a great premise and great ambition, but it's not executed very well.
All right. What about you, Keith?
It's weird. I agree with Andy. Glass felt like it was M. Night Shyamalan's Avengers movie.
Yeah.
You know, this was the build up to it, and it just didn't live up to it. I thought what he done with Split, the ending of that movie. Wow! When I first seen that, I was like, that is absolute genius. The way he connected that to Unbreakable. But yeah, Glass just didn't. Look, I've only seen it once. I maybe I need to revisit it again, but it just didn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I've heard like a lot of mixed things by the whole franchise, so I'll give them a go. Martin?
Yeah, I enjoyed Unbreakable and Split. Yeah, I didn't really. Yeah, Glass was a bit of a. Didn't enjoy that one as much.
What about you, Scott?
Yeah, well, I think Unbreakable and Split are both really good films. But Glass is definitely a big disappointment. I like Creon's premise, but I don't think the story was executed very well.
Right. And what about you, Mike?
Yeah, I really like Unbreakable. I think that scene when the guy breaks into the house and holds the family hostage, I think that scene is terrifying just because of how real it is. And you just feel like that could happen in real life so easily, and I just find it terrifying. And yeah, I think it's a great movie. Split I really like as well, but yeah, Glass was a bit of a disappointment.
We've got Harry saying Scott's channel is the best. I agree. Brilliant channel, mate. And he's just disappeared. Did you hear that, Scott? Harry said that your channel's the best. I don't think he can hear us.
Scott just doesn't give a fuck, does he?
Oh, he's gone again.
He's gone again. Must be his internet played up. Timmy says, what are your thoughts on Brian De Palma? I recently saw Blowout, and while it was a solid movie, it's nowhere near this masterpiece everyone keeps telling me that it was. I do have Blowout. Haven't seen it yet, but I do know it's a very high quality film. What's your thoughts on De Palma, Andy?
Yeah, I really like him. For me, he's just like under Carpenter for me. Like I just forget how good his movies are. Like if you did a marathon of like all his good movies, you're in for such a good time. Like Phantom of the Paradise and Blowout, Carlito's Way, Scarface. Yeah, the Untouchables. His movies are just so good. Just really enjoy him.
Yeah. I know you've mentioned Phantom of the Paradise a few times. That's the musical one, isn't it?
Yeah. I just really enjoyed that movie. Feels very much like De Palma's version of like Rocky Horror or something like that. It's very much in that same vein. It's really weird but really enjoyable.
You're selling me on it. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I'm a fan. I am a fan. But the thing about Brian De Palma with me is, I actually prefer his more lesser known movies. I can't tell you how much I love Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
That movie is just extraordinary, and I'm a big fan of Mission to Mars as well that he done. Even though the movie is actually incomplete when you watch it. There's actually those musical scores, and that you can clearly hear that they actually ran out of money. And but it was a very interesting movie, you know, and it was a great kind of old school sci-fi movie that you don't see nowadays. So and it had a great ensemble cast as well, that Mission to Mars. So I was always kind of big into his kind of lesser known movies. Actually, I love Mission Impossible as well. Not the first Mission Impossible movie he done. But yeah, I love his classics as well. But I was always a fan of his lesser known.
Oh, brilliant! A few of those ones I haven't even heard of before.
Oh, Snake Eyes, check it out.
That's Nicolas Cage, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, so good.
Nicolas Cage, I'm sold. What about you, Martin?
Yeah, he's made some good films actually. So yeah, just trying to think. Carlito's Way, I think that's a pretty good one. We've obviously touched on the Untouchables. He did that, and Scarface, Carrie. Yeah, he's done some good work. Mission Impossible, as Keith said, the first one. So yeah, no, he's top quality.
Yeah, brilliant. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love him. I think he's made so many amazing movies. I think Blowout is a good movie, but I actually prefer Dress to Kill. I think it's a very similar movie to Blowout, but I actually prefer that one.
Great stuff there. I've only really seen most of his like more iconic films. I haven't seen his earlier stuff, his lesser known stuff. But from what I've seen, he's a very good director, and I'm looking forward to checking out some of his lesser known titles, especially Phantom of the Paradise. Every time I keep hearing about it, I do want to watch it.
Body Double's amazing as well.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
I think that's on Indicator. I think I picked that one up. Sure, I did. Sonic says Blowout is a great film and a great John Travolta one. Yes.
Yeah.
I think isn't Nancy Allen in it as well?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
In a few of his movies. Yeah.
Is she? Oh, didn't know that.
Is that's just been re-released on Criterion, isn't it? Blowout. I think that's just come out, isn't it, on 4K? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's only released over in the US on 4K. It's only over here on Blu-ray. DVD and Film Bloke says, I've only ever seen Scarface, which is brilliant, so I can't really judge. Still a great film there, mate. Guy says, I love me some De Palma thrillers. They're very good. The Viva Drew says, what is a comic book movie that you think is super underrated? I think The Wolverine, Incredible Hulk 2008, and Punisher 2004 are underrated comic book movies. Very good question there, Drew. I'm going to actually agree with you there on The Wolverine. That's the one set in Japan. I have a great time with that one. I do like that a lot. I know Logan is definitely the better like Wolverine film, but I think The Wolverine's great. And I'm going to say X-Men's Origins Wolverine as well. I have a lot of fun with it. It's not a good film, but it's cheesy and very entertaining.
Okay.
You okay, Scott? Has you got internet problems again?
I have, unfortunately. Very sorry about this, everyone.
Don't
No,
worry,
sorry.
mate. Don't worry.
Yep.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with, and don't hate me for this, but I really, really enjoy Spider-Man 3.
Yeah,
I
don't mind
really
it.
love that film. I know the dancing in it is just, yeah, that's the worst part of the movie, but I actually really like Sandman in that movie. I think the sequence where he puts himself back together is nothing short of brilliant. It's just a phenomenal sequence where he has to reach out for the necklace and he just gets this strength from nowhere, and it's just an amazing sequence. And I actually really like the third act of the movie as well.
You know, the weird thing about that Spider-Man movie is, I reckon that if that was the first Spider-Man movie, it would have been loved.
Yeah,
I just think it was following up. It just followed up two phenomenal movies that it just fell short, and people just instantly hated it. I actually quite enjoyed the third one as well.
Yeah, I really like the third one. I think it's definitely the weakest, but that still doesn't mean it's bad. You know,
no.
And the first two movies as well, they are goofy movies. The first two, they are silly, over the top movies, but the third one does take a step too far. But I still think there's a lot in it to be enjoyed. You know, there's a lot there to be. There's a lot of stuff there that's entertaining, and yeah, just really interesting. I really like it when Harry gets his memory back and he just becomes a manipulative little fucker. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Spider-Man 3, I do have a good time with that one. Yeah, they tried too much with it, but it's a good film. It's a good entertainment.
It's flawed. It's definitely not without its problems, but I still find it entertaining.
It's way better than Amazing Spider-Man 2. What about you, Keith?
I think this is a comic book movie. I hope I'm right in saying this, and it's definitely underrated. Darkman.
Oh yeah.
That is the movie. I think that's the movie. I think when Sony seen that movie, they turned around. That was the movie that basically got Sam Raimi the Spider-Man movies. You can't help but watch it. When you actually watch Darkman, when you actually hear the score in that movie, it actually feels like you're watching a Spider-Man movie. It's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's still strange to me, even now watching it, to see Liam Neeson so young. It's an odd thing, but every time I watch it, I'm like, wow, it's hard to believe that he actually looked that young before. And it's such a wonderful performance by him in it. And yeah, I think it's a very underrated Sam Raimi movie.
Oh, brilliant. I'll have to check that one out. I know Liam Neeson's in it. It's one of his earlier roles, like early 90s.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, nice. What about you, Martin?
I'm going to say, going back to Wolverine, I'm going to say Logan, because it was directed by James Mangold, who's he's directed a lot of good films. He's obviously directed the new Indiana Jones film.
What a talent! What a talent!
Yeah, but he's got quite a good repertoire of films. He directed the Ford versus Ferrari film as well, which is a really good film as well. Obviously, sorry, going off track a little bit there, but he's a really good director. But yeah, I think Logan was quite an underrated. Well, technically it's Wolverine, isn't it? So technically it's a superhero film, I suppose. I know it wasn't quite as probably commercial as the other X-Men films, but I really enjoyed that film actually. Yeah,
it's a good movie.
It's very good because it's so grounded and doesn't really feel like a superhero movie.
Yeah,
That's one of the best reasons about it. It feels like a Western at times. Sometimes.
It does feel a little bit kind of like a gritty kind of dark Western. Yeah,
there's lots of similarities to that and The Last of Us as well when you think about it.
Yeah. Hugh Jackman and Daphne Keane could have been Joel and Ellie. Because they just feel like it in that film, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He even actually looks like Joel in it.
He does, yeah. What about you, Mike?
I might say Superman 3. I think that movie's got like its problems, but there's parts of it that I really like. Like I love that junkyard fight between good Superman and bad Superman. It's just so good.
Yeah.
And I think the ending's pretty good. It does have its problems, and I don't know why Richard Pryor's in it, but I still think it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, it's a fun one. Good pick there. What about you, Scott?
I'm going to go with X-Men: The Last Stand. I've always had a lot of fun with that film. Always thought it was quite underrated.
Yeah, I don't mind that one. I think it was a pretty good one. It's very much a similar sort of Spider-Man 3 situation, worst of the trilogy, but still a good time.
Yeah,
I thought the director was ballsy in that movie. I thought he'd done some things that other directors wouldn't have done. You know, by killing off certain characters very early on, I might add. So you have to give him credit for that. And I think people hate that movie because of that reason. And you shouldn't.
No. Am I the only... Was Vinnie Jones in that one?
He was.
That fight sequence at the house is amazing in that film.
Yeah, definitely.
When he just like throws Wolverine through the ceiling and he comes through the floor in the next room.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We've got Joe here. Thank you, guys. You all give your all for the Blu-ray collecting community. Keep up the good work. Thanks so much, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Amazing. Appreciate that.
Josh says, I haven't been watching many movies of late, today being the first one I've seen in 5 days. Mainly been watching a couple of TV shows and editing videos. Oh, that's cool.
Nice. Yeah.
DVD and Film Book says the only director I've ever formed an opinion on are based on one film are Ken Russell and Giuseppe Andrews. Oh. Isn't Ken Russell the one who done The Devils by any chance?
I think he is,
Josh says, I've heard Air is great. It actually has an 80 on Metacritic so far, which is surprising. I'll have to give it a shot. I think it's directed by Ben Affleck as well.
I think it is,
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
So that's a good sign. Sonic says, Air looks good. Good biography, and Ben Affleck is a good director. Oh, yeah. We've got Winslow here. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Air. It's getting solid reviews, and Affleck is a good director. Apparently, like a mix of Moneyball and Argo. Oh
wow.
You're selling us, sir. I'm intrigued. We've got Gary here saying, hi, gents. Looking forward to listening tonight. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Thanks for joining.
Hey,
How are you?
We've got Sonic here saying it's about Air Jordans, the basketball shoes. Yep. Coral says, yo, Pete, maybe make someone a moderator. We do have loads of moderators, Coral, and I'm pretty certain you're a moderator as well. So, right. Yeah, some stuff's going on with the moderating stuff here, so I'm going to have to sort some more of that out.
Okay.
James says, Pete, do you work at CX? I used to as a Christmas temp many years ago. Dr. Impossible says, go and get a copy of William Friedkin's Blue Chips, the best basketball movie ever made with Nick Nolte. I liked it, and I can't stand baseball. Oh, basketball.
I actually know. I know the movie. I've never seen it, but I remember seeing the trailer to it. It actually looked fantastic. It's one of them movies that's kind of fallen through the cracks of time with me. I literally forgot about it.
This if it's a William Friedkin film, I'm definitely sold. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, I've got the imprint Blu-ray of it. Yeah, really enjoy it. Yeah, I think I just got it just because I've got a soft spot for Mary McDonnell and she's in that film. So yeah, but it's still a great film. And it's got Shaquille O'Neal in it, and obviously he's not renowned for his acting skills, but he does actually give a decent performance in it. He is pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But Nick Nolte steals the show. He's great. It's got the villain in it as well. I always forget his name from Breakdown.
JT Walsh.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yeah. He's fantastic in that movie as well. Yeah.
Is he a villain in it?
Yes. Yeah.
He never played a good guy.
Yeah. He's fucking great in that film as well. The end sequence between the two of them is just just great. Yeah.
Nice. Well, you sold me with Shaq being in it. I'm kind of surprised him being in a film, but sold there. What about you, Scott?
Not seen it before, but I've heard really good things about it. Definitely want to check out soon.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
No, I've been meaning to watch it, but just haven't got around to it.
Yeah. And what about you, Martin?
No, I haven't seen it actually. Now, when did it actually come out? Is it kind of semi-recent, or is it 80s?
Oh, no, no, no.
No, it's about 94, I think.
Yeah,
94?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not familiar with it. No.
Right, we've got Winslow here saying, watched Bullet today. The car chase is damn good. Do you guys have a favourite car chase? Mine is probably the French Connection when Hackman is chasing the train.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. And Bullet is a fantastic film. I do like that one. For me, some of the great car chases are in that film that I watched recently called The Driver with Ryan O'Neill. Some of the great car chases in there are great. I'm surprised how they could pull off some of the stunts there. But like they caused some damage there. What about you, Andy?
I just have to say the whole of the Blues Brothers movie.
I was actually going to say the whole of Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, just a pile up of cars at the end of that movie is just carnage.
Yeah,
the cars genuinely look like toy cars at the end of that movie. It just looks like a kid's thrown all his toy cars and smashed them into each other. It's just insane. Yeah.
I quite enjoyed Nicolas Cage in The Rock in the yellow Ferrari where he totals the yellow. Is it? Yeah. That's a pretty good chase.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to just say something like Mad Max Fury Road because that whole movie is just one long chase.
Oh yeah, definitely very good pick there.
Yeah, very good pick.
Scott.
I think I might have to go with Mad Max Fury Road as well because that film is just absolutely tense, and there's some great car chase sequences in that for sure.
Oh, that film is just carnage, isn't it? It's non-stop from the word go.
Definitely.
What about you, Keith?
Well, yeah, like I said, Smokey and the Bandit would be one. Cannonball Run would be up there as well. Not forgetting as well, I know it's a very unpopular Tarantino movie, but Death Proof, what he actually captured in that movie was quite incredible as well. And I just thought Kurt Russell, just the way his character flips in that movie is just epic. So yeah, a couple of great car chases and all them movies.
Good picks there. Right, we have Coro saying, I'd like to add Hoop Dreams to basketball sport space movies. Good film. You seen it, Andy? Hoop Dreams?
Yeah, it's more of a documentary, Hoop Dreams. Just about sort of basketball recruitment.
Yeah. I think I can remember it. You seen it, Keith?
No.
Scott?
No, not seen it, but I've heard of it before, though.
Mike?
No, heard of it, but not seen it.
And Martin?
No, I haven't seen it. No.
Sonic says Lance Reddick played Cedric Daniels in The Wire. Thanks for the clarification, mate. We've got Horsetooth Cinemas here saying, hey guys, hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining me.
Hello, Jackson.
We've got True Action Star saying, what's your thoughts on the Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes films? Do you want to go first, Andy?
I have a bit of a hot take on these. They do absolutely nothing for me, to be honest. Yeah, they just... I've watched them a couple of times and I can't get into them. I don't see the appeal. Not that I'm saying I think they're bad. I don't think they're bad made movies at all. I actually think they're well made movies, but for me personally, they just do nothing for my taste buds when it comes to films. My favorite one by Guy Ritchie is probably The Gentleman.
That's a good one.
I can't get into the Sherlock ones.
That's fair enough, mate. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I'm the exact same as Andy. I didn't go see them in the cinema. I picked them up on Blu-ray. I watched both of them. Didn't like them. Then they got come out in 4K, and I said, you know what? I'll give them a go again. And I got around an hour into the first one, and I had to knock it off. I actually left them back. I did. Just cannot get into them movies. Again, but I agree with Andy saying. On the technical side of things, they are quite masterfully directed. It's just to do it for me, unfortunately.
That's fair enough. What about you, Martin?
Yeah, I think I've watched them once, but I think they were a bit forgettable for me. I can't even really remember what the plots were about. I know it's Robert Downey and Jude Law, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I own them on Blu-ray. I probably still got them on Blu-ray somewhere, but yeah, I think I've only ever watched them once each film. But yeah, a bit forgettable for me, really.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I've actually never seen them, but they've just never appealed to me at all.
No worries. And what about you, Scott?
I've never actually watched them myself, but they've not really appealed to me either, to be honest.
That's no worries. I have seen the films. I actually do have them both on 4K. I don't mind them. I like the first one more than the second one. I think it came out the same time as when the Sherlock TV series did. It's definitely not my favourite interpretation of Sherlock Holmes, but they're a pretty fun time. But I think my favourite Guy Ritchie film that he took a property of was probably The Man from U.N.C.L.E. I had a blast with that one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Good movie.
Dr. Impossible says, could you give me a good James Cagney film, pre or post code? Okay, I'm going to have to go to Google for this one.
Yeah.
I was going to say Cagney and Lacey for a minute, but right. No, not James Cagney's height. That's what's come up on Google.
I've just opened IMDb, and the last actor I looked up was Tom Green for some reason.
Yeah, I haven't seen many, if any, of his films. I think the only one I've probably seen here is The Public Enemy from 1931. I think I was on TV once before. Yeah, quite enjoyed it. I think it was like a gangster film during the Prohibition era, so I'd say that one. What about
Yeah,
you,
I think
Andy?
that's the only one I've seen. Yeah.
Same with you, Martin?
Yeah, Public Enemy. Yeah.
Andy, what about you?
Yeah, of the ones I've seen, I'd have to say White Heat or Yankee Doodle Dandy. They're the two I've seen. And if he's in Mutiny on the Bounty as well. Yeah.
Oh, cool. What about you, Keith?
I haven't got a clue. I might have seen movies by him. I honestly don't know.
No worries. Scott?
I haven't seen any of these films before, but I've been meaning to check out Little Caesar for quite a while.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Honestly, I don't think I've seen any of his movies. Obviously, I know who he is, but yeah, I don't think I've seen a single one.
No worries. We've got Edward here saying, what's the best movies you guys are looking forward to seeing? So what's the next movie we're looking forward to seeing at the cinema? For me, I'd probably say the John Wick 4 or the Super Mario Brothers movie. Andy?
Yeah, John Wick 4 and maybe this Power Rangers reunion that's coming out. I don't know if it's a movie or if it's just a TV thing, but I've seen the trailer for
It's just Netflix, I think.
It's Netflix,
I think it's just on Netflix.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a feature length movie or if it's just a show, if it's just an episode, or like maybe if it's like 30 minutes or something. I don't know.
I think it's just like a long episode. I'm not too sure how long it is, but I think it's like a one-off special.
Yeah, but I'm definitely buzzing for that because it's just it's great to see the original, well, the majority of the original cast back.
Yeah,
I think. But yeah, other than that, John Wick, Super Mario as well. Yeah,
great stuff. What about you, Keith?
I'm actually shocked. Evil Dead Rise? this weekend.
Yeah.
Is it not this weekend?
Is it
And,
this weekend? I thought it was
it's
next
either this
month.
weekend or the following weekend, and I'm almost certain. Now I'm sure it has changed, but I'm almost certain it's on. It was on 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Really?
It is getting
Wow.
absolute critical acclaim all across the board. It is. It is supposed to be an absolute remarkable Evil Dead movie. So yeah, I'm counting down the minutes to see that movie. I don't know. Maybe it's not this weekend. It's probably the following weekend. I can't remember.
Yeah, I thought it was coming out in April over here in the UK, but I'm not certain.
Right.
But yeah, Evil Dead's another one I'm looking forward to. Great to see the reviews doing really well. The trailers sold me.
Oh.
Looks like it's going to be a terrifying film.
And you know something? You know what the great thing about it is? They brought out one trailer, and that's all we need. We don't need to see anything more. Just leave it at that now. It was a perfect trailer. Don't do what they do with Marvel movies, where you get 4 trailers before the movie comes out. You know, just give it that one trailer. Leave it alone.
Yeah, and it leaves you guessing, leaves you wanting more, and it doesn't tell you the whole film like
Absolutely.
Halloween trailers.
Absolutely.
What about you, Scott?
Yeah, John Wick 4, Super Mario Brothers, and also Evil Dead Rise as well. I can't wait to see that film.
Yeah, great picks there. Mike?
Yeah, same. John Wick 4, Super Mario Brothers, and Evil Dead.
Nice. And Martin?
Yeah, I was gonna say Evil Dead and John Wick. Yeah.
Oh, cool. We have Guy Martin here saying Guy Ritchie's new film, Operation Fortune, is coming to Amazon soon. Oh, right. Yeah, because that's been completed for quite a while, but they delayed it last year, didn't they? So that's good to hear. I think it's hit streaming in other countries, so I'll look forward to checking it out. Are you going to check it out, Andy?
Yeah, absolutely. I just remember all these trailers coming out for it last year. It was on it would get played like before every movie I watched at the cinema, and then I was like, when's that Guy Ritchie movie coming out? And then I found out why it's been delayed, obviously with the war in Ukraine. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking it out. I really like the cast. I really liked The Gentleman, and I really liked Wrath of Man. Thought they were great Guy Ritchie movies, and I hope this follows suit as well. And I hope we get a Blu-ray at some point.
Hopefully so. If it's going to Amazon, I'd assume so, because wasn't Wrath of Man a Guy Ritchie film, and that came out on Blu-ray?
Yeah. Took forever, but yeah.
What about you, Keith? Are you going to check out this new one?
I honestly haven't seen the trailer to the movie. I don't even know what it's about. So, but again, it's a Guy Ritchie movie, and I'm sure I'll check it out.
Cool. Scott?
Yeah, well, I'm a big Guy Ritchie fan, so I'll definitely check it out at some point.
Excellent. Mike?
I can't say I've heard of it, to be honest. I don't think I've even seen a trailer for it. But yeah, I'm not really the biggest Guy Ritchie fan, to be honest. So yeah, I probably will see it at some point, but yeah, I don't know when.
And Martin?
Yeah, no, I hadn't heard of it or seen the trailer, but yeah, I'll probably watch it. I do like Guy Ritchie.
Cool. We have Rogue here saying Part 6 is probably my favourite Friday. I love that it was a parody of a Friday film.
Yeah, absolutely.
My favourite, that one. It's so fun.
Yeah,
the opening shot, the James Bond style.
James Bond, yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
James Bond. What's this, James Bond?
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm not even going to spoil it on you. Just check it out.
Yeah, you have to find out, Pete.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm even more intrigued now. Force Tooth says, agree with you guys. Thoughts on the Friday 13th. I'm midway through the franchise, binging the franchise. So far, 2 and 4 are my favourites. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
We've got Sam here saying, hello, everyone. Hey, Sam. Thanks for joining.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
We've got Dr. Impossible here saying, what's the best scene in a British war film? That's a good question.
I would have to say, I have to admit, 1917, the whole thing. I had never seen a movie like it. And it's no wonder it won an Oscar for best cinematography. The whole movie just looks like one shot. I think, as a matter of fact, I think the movie just cuts once during that entire movie. And I remember just being, jaw was just dropped that entire movie. So yeah, I'd have to say 1917 for me. It's unbelievable, incredible.
I do agree with you there on 1917. I'm not the biggest war film fan, but that one was great, and the whole one shot thing. It felt like you were with them on that journey.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about you, Andy?
I can't think off the top of my head,
No worries.
I do like the scene in 1917 though, where they're in that bunker and it's been booby trapped with the rats.
Yeah.
That's a good scene. Scott?
I can't think of a certain scene, but definitely 1917 would be my favourite British war film, that's for sure.
Great stuff. Mike?
Yeah, I can't really think of anything either. I'll probably just have to say 1917 as well.
And what about you, Martin?
I've always been quite partial to the opening scene in Saving Private Ryan. Actually, that opening scene on the beach, that was quite brutal. When I saw that for the first time, I think that was a really good scene.
Incredible, what they've done there. Incredible shot, cinematography. DVD and Film Bloke says, don't feel bad about the shirt, Pete. Funnily enough, I got a t-shirt of Freddie and Jason playing pool from H&V years before I actually saw any of the films. That sounds like a great t-shirt there, James. We have Danny here saying, hi, how are you all doing?
Hi, Danny.
Just got Blu-ray DVD special edition of Eureka, Fright Night Blu-ray DVD special edition from Eureka. Just got it before the stream started. Oh, brilliant news there,
Nice.
Danny. It's a great film. I can say it now because I finally watched it. It took me a long while to watch it, and I'm so glad I did. It's a lot of fun, fantastic film. But I know Andy's a big advocate of that film, so I'll let him talk about it.
I mean, what can I say? It's Fright Night, It's my favorite vampire movie, if not of all time. I just love it. Love the cast, love the direction, love the soundtrack, love the premise. It's everything about it just ticks every box for me. I just love the movie. Love it.
Yeah. One thing that surprised me is how much love it shows like the Hammer Horror and the Universal Monster films. I was surprised by that.
Absolutely.
Just the Peter Vincent character alone is just screams Hammer.
Yeah.
I just like what I like about Roddy McDowall in that film is I like the bit where he's not on screen and he's in his flat and he gets the eviction notice and he has to sort of keep face to Amy and Evil Ed. He's just great. And I love the bit as well with the holy water. Won't say too much about it, but yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's great.
The disco scene was very good. I like the music in that scene as well.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal.
If you actually like the music in that scene, if you like the music in that scene, don't get the 4K release of it. You can't hear
it. You did tell me, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah. It was only when Keith pointed out you had to change the soundtrack in the menu, and then I was like, right, okay, now it's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't just play the movie on the 4K. You've got to change the settings on it. But when you do, it's perfect. It's great. Everything the way it should be. It's just a fun film with so much rewatchability to it. It's just amazing. Comfort horror movie.
It is. You make me want to watch it again, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind watching it again, to be fair.
What surprised me was how good the practical effects are, especially later on in the films.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I must have watched it about 6 times last year. I just love it that much. Yeah. Some might say that's not enough. But
every time I'm on a stream, Fright Night always gets brought up. It is. And Andy's always the go-to man when it comes to that movie. And I'm going to just repeat what I always say after Andy talks about it. If you'd love the first movie, check out its sequel, which is absolutely fantastic as well.
The sequel's really good. Like,
Yeah,
really good. It's not as good as the first,
no,
but it's still very, very admirable. You know, there's still a lot of things in there to enjoy. Instead of one vampire, you've got a bit of a gang that you're dealing with.
Yeah. I like the gang, the vampires they brought into it. There's a bit more character to them.
Yes,
there is. So yeah, it's fun. It's a fun sequel.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I think the sequel is on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's the full movies on YouTube.
Yeah. And they stuck to the original. The soundtrack that you hear in the first movie, they kind of kept it going with the second movie as well, which is always great. So
yeah, the thing that hurts it for me is it doesn't have some of the same cast as the first movie, and it could have done.
Yeah,
that really hurts the movie in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's still very enjoyable and it's still entertaining.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'll search it out on YouTube then. What about you, Scott? What's your thoughts on Fright Night?
Absolutely love it. Grew up watching it when I was a kid. My favourite vampire film of all time as well. And the soundtrack is awesome and everything about it's just really great. Adore it.
Brilliant.
And the sequel is really good as well. I can agree with Andy and Keith on that.
Great stuff. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love it. It's probably my favourite horror movie of all time.
Great stuff. And Martin, what about you?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. I've kind of revisited it because of the recent 4K release. So I picked that up recently. But yeah, it's a great film. Great film.
Fantastic. Right. The Fever Drew says, thoughts on the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies? For me personally, they're harmless, fun, popcorn movies that have problems, but I wouldn't call them abominations. I want the Michael Bay ones. Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of them. They're all right. They're fine. They're better than some of the recent Transformers ones, but they're not amazing. That new one, I'm kind of intrigued by that. I do like the art style of that. It kind of reminds me of the Spider-Verse movie. That's coming out later this year, so I'm looking forward to that. What do you think of them, Andy?
I don't really care for the Michael Bay ones. I love the 90s ones. I even love the third one, as terrible as it is. The first one is just, it's incredible. The first one, I just adore that film. I forget how good it is when I watch it. If you watch the conversation between Splinter and Raphael, it's really touching and it's really heartfelt and it's just incredible. It makes that scream he does later on in the film worth it completely. And yeah, I just love the themes and messages in that movie. The way it's shot is great. It's absolutely absurd premise, Ninja Turtles when you say it out loud. But there's a lot of heart to that first movie. Second one's all right for what it is. Best part about the second one is probably David Warner. And the third one, the best part about that movie is probably the villain because he's just trying to be Rick Mail in that movie. It's nuts.
Yeah.
But Ninja Turtles, they just keep getting rebooted and rebooted and rebooted all the time, and it doesn't seem to bother anyone.
Seems to be every 5 years they're doing it.
Yeah, and one of the animated movies, the Ninja Turtles versus Batman, I thought that was incredible.
Yeah,
my God, I thought that was insanely entertaining and so fun. Yeah,
great stuff. Have you seen the trailer for the new one coming out later this year?
Still haven't seen it yet. No.
No. What about you, Keith? What's your thoughts on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle films?
I seen both of them. I actually can't remember them, but I don't think I hated them. But they are massively forgettable as well. So to be honest with you, when it comes to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I don't think anything came close to the original cartoon that came out.
Yeah.
I loved the show when I was younger, and I just don't think any big screen adaptation has lived up to it.
Yeah, I agree. That cartoon is something very special.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Scott?
I've only actually ever seen the 90s live action movies. I really enjoyed the first two, but weren't a fan of the third one.
Yeah, good film. What about you, Mike?
I've kind of lost track of how many reboots they've done for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But I'm with Keith. Like for me, it's the cartoon for me. I enjoy the 90s movies, but I don't really have the nostalgia for them. It's just all about the cartoon for me.
Yeah.
And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, I watched the first two, the 90s ones, but I kind of grew up with the cartoon as well, the original cartoon.
Yeah. Right. Next up, we have Rosso Smile Films here saying, "Evening, lads. Tragically, I have opened up a brand new sealed Blu-ray trilogy pack. Watched first film, but the second film does not work. I guess the third film, and that does work. Oh, that's a shame. Never heard that one before. One of the films
What was the trilogy?
Yeah, what was the trilogy?
Mhm.
Hopefully you can get your money back on it or a replacement if you've ordered it off Amazon. We've got Mike here saying, "What is an anime movie you want to check out but haven't gotten to it yet?" Ooh, that's a good question. For me, it's probably be Akira. That's one of the more iconic anime films. I've seen Ghost in the Shell, really enjoyed that one. Seen a few of the other ones like Perfect Blue, but Akira's probably one high up on the list. Andy?
I don't know. I don't really keep track of the anime movies, to be honest. There's stuff I really love, like Ninja Scroll and Perfect Blue, Ghost in the Shell, but I've not. No, I don't think there's anything that's outstanding with me yet that I need to check up on.
Okay, no worries. Keith?
I haven't seen a single one. To be honest, I could never get into them. It's just not for me. But again, I'm not going to sit here and criticize them either. They were just not for me.
No worries, mate. What about you, Scott?
Yeah, it'd have to be Akira for me as well. Or been meaning to watch out for such a long time, just haven't got around to it yet.
Sounds good. Mike?
I think for me, it's probably just a couple of the Dragon Ball movies, two of the recent ones. I think there's like a nice fancy collector's edition coming out for the most recent one. I think that's coming out in a couple of months, which looks quite nice.
Cool. And what about you, Martin?
I'm not massively into anime. I think the last one I watched was Ghost in the Shell. I think the live action one they did. But yeah, I'm not massively into anime. I have watched a few in the past. Akira I've watched, not recently, but yeah, I watched that in the past. But I'm not massively into anime.
Cool. We have Sonic here saying Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles work better when animated. The new one with Seth Rogen looks fun. That's a very good cast list, I must admit. Mike says, "Is this Martin's first ever live stream? Definitely going to check out his channel."
Thank you. No, it's my second actually. I've actually been on another stream with AJ and Matt versus movies. So I did that was my first stream I did with them. So this is my second one.
Awesome. I think that
Thank
must
you.
have been
Thank
when
you.
I first saw your channel. That's when I went to subscribe to it.
Yeah.
We have Sinjin here saying Tom Matheson has made some fan-made spin-offs to the Friday the 13th. You can check them out on YouTube. Yeah, I've heard about them. I think I've seen one of them before, and they're very good fan-made films. I think, didn't they release some of them out on Blu-ray as well, these fan-made films?
Really?
Yeah, like some sort of fan-made like custom Blu-ray that they printed them on a disc and sold them online, I'm sure.
Okay.
DVD and Complex says you like Jason X Martin. Wow, me and Liam aren't alone. We should start a movement. Great stuff. Horsetooth Cinema says, "What's a really bad performance and an otherwise really good movie?" That's a good question.
You kind of have to look at. You might have to look at maybe Tom Hanks in the Elvis movie.
Yeah.
He wasn't the worst thing I ever seen, but he was horribly miscast in that movie.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
That's the only real one that's recently come into mind. Him and his accent. Oh, what about you, Andy?
I might have to say Sophia Coppola in Godfather 3. That movie would have been so much better with Winona Ryder in that role as it was supposed to be. But she's just completely wooden in that film. It's like acting is like something alien to her. She's just so wooden and she's just phoning it in. Yeah. But the movie, I think the movie is actually pretty good.
I don't mind the movie. I do like it. What about you, Keith? Would Tom Hanks be your choice?
I was actually just, I know, you come back to me, I'll try and think of some others, but I know there is a few out there.
No worries. Scott?
The only one that I can think of at the minute is actually Tom Hanks from Elvis, so I can't think of anyone else at the moment.
Yeah, I do agree. I'm probably going to have to say Tom Hanks now, because he kind of feels more like the Penguin than bloody Colonel Tom Parker.
He really looked like him.
What about you, Mike?
I'd probably have to say Keanu Reeves in Dracula. Like that English accent he's doing is just
that's a good one.
Not the best.
That's very good.
His accent is pretty bad. And Martin, what about you?
I would probably say something like Uma Thurman in Batman and Robin.
Oh.
Yeah.
You might be able to put Schwarzenegger in there as well.
Yes, as well. Yeah.
George Clooney.
Clooney.
I'll just put the whole cast in there. Why don't you?
Movie. I don't know why it gets so much hate. You know, it's a good movie. I enjoy Batman and Robin.
Right.
It's fun. It feels like the Adam West show basically comes to screen. It does. So, have you got any more, Keith?
I can't. Nothing's coming to mind. It is normally somebody. I find it. Again, I'm not thinking. I can't think of one, but it's always someone doing a very odd accent that doesn't seem right. You know, that's where it really gets me. You know. I can't. It's not coming to me at all.
No worries. That will come to you tonight after the stream. It always does for me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've got a universally actor who's universally bad in every single performance. James Corden, there you go. He's really bad in everything.
Enough said.
We have Marvel fan here saying hi everyone.
Hi Marvel.
Fan. Harry says, love you guys. Thanks for joining.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Harry.
DVD and Filmbook says, although I think Jason X probably fits in so bad it's good. Although, unlike Jason Goes to Hell, which wasn't meant to be funny, but was, Jason X was very much tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of Jason Goes to Hell. I've heard that seemed to be like one of the worst ones. What did you think of it, Andy?
I hated it the first time I watched it, but on rewatch, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It was, it's that bit with the woman in the diner, man.
Is it? Yeah, I remember you keep saying about that.
The minute the movie got brought up, that's where I went.
Yeah,
that's where my head went.
Yeah, she gets elbowed in the face, and this elbow fucking caves her face in, and it is the funniest fucking shit you've ever seen. Oh my god, yeah.
So she gets smacked with an elbow, and it's like she's got hit with a hammer or something.
She gets hit in the face, and if the whatever they put on her face, it's caved the fuck in, and it's just so funny.
But it's her movement as well. I just found her movement. She was like,
it takes her forever to hit the floor. Like after she's been hit, it's just you've got to see it to believe it.
There's actually a scene in it I think is quite brilliant. Yeah. It's the scene in the cell with the two boys. If you want some information, you have to pay, and you have to pay by letting them break his finger. Yeah. And it's a brilliant scene. It's actually horror funny.
I'd say as well the tent sequence is great as well. It's one of the best kills in the franchise. The tent sequence.
You see, there's a problem. I think what bothers people with that movie is, let's face it, Jason Voorhees is not in it.
Yeah,
he's in the
elephant
starter machine
in the
at the
room.
end.
Yeah.
All right. So
But my God, is it such a fun time for all the wrong reasons?
Yeah. Great little ending to it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Sounds
ending's,
like a
the
fun
ending's great, yeah.
Mm.
Scott, what about you, mate?
As of right now, I absolutely hate the film because I haven't rewatched it yet, but I'm planning to rewatch it because what Andy says about it sounds really funny, to be fair.
Oh, you piss your pants, Scott, with it. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, I do want to rewatch it, to be fair.
Nice. And Mike, what about you?
It's just such a weird movie. Like, there's just so much wrong with it, but it's funny. Like I find the main character just so funny. Like, he's like this nerdy kid, and when the movie starts, he's like this nerdy kid, but by the end of it, he turns into John Rambo, and he's like the only person I know who can actually go toe to toe with Jason Voorhees in a fight. It's weird. Yeah, it's just a strange movie.
And what's even weirder about it is that it's directed by Sean Cunningham, the man that actually started the whole thing, started the franchise. You know, it's
Oh, wow. This isn't in the one I've got, the 8-film collection, is it?
No, it's a different studio. I think it's New Line.
Okay.
That's right.
Why
Yeah.
that Scream Factory box set is such a miracle. It exists.
And actually, Jason X is an entertainment one as well. That's a completely different studio as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Is it Jason X, Ghost Hal, and Freddy versus Jason? They're the other ones, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all New Line, I think. Yeah.
We've got Rogue here saying, to be honest, if a Scream film went to space, it would probably be a parody of Jason X.
Probably.
Yeah.
Sam says, just watched a really interesting film called Shock Corridor, a pretty daunting little thriller. We also watched Welcome to the Dollhouse on Radiance Films, and that was a very good film as well. Great stuff.
Well,
nice. Have you heard of Shock Corridor, Andy?
I think I've heard of it, but I can't place the movie.
No worries. Keith?
No, I never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Scott?
No, I've not heard of that one, but I've heard of Welcome to the Dollhouse before.
Mike?
No, not seen Shock Corridor, but I've seen Welcome to the Dollhouse. That's pretty good.
Nice. And Martin?
No, I haven't heard of it. So.
No worries. Sinjin says, Martin, don't give Hollywood any crappy ideas to send Michael into space. I've already ended it on a sour note with the franchise. Didn't even fun bloke thinks it might be brilliant. Dr. Impossible says, what film expresses your inner emotions of feeling like a child again through adult eyes?
Oh, wow.
Easy.
Wow. That's a hard question. Anybody want to go first?
I would probably say probably Willy Wonka, the original Willy Wonka. Yeah, for me.
That's a good pick there.
I think I might have said this before on a stream before, but I think the Goonies. Because every child when you were younger, you always went on these little adventures, and you can't help but think of your childhood when you watch Goonies. You've always had that group of friends where you kind of went, and whether it was just kind of going into an old abandoned house that you thought was haunted or something like that. And every time I watch Goonies, it just takes me right back there. It's a gift. It's an absolute gift.
Great stuff. What about you, Andy?
Goonies, definitely. It's sort of more about the movies I grew up watching and discovering for the first time, and those types of movies, like Goonies and movies like Baron Munchausen and Brave Little Toaster, just random movies. Take me back to my childhood, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit as well.
Oh wow,
that's a great one. Scott?
Probably the original Willy Wonka for me as well. Absolutely adored that film when I was a kid, and every time I watch it when I'm older, it just takes me back to my childhood every time.
Good one there. And Mike?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say the Goonies as well.
For me, I'm probably thinking something like Toy Story. That's one that definitely rings true to me. I'd say I was never really a big fan of the Goonies. I haven't actually seen it in years. I remember watching it once and just not getting on with it. But I need to give it a rewatch. Probably get the 4K or something and give it some time. It's a Richard Donner film, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Like this might sound strange as well, but Halloween 1 and 2 take me right back to my childhood. You know, because when I was younger, you go trick or treating, you do that, and then you come back, you watch Halloween. It was a tradition in our house. So as weird as that sounds, Halloween does take me back though.
Yeah, I can get that definitely. Good pick. Danny says, "Hi, how are you? Or just got before the stream Fright Night DVD special edition with Eureka." Yeah, great edition there, mate. You're going to have a lot of fun with
Absolutely.
that. Sam says, "Just watched the first 3 episodes from Ash vs. Evil Dead today. Really cool so far. Also, the 2013 Evil Dead remake, which was awesome. Definitely one of the better remakes out there."
Yeah,
I agree. I like the 2013 remake. Very bloody film. That was quite surprised by how gory it was, but fantastic film. I had a lot of fun with that one. Still want to see the Evil Dead, Ash vs. Evil Dead series because it looks good. But unfortunately, it's quite hard to get on Blu-ray. It's quite expensive now, so I've got to keep an eye out for it. What's your thoughts on it, Andy?
Yeah, I watched the TV show for the first time last year, and fuck me, it was brilliant. Yeah, as good as the first 2 movies for me. Just said, so creative, so fun. Really enjoyed it.
Is it similar to like the Army of Darkness sort of humor?
I'd say it's literally all 3 movies put in a blender. That's what I'd say.
Oh, wow.
It caters to every movie, you know, in that franchise, and I just thought it was a really, really well made show. Shame about the ending, and I don't think we're going to get any more. But yeah, it's really fun, really entertaining.
But the Evil Dead movies always ended that way anyway. You know what I mean? They always kind of ended in cliffhanger, so I think I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's all like in spirit of the movies, like he says, the way they end. You know, always end on that cliffhanger.
Nice. What's your thoughts on the series, Keith?
Yeah, I only just done a video on it there recently, and I just think it's perfection. I think if you're a fan of the Evil Dead franchise, it just ticks all the boxes for you. I actually just got the remake of Evil Dead on 4K. Actually, a company in America, HD Movie Source, has actually sent me over some titles. And it was actually a couple of freebies, and the remake was in there on 4K. So cannot wait to sit down and watch that on 4K for the first time.
Brilliant. Awesome. What about you, Scott?
I haven't seen the series yet, unfortunately. It's absolutely amazing, though. The remake I thought was excellent. Absolutely loved it.
Great stuff, mate. Mike?
Yeah, I love the series. Like Keith said, if you're a fan of the original movies, you're going to love it. Every episode is just so fun. There's not a single filler episode.
No.
Just, it's just what what you'd expect in every episode. And the episodes they're not overly long as well. It's like, I think they're like between 20 to 30 minutes long each episode. It's just a perfect length. It's just a fantastic show.
Oh, really? They're only about 20 to 30 minutes. That's fantastic.
Yeah. There's only like 10 minutes.
That's what's happened. That's what's happened with the likes of the Walking Dead and all these kind of. I think these shows would be better if the episodes are around 27 minutes long.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you have less filler, and not only that, but the TV show of Ash vs Evil Dead, there's only around 9 episodes, and it doesn't need to be anymore.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I sound like you could binge the whole series in an afternoon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. And Martin, what about you?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen the TV series. It's really good. Yeah, really good laugh. Yeah, a great homage to the franchise. Yeah, if you can get hold of it, then yeah, definitely recommend it. But yeah, I've also watched the 2013 remake as well, kind of semi recently, and Army of Darkness as well. Watched that a couple of months ago as well.
Yeah, but there hasn't been a bad movie in that franchise.
No. Yeah.
No, I agree there. We've got Danny here saying he's got the It 2 films collection on 4K as well.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Good films. Sinjin says, I'd love to see Richard Dreyfuss come back and win another
wow.
Oscar. He should have won it in '95 for Mr. Holland's Opus, but was robbed by Nicolas Cage for Leaving Las Vegas.
Mm.
Yeah,
Great
very good
actor.
effort.
Great actor.
Yeah. I love Mr. Holland's Opus. I think that's such a good film.
I don't think I've actually ever heard of Mr. Holland's Opus. Never heard of it before. This is the first time I'm hearing
Really?
about it.
Really good movie. Really good movie. Plays a music teacher in it. And the movie he won his Oscar for as well is really good as well. The Goodbye Girl. That's a really good film.
That's right.
I've heard of that one before.
You kind of
Yeah,
there's a bit in the movie where he jokes about winning an Oscar as well. Like when he's on stage and but yeah, it's really good. But Mr. Holland's Opus is definitely worth checking out. It's brilliant.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
We've got Marvel fan here saying, Keith, I will try to watch Land of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead. I will rent both films, but at the moment I'm totally skint until next month.
I can't praise them enough. You know, Land of the Dead doesn't get the praise that it deserves. Again, maybe it's because it's following just 3 perfect movies, but it's a great movie in its own right. And again, I would love to hear your thoughts on them whenever you do get around to watching them. Love them.
Land of the Dead's great. I love that film.
I have to admit, I watched the second. I have the second set release of Dawn of the Dead on 4K, and I have to admit, I've never watched the other cuts that you get inside. That you get the Cannes cut and you get the Argento cut. I've never seen them before, so I kind of said to my fiance that night, I was like, you know what, I'm going to knock on the Cannes edition of it, the extended edition. I couldn't watch it. I had to knock it off. The audio was absolutely horrible on it. It was just a 1-channel mono, and there was so much hissing coming out of the speaker that we couldn't watch it. So I knocked on the Argento cut of it, and that opening sequence at the start of it, everyone's voices were just drowned out by the music on that one. So we had to actually go back to the theatrical cut where it was just perfect. So, so for technical reasons, I don't think I'll ever see them other cuts of that movie.
Oh, right. What do you think of the Dead films then, Scott? Because I know you're a fan of them.
Yeah, original Dawn of the Dead's my favourite film of all time. Absolutely adore it. Seen it so many times. Night of the Living Dead's decent as well. I've really enjoyed that. And Day of the Dead is just fantastic as well. Another one of my favourites. Especially the last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes of that film's absolutely awesome.
Great. Brilliant stuff. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I love them. I love that original trilogy. That original trilogy is perfect. It's amazing. But for Marvel fan, I think you won't have to rent Dawn of the Dead because I think it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Like
yeah.
There's loads of versions of it on YouTube for free that you can watch. But yeah, the Dawn's probably my favorite. I find that the most rewatchable because it's got the most likable characters, but Day is Tom Savini's masterpiece with effects. But the new trilogy is just, it's okay for me. I'm not a. It's fine. I remember I went to see Land at the cinema, but my favorite is probably Survival, to be honest.
That's a good
I know
film.
that's considered to be the worst. I
Mm,
couldn't get into Diary at all.
no.
That movie just made me gave me a bit of a headache, to be honest. Really couldn't get into it, but Land's decent. You've got a bit of a Super Mario Brothers reunion in it as well.
That's right.
And yeah, just I think that second trilogy is just it's okay. It's okay. If I'd rather rewatch the original trilogy again than watch the second trilogy, to be honest.
Yeah,
I kind of felt a bit sorry about for George Romero during that Land of the Dead, because apparently he had a bad experience making that movie, because he was always making independent movies, so he never had to deal with studio interference before until Land of the Dead, and he hated it. He hated every minute of it, apparently.
Shame.
Yeah.
Because I know he got a bit of shit with Day of the Dead, didn't he? Because Return of the Living Dead was coming out at the same time. And I think that's just when he was having that legal dispute over the title.
I tell you what would have been even worse is because Dan O'Bannon, when he was offered Return of the Living Dead, they originally pitched they wanted to do a sequel to Night of the Living Dead, and Dan O'Bannon said absolutely no chance of my directing that abomination. He said, I'm not going to disrespect George Romero like that. And thankfully, he stuck to his guns, and we got Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah. It's a great movie in its own right as well.
Yeah.
It is, definitely.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love them. I love the original movies. My personal favourite's Day of the Dead. I think that one's really underrated. But yeah, I love all of them. The original three.
Can we hear feedback? I'm pretty certain I can hear some feedback.
I'm hearing a lot of feedback.
Right. I'm just going to mute everybody each time to see who it is. So I'll mute myself first. You do some talking.
I think it is him.
Hello.
Yeah, it is. I had a feeling it was Pete.
So it's me, Ian.
Yeah.
I think it is.
How's that now?
I think that sounds better.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Hopefully so. We got Sonic here saying, "What's everyone's favorite Steven Spielberg film?"
Oh,
good question. That. So many to pick. Do you want to go first, Scott?
Yeah, sure. Saving Private Ryan, maybe. I love that film.
Very good pick there, Scott. Mike?
Probably Jaws. I honestly, I don't think he's made a better movie than that.
Very good pick with Jaws. Andy?
Yeah, it might have to be Jaws or Jurassic Park.
Keith, what about you?
Raiders, maybe. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Close Encounters.
Very good stuff there. And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, I was going to say Close Encounters and Jaws will probably be the two that stick out most for me.
Yep. For me, I'd probably say either Jaws or Saving Private Ryan as well. There's so many good films.
Great movie.
True Action Star says, "What games are you currently playing, Playtendoguy?" I'm still going through the Hogwarts ones. Hogwarts Legacy. I'm having a lot of fun with that. I've completed it, and I'm going through all the side quests and like nearly 100% it. It's like a Ubisoft open world, but it's really addictive. Also played a bit of Resident Evil 2 remake, getting ready for Resident Evil 4 remake on Friday. Cannot wait for that. Oh yeah, definitely going to pick that up day one. But not a lot else. You play games, Keith, don't you? What have you been playing recently?
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts. Oh, brilliant! What have you been
I
thinking of that?
haven't I haven't even scratched the surface of that game. All I'm doing is taking in everything that's going on in that game. I've done nothing. I'm constantly. It feels like every couple of steps you take in that game, something catches your eye. You know, whether it's the kids interacting with each other in the game. You know, there's just so much going on. The world feels alive.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
I've spoken to you about this before about open world games, and
Yeah,
you know, like it does have. Look, it's not a perfect game, but my God, it's close. It is.
It's a very
Unfor-
magical game.
Yeah.
It is.
Now, unfortunately, I will have to put it down for a while because Resident Evil 4 is out Friday, so
Yeah,
I have to play that.
I think it's probably one of the first few games that feel truly suited for the next generations of consoles.
Absolutely. It's just it's magical.
It is.
You know,
It is.
it's magical. That's the best word I can describe it.
Yeah, I was worried about it when it was announced, but are they going to live up to the hype? But oh well, they've done it and then some.
Oh, I feel like it's that good that I actually had to stop playing it and watch the bloody movies because I felt I was missing out a bit because I wasn't too familiar with the movies, so I had to watch them again. But amazing.
Certainly is. What about you, Scott?
I haven't played anything recently, to be fair. It's been a while since I played the game, but I have pre-ordered Resident Evil 4, so I'm really looking forward to playing that because I absolutely adore Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see what they do with this remake, how they change it up compared to the original.
They're on a good roll at the moment with remakes. Like Dead Space was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So
I haven't played that one yet. I've been meaning to get that.
That game is scary.
Mm.
That game is scary. It's so atmospheric, and it's so beautifully faithful, but yet it feels so very new. It's just perfect, absolutely perfect. Probably the greatest survival horror game you'll ever play.
Oh, brilliant! I've never played a Dead Space game. The only one I've played is a light gun game on the Wii called Extraction.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to this one. Hopefully, I'll pick it up in the sale, but I may pick it up a little bit earlier because next month is Star Wars as well.
Oh wow! Right, yeah, that'd be another good one.
Do you play any games, Martin?
I'm not currently playing anything at the moment, but yeah, Jedi Survivor is the big one for me. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 as well. I'll probably pick that up as well.
Brilliant stuff. We've got Rogue here saying "Catch Me If You Can" for Steven Spielberg. Great film there.
Great movie.
Really good film.
Temple of Doom. Again,
great movie.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Andy says there's a really good interview with Sutherland and Patrick on a podcast with the actor who played Lex Luthor in Smallville. Definitely worth a watch on YouTube.
Oh wow! Okay.
I'll check it out. We've got Broke here saying Robots was my childhood. I don't know why, but remember me and my friends used to love the fart jokes. I've watched the old DVD about 300 times. Yes, Preteen Rogue and shit those movies. Rogue says, I think I'm actually the only person that actually likes 1941, and always, if anyone else likes them, we need to start a revolution to fix this injustice.
No, always beautiful. It's a beautiful movie. It kills me to watch it. It kind of puts me it spirals me a bit on a bit of a downhill after I watch it, but it is a beautiful movie. That bloody song that keeps playing during it, it kills me every time I hear it.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I haven't seen it in the longest time, but I just remember it. It's got a really good opening shot where that plane comes in, lands on the water. It's really good from what I remember. Great cast as well. I think John Goodman in it, and
that's right.
Thingy Hepburn, Catherine Hepburn was in it as well.
I can't. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But I couldn't get on with 1941. Wasn't for me, that one.
Right.
Great cast, but didn't quite work for me.
Yeah, it's a Spielberg film, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Scott?
I haven't, no, but I do want to check out at some point.
You seen it, Mike?
Yeah, I think both of them are they're pretty good. Yeah, I don't think they're like anywhere near the best Spielberg movies, but they're enjoyable. Always is a pretty good movie. It's got a very like old Hollywood kind of feel to it. I can't really describe it. It reminds me of like something like A Matter of Life and Death with David Niven, like that kind of movie. 1941's it's okay, but it's not the best.
Right. Just give us a second. I'll go and get some more headphones because apparently the feedback is still pretty bad and you can't hear nobody.
I should maybe get a drink myself then.
Might have a quick bathroom break.
On that note, I might as well go to the toilet as well. See.
Yeah, I'll probably just get a drink then, if that's the case.
Right. Sorry about that. Right.
Yeah, I think it's just people gone for toilet breaks and drinks.
No worries. No worries. I can still hear feedback.
I don't know where it's coming from.
Right. Let me just mute you. 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me all right? Well, let's just check the comments. Matt says it sounds better, so it might be then.
Okay.
Right, we'll wait until everybody gets back. I think everybody's gone for a toilet break.
I'm here. I'm here. Am I causing any of the feedback?
Well, I think everybody's saying the feedback sounds okay now.
Okay.
I haven't had that problem before with those headphones, so probably it is them.
Right. And it was weird when you that first time there, it sounded like it was gone, but then it started coming back again.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it, but hopefully it's sorted now.
Yeah, it sounds great at the moment.
Right. Guy says Dungeons and Dragons looks strange, to be honest. Yeah, I must admit, from the original trailers, I wasn't keen on it, but more I've seen of it, I'm kind of sold. I don't think it's going to be a day one cinema trip to see it. Probably wait until streaming or when it comes out on physical.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, what movie reflects the job you do in real life, or is there an actor who reflects the role you play in life through work?
Smokey in the bandage.
Smokey and Bandit.
Minus the Trans Am. No, what movie reflects the job you do in life? Wow. Wow.
That's a
I
hard question.
was about to say Rusty Nail from Roadkill.
I really
I
don't
honestly
have
don't
an
know.
answer for this one.
I don't know either. Scott?
No, I really don't. No, to be honest, I don't think I have one.
What about you, Andy?
I wish it was Dirk Diggler from Boogie Nights. Fucking wish. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Mike?
I'd probably just have to say something like there's a movie called Office Space where it's basically just people working in an office, and that's what I do. So I'd have to just say something like that.
And what about you, Martin?
I would probably say something like Matthew Broderick in War Games, maybe.
Oh, nice. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Right.
For me, probably something like clerks working in a shop or something. It pretty is very similar to it. Next up, we've got Sonic saying, "I'll make my way through Spielberg's film. Love his different interpretations on aliens." There you go. Great stuff. We've got Rogue here saying, "To be honest, that bloody Dungeons and Dragons trailer is driving me insane. I've seen it about 20 million times in the cinema. Can't wait for it to release." Brilliant. Josh says, "The only white noise I've seen is the Adam Driver one, and that was Noah Baumbach's worst film. I love him as a director, but that movie made no sense." That's the only one I've heard of, and that's a fairly recent film.
Yeah, that's definitely not that one.
It's not good, that movie. It's really bad.
Yeah, I remember seeing the trailer for it, and I thought, yeah, that's pretty bad. Rogue says, "I've seen all of Spielberg's films." Brilliant. Sonic says, "I love seeing trailers in the cinema, but when you have seen a trailer so many times, it gets annoying."
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just makes you want to watch the film now. It's just like, I've seen so many trailers, just release it in the cinema, please, now. Comments have gone weird. Rogue says, "It's gone to the point where I know every bit of bloody dialogue in that D&D trailer." Gary says, "Are you looking forward to the new Evil Dead film? I'm not one that goes by all the great reviews, but I have to admit this one's got me hyped." Yeah, I must admit I'm very excited for it. Looks great, and the whole setting being set in a high-rise flat, I think it's going to make for a creepy and claustrophobic experience. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I'm excited and terrified all at the same time. Let's see it. Yeah.
Sounds good. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I like I said, it's my most anticipated movie of the year. I know I'm going to love it. I just know by that trailer I am going to love this movie. There's nothing they can do. I don't think they can actually screw this movie up for me or this experience. It's very unique. That putting it into an apartment building, something that we never seen before. I heard it's absolutely disgusting. It is as an Evil Dead movie should be, and I'm kind of hoping that we maybe get a little bit of humor in there as well, a bit more humor than we got from the last Evil Dead movie. Would love to see just a little bit of, just not too much, just a little bit of humor in there. But yeah, I think this is going to be the movie of the year for me.
Brilliant. Scott?
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see it. I think it looks fantastic. I just hope it lives up to the hype.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping it's going to be more like the older movies as opposed to the remake. I'm hoping, like Keith says, I hope it has a bit of humor in it.
And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, I'm definitely hyped. I was literally talking to a friend of mine just before we came on the stream, actually, and yeah, the reviews from what I've heard, it's apparently is a good mix of extreme violence and gore with humour. That's what I've been hearing coming out of the reviews. So hopefully that will be the case.
Absolutely.
Well, feedback's apparently a lot better since I've changed the headphones, but the thing is, my headphones, those other ones, are broken.
Oh no!
I can only hear out of one ear, and I'm like, I can't hear what people are saying.
Oh dear.
But I don't think I've ever had issues with these before. So, Matt, if you're watching, just message me if the low frequency noise starts up again. True Action Star says, "We're having a Chinese tonight." has Pete had a Chinese yet? And has he seen Poltergeist yet? Still haven't had a Chinese yet. Still haven't seen Poltergeist yet. This is going to be a new thing every week, no doubt. Never had a Chinese. Never had a. Oh, what is it now? Oh, so many food I haven't had, but many to try. Marvel fan says, do you guys think Leica and Blue Sky Films should be re-released on the Criterion Collection as studios are no longer around? Well, isn't Blue Sky supposed to be Ice Age?
I think so, yeah.
I can't see Ice Age on Criterion, unfortunately.
No,
And they brought out Wally. They did.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, yeah, they did. That's true.
Sorry, what did you say there? Ice Age?
Yeah, Blue Sky did Ice Age, I think.
I'm looking at it up here. It says 20th Century Fox in the box.
Yeah, the animation studio that did
Oh,
it.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay, fair. Yeah.
But I can't see it, but never say never, because Wally did release on Criterion, so you never know. What about you, Andy?
I don't know. I didn't know Blue Sky was a studio. I was thinking of the film Blue Sky with Tommy Lee Jones, but no. Don't know. But I mean, if it means Criterion putting out more movies, why not?
Yeah. I don't think I'd be paying 30 quid for Ice Age on Blu-ray, mind.
No.
I've never heard of a Lacquer Films. Have you guys?
No.
No, never heard of them.
No. They must be animations. I'm not sure. Rogue Cinema says, almost definitely not. That's my prediction. Yeah, you're right there, Rogue. Dr. Impossible says, I like Spielberg, 1941. It's still feedback, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll change it over again.
Is it coming from Pete's headset?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Where it's coming from?
I'm not either.
Actually, I can't really hear it now, so I think it might be.
Yeah.
What sort of noise is it? Is it like a buzzing noise?
No, it's
like echoey feedback, isn't it?
Yeah. It's definitely gotten better.
Yeah.
Right, I'll have to sort something out and get something sorted for this next week, so I apologise for all this.
Oh, don't worry about it.
No worries, Pete.
Yeah, right.
Well, I was on Ryan's stream last night and there weren't no feedback whatsoever, so I don't know what's gone on now, unless the options have changed.
Right.
That can happen on StreamYard, to be fair.
Could be. Rogue says, Justice for 1941, Dr. Impossible. He says, like, just the opening sequence for Spielberg spoofing Spielberg with the Jaws is worth the admission. All right. We got Sai here saying, I watched a girl walk home alone at night for the first time this week. Interesting title. I absolutely fell in love with it. It's definitely my top 5 Valentine's vampire movies. Have any of you seen it? Never even heard of it before.
No, never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
No. Anybody seen it at all?
No, not me.
No.
No.
When you read that comment, it doesn't sound like a film.
I was actually going to say the same thing. I was like, wow, that's very random.
I was going to say, yeah, it's very odd title for a film. We've got Dr. Impossible saying Christopher Lee, Spielberg overspent was incredible, but it's an overblown for a purpose. The Japanese invasion of Hollywood has begun. Rogue says, I'm getting the first 10 spine numbers Let me just try one thing. I'm getting the first 10 spine numbers and then being selective on the rest of the label.
Okay,
That sounds good.
that does, yeah.
What about you, Andy? Will you be getting any?
No, probably not. No.
No. What about you, Keith?
You know what? I got caught in that once before with the Titans Occult releases.
Mm.
I don't want to get caught in it again. I think there's too many people out there buying movies that they don't particularly want just so they can have a matching spine number to go with one of their previous. So yeah, definitely not for me. Definitely not for me. It's like I said, I'm already doing it with Titans Occult, and I've already picked up one or two movies there that I wasn't too happy about picking up, and I definitely don't want to get into that again.
I know there was one that started off at Christmas. Those like big box sets for like 50 quid, like Godfather and all that, Scarface and that, and they never done any more. The ones with like Blade Runner.
Oh, the Film Vault releases. Actually, I tell you the truth, I actually started collecting them. But the 4 movies are fantastic and that. But I did say I'm not going to be caught up with these sets. They're too expensive, and you can't be going out and buying movies that you don't like.
No.
Simply just to continue them. So I won't be doing it with that. But I did pick up the first 4 because I love the movies.
Yeah, but I don't think they're doing any more. I haven't heard anything about any new releases for them.
Do you know something, Pete? Just looking at them, a lot of work goes into them. I think I wouldn't be one bit surprised if it's the end of this year by the time you hear anything.
Probably, yeah. You're probably right there. They are very nice. The amount of work that goes in the box set itself is incredible.
Oh, it's a beautiful set. Beautiful.
What about you, Scott? Will you be collecting these?
I might get a couple, but I won't get all of them.
No worries. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I've started collecting them, and I've got all of them so far. But I don't really want to go down that route where I have to have all of them. But but the ones I've got so far, they are genuinely really nice releases. I'm not getting them for the spine numbers. It's just the actual packaging and the booklets and the special features are all really good. So yeah, we'll see where it goes with them.
Absolutely.
And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, I bought. I got the Blade Runner one, but I didn't really want to kind of double dip on the others because I kind of had most of the others on just standard 4K anyway. That 1917 Scarface, and what was the other one? There was one more, wasn't there? It was 4. Goodfellas, yeah. So I kind of have them on regular 4K. So I didn't really want to like double dip and spend 50 quid because it all mounts up. But I did buy the Blade Runner one because I love Blade Runner. That's one of my all-time favorite sci-fi films. So I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it depends on the titles. If they do another run and it's something that I'm interested in, that I don't own already, then I'll probably pick it up. But yeah, I'm not just gonna blow 50 quid just for the hell of it. Just to make
that's what I'm saying. Like I said with the with them that Film Vault range, it's £50 is a lot of money, and the last thing you want to be doing is paying £50 for them bringing out like a Space Jam release like they've done with Titans Occult. That kills me. And the movie's not terrible, but it just has no business being part of a Titans Occult collection. And that's my worry that they'll do something like that with the Film Vault range. I'm hoping they don't, but I'm just hoping it's going to be great movies from here on, but we'll have to wait and see.
Here's hoping. We have Traction Star saying, "Give me your favorite Tommy Lee Jones films." Good question. Oh, it's very good in The Fugitive.
I love him in Under Siege as the villain.
Yeah.
No one ever talks about Under Siege, but that's too many. That's too many.
Whatever film he's in, he's always good.
With Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
And the sequel, it's US Marshals. Is it the sequel?
Yeah.
US Marshals.
Double Jeopardy.
Double
Yes,
Jeopardy.
I really enjoyed that with him in.
The unofficial third fugitive movie.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I thought. I thought, hey,
Yeah.
this is similar to The Fugitive.
Well, the weird thing is, years ago, I remember getting a pirate of that movie, and the name of the movie on it wasn't Double Jeopardy. It was actually Fugitive 3.
Oh, really? Oh. What about you, Andy? What's your favourite Tommy Lee Jones films?
There's a bad one I actually don't mind called Volcano. I don't mind.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite good. Yeah.
Yeah. Batman Forever.
Yeah.
I love, and Captain America: First Avenger. I think he's great in that.
Yeah, very good.
Oh yeah, he's in that.
It does. He's got a very small role. It's a very early film for him in Love Story as well.
He had a movie there. Myself and my fiance Ellen watched it. Oh God, what is it called? It's him and Meryl Streep, and it was the most uncomfortable movie I ever watched in my life. It felt like I was watching my parents. You know, they had a broken marriage, and they're trying to kind of rekindle the romance in their lives, and the scenes when they're trying to be,
that's called. Oh.
When they're trying to be, the scenes when they're trying to be intimate with each other, and it's just like, I swear to God, it feels like I just looked at my fiance and went, God, it feels like I'm watching my parents. You know, it's so uncomfortable. Is it Hope Springs?
That's it.
Yeah, Hope Springs. That's it. Yeah.
Scott, you got any?
Probably with Fugitive and Under Siege for me.
Good picks there, Scott. And Mike?
Probably The Fugitive and No Country for Old Men.
That's a good one.
Very good. And I'm surprised nobody mentioned the Men in Black films.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about Men in Black.
We've got Brogue here saying, I hated Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania it's my least favourite Ant-Man film, which is the trilogy. Yeah, I've heard not a lot of people liking it, but that's a shame you didn't enjoy it.
You know, I don't know about any of you, but I think now this needs to be dumped. This quantum realm, this whole, you know, all of this crap. I think it needs to go. It's clearly not working. It's not. I think people are just. It's all dying. Like everyone's going ape shit over the new Flash movie. And don't get me wrong, I want to see that movie just for Michael Keaton alone. But let's face it, we've seen the movie already. It was the last Spider-Man movie. It's effectively the same movie.
Yeah,
it is. So I just think all of this, the multiverse, everything needs to be scrapped.
I mean, this Flash movie, I've heard some stuff from it from some of the cast, and yeah, it's kind of got me worried, but kind of excited at the same time.
Yeah.
I just hope that they don't pull the rug under our feet and like these characters aren't there for as long as you think. That's my only worry.
Did I hear? No, I don't know if this is true or not, but is there a rumor going around that Christian Bale might be in it?
Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know. Maybe if you look at the trailer, it kind of gives you hints, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, right.
But what was I going to say? I do think with these superhero films, they've gone on for far too long. And with this multiverse stuff, as you said, Keith, it kind of takes away the risk of it. Characters who have died can come back.
Absolutely. It's too simple. It's too easy. It is. I think their stories need to be a bit more grounded now. Go back to the way they used to be. Yes.
They need to go back to basics, less extravagant, more down to earth, and I think they'd be better for it.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, again, just come back to that Flash movie. Like, come on, seeing Michael Keaton again in that batsuit. I'm just hoping that he's going to be a constant presence in that movie from start to finish. That's the only thing I'm hoping for. If you find out that he's only in the movie 20 minutes, I'm going to be sick. Kind of hoping that something similar to what we've seen with Harrison Ford in the last Force Awakens. Give me a bit of that, I'll be happy.
Yeah, same here. We have Dr. Impossible here saying Radiance released a great Bo Winterberg classic Scandi crime thriller called Man on a Roof. Man, loved every damn minute. Forget the high concept gloss of cinema today. Oh, never heard of it.
No.
You've seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's really good. I think you'd love it, Pete. It's basically Dirty Harry. It's a very Dirty Harry kind of movie,
Oh,
but
brilliant.
it's awesome.
I'll have to check it out. Have you seen it, Andy?
I haven't, no. I'm adding it to my wish list, though.
Yeah, same here. Did they sell Radiance Films at HMV or not?
No.
Yeah.
Did
No,
it?
I thought they did.
Did they?
I think they do. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
No, the only reason why I'm saying no is because, like I said, I was talking to John last night, and he mentioned that he can't get it over where in his local HMV. So maybe it's just his.
I think you can get them online, HMV online, but actually thinking about it, I don't think I've seen them in store, but you can definitely get them online.
Okay.
Right. I'll have a look on Amazon. I should think you'd be able to find them on there. Right. The Classics are Ace Leams here saying, hi, mostly been catching up watching classic Doctor Who, almost finished season 2. Great stuff. We've got Horse Tooth here saying, anyone seen Albert Puyen's film Radioactive Dreams? Watched it the other night and it was a good bit of fun. Never even heard of it.
No.
I've heard of it, but not watched it before.
Nobody seen it, Anne?
Nope.
No worries. We have Russo Smile Films here saying Tommy Lee Jones is great in No Country for Old Men, important for the messages of the film. Oh, cool. Liam said, I also watched The King of Comedy last night, which was fantastic. One of De Niro's best performances, I say. I know this film came a lot back into light because of the Joker, because it's very similar in tone.
Yeah.
So I do need to check it out. It is on Disney Plus, so I'll give it a watch there. You seen it, Andy?
Yeah, King of Comedy's great. Yeah, love it.
Right. You seen it, Keith?
Years ago. I honestly can't remember.
Scott?
Yeah, it's a brilliant film. I like it a lot.
Mike?
Yeah, it's great.
And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, great film. Yeah.
We've got DVD and Film Bloke saying, hi, Liam. Rogue saying, I pre-ordered Man on the Roof on Radiance is Spine number 9. Ah, brilliant. Edward says, have you watched Succession and what's your thoughts on it? This is the TV series, isn't it? A lot of people talk about it, say it's really good, but unfortunately, I haven't seen it. Anybody else has?
No.
It's incredible, though.
Horse Tooth says to Liam, that's a fantastic movie. Watched it earlier this month. Instant 10 out of 10 for King of Comedy. Brilliant. Rogue says, currently on Radiance, only spine numbers 1, 3, 5, 8, 12 have been released, I believe. Well, they know what they're doing then. Oh, and number 10. Comments have gone weird. Liam says, also finished the Herschel Gordon Lewis season with James and Stefano. This stuff will kill you was shite. But the Gorgle Girls was good fun and the humour was generally great. So that's good to hear.
Yeah.
We've got Mikey here from Boogie Cat Productions saying, hey guys, hope you're all well. Hey Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
Okay.
Hey Liam and all who joined. We've got Sam here saying, I'm going to pre-order Man on the Roof soon. Mike is really fond of that one. I've been rewatching the Sea Devils from Doctor Who Series 9 collection box set, which my copy arrived on release day. I know you showed me, Sam, and it looks amazing. Fantastic series of Doctor Who. Rosso says, classic Doctor Who can be really fun, very witty, and sci-fi fun companions are great additions. When you have a favourite Doctor, those episodes feel extra special. I do agree. Liam says, I checked out Strictly Ballroom after I bought it up the other week, and I actually really enjoyed it. If only Baz Luhrmann had stayed that restrained. Wait a minute, there's a restraint film that Baz Luhrmann's done. I need to check this out. Okay, have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, it's my favourite Baz Luhrmann film. I think it's great.
Oh, cool. What about you, Keith?
Again, a long time ago, but I do remember enjoying it.
Martin?
No, I haven't seen it.
Mike?
No.
And Scott?
No, I've not watched it yet.
No worries. I always thought it was about Strictly Come Dancing before these streams. Liam says, the Seventh Doctor era is a long way, but I'm already excited to check it out. Sylvester McCoy's a good Doctor. You're in for a good time there. We have Guy here saying, what's everyone's favourite A24 film? That's a good question. They've done hordes. If only Josh was here, he could roll them all off the list, because I know he likes loads of them. Yeah.
I think I could name one that I've seen. I think I've only seen one, which is X.
Yeah, what? X. Good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, X and Midsummer, I would say.
Was Midsummer?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Pearl, the X prequel, that was A24 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Pearl was great.
Yeah.
It was.
I'll have to say X and Pearl.
Hereditary, that was another one.
Yeah.
Oh, Hereditary. That's a great movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott, what about you,
I'm
Scott?
gonna go with Everything Everywhere All at Once. I absolutely love that film.
Good
That's
work.
bonkers, that film. Absolute bonkers.
It is, yeah.
I never seen the movie. I walked into my brother last night watching it, and he had a face on him like he was dying inside. And I think that was enough. I was told by a few people not to watch it, and when I seen my brother's face last night, I think it all but sealed it for me. I know I'm not going to like that movie, unfortunately.
It's a great film, but if you turn your eyes away from it for like 1 second, you'll be like, what the heck's going on here?
Yeah.
I must admit, I really enjoyed it the first time I watched it, but there's a bit there where it kind of feels like it's coming to an end, but it doesn't. And after then, I kind of felt like probably it should have ended there, because it outstayed its welcome just a little bit. But it's a good film. What about you, Mike?
I would probably say The Midsummer or The Lighthouse.
Oh,
The Lighthouse,
very good.
Yeah, Lighthouse, that's a good kid. Yeah.
For me, A24, I'd probably have to say something like either X, Pearl, even Everything Everywhere, or one that I really enjoyed from last year, Men. I'm one of the few people that like that film a lot.
Yeah. Another bonkers film.
The final 10 minutes is I won't be looking at Rory Kinnear the same way again.
Yeah.
Don't watch a Bond film afterwards. My word.
Ex Machina is another really good one as well.
Oh yes, how can I forget that one?
Good shout, yeah.
Ex Machina's incredible.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Big Time Gambling Boss was on Radiance too. Oh. Rogue says I've ended my Blu-ray buying band, and now I'm being more selective with what I buy. Gone are the days where I blindly buy shit without thinking about it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's fair enough, mate. I do understand that. But in some ways, some of the best films that I've picked up have been blind buys. I've been like, oh, I'll pick it up, and I'm like, oh, brand new favorite film. But I can definitely get where you're coming from there. Best to be more selective.
It's harder now as well, especially in the 4K when it comes to 4K, because, and I knew this was going to happen, much like 3D. It's everything that came out in 4K for the first couple of years was all great, and now all of a sudden the crap is starting to leak into it now. And like I said in my video that I done of the core, I had every intention of picking up that movie Red Eye, Wes Craven's Red Eye this week. And now all of a sudden I'm thinking, oh wait a minute, this is another Paramount movie. Is there going to be another shit 4K transfer? And I actually did end up buying it, but the only reason why I did buy it is because someone actually brought it to my attention that it never came out on Blu-ray. So I didn't realize that I actually didn't have a Blu-ray of it. So even if it is a bad 4K transfer, it's going to be a hell of a lot better than my DVD. But I find myself doing a bit more homework now when it comes to 4K releases.
Yeah. I do check online before I do pick up a 4K, unless I find one really, really cheap.
Yeah.
It's too much money to spend on one film if the film isn't very good. I mean, I picked up that Reservoir Dogs 4K, and I was like, I had to vouch. I thought, oh, it's all right, I'll give it a go. And the transfer was incredible on it. And it's a nice looking steelbook too. But I'm not one to pay full price for a 4K.
I Reservoir Dogs, I haven't even bought it yet. I'm waiting. I've seen that steelbook. It was so widely available that I knew it will drop down. Like, I think John over at Mondo, he actually done a video on it there the other day, and I think he ended up getting it for around €8 or £8. Sorry, £8, something like that. So I don't know how he got it for so cheap, but he did. He kind of held off, and he was able to get it for cheap, and I think that's what I'm going to do as well.
Yeah, it's the same with Pulp Fiction. I want to get that on 4K, but it's like 25 quid for a standard release for a catalog title, and I think that's too much.
Yeah.
We got Liam here saying Man on a Roof interests me, as the same director did a film called The Man from New Yorker, which I really enjoyed. Anybody seen Man from New Yorker?
No.
No, sorry.
No. Sinjin says The Untouchables was my favorite gangster film ever made. That was until The Goodfellas came along. Now that movie is untouchable. Sam says, I really enjoyed Big Time Gambling Boss, my first Radiance film purchase. Great stuff. Have you seen it, Mike?
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's like a Japanese Yakuza gangster movie. And yeah, it's probably one of the better ones that I've seen.
Sounds good to me. Traction Star says, what's on the t-shirt, Pete? I did say like Friday the 13th, you see the mask there. DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, I'm thinking limiting the collection is wise thing to do, because despite me being a physical media nut, realistically, there should be a limit.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about space for me, because, you know, I just don't have vast amounts of space, unfortunately. So that's why I'm kind of more selective about what I buy.
I said it. I've been saying it for a long time. I said the same thing, and I'm going to keep saying it. I've been out of room for 10 years, and I keep finding room. You know, I don't know how I keep doing it, but I keep finding room, and I can tell you now, nothing is on top of each other in this room. Nothing is blocking anything. I just keep somehow finding room. Again, it does help that I actually have 2 movie rooms in my house. So, you know, whatever's not in here, if this room starts getting a bit full, I can move stuff in there. But I always keep finding room. Somehow I keep finding them.
Yes, this is the same with me. Whilst I've got a bookshelf that is full up to the brim, and I've got several like little tubs full of it, I still keep finding space. It always happens.
I don't know how I do it. It's just like a bottomless pit. It's amazing.
Yeah, I seem to like, oh, if I move this film here and then I move this here, oh, I've got enough room here to put a load more on. Oh.
That's exactly it. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
I did that the other day, and now I've got like a huge, great big space nest that I can put a pile of films on. So I'm like, brilliant. Do you find space an issue, Andy?
It's not too bad. Yeah, it can be, but pretty similar to Keith. I do find that if you plan it carefully, I can find the room.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What about you, Scott? How's space with you?
Not too bad. It can be a little bit difficult at times, but I still find room somewhere.
Great stuff. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've actually run out of space now. I need to get another bookcase.
But yeah, I presume you have space to put the bookcase into.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
We've got Russo here saying, but when when a new release comes out and you miss it at cinema, or is it a film that is acclaimed from decades ago? Jaws, for instance. Already's asking him the question. Friday the 13th t-shirt. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says Kazuka Yamashita's best film, Big Time Gambling Boss. Love that title. I'm liking it already. Timmy says, in honor of Lance Reddick, I'm curious to hear what you guys think about The Briar. I've never seen the show before, so I'm curious to hear what you think about it. I've only ever seen like 1 or 2 episodes. I'm pretty certain Idris Elba's in it as well. I think Dominic West might be in it as well, but I've never seen the whole series, but I've heard very good things about it. Anybody else seen The Wire?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, I've watched all series. I think probably say the first 2 series are the best 2 series out of all of them. But yeah, I've watched a whole lot. Yeah, really good show.
Great. We've got True Action Star saying you got a stream on Friday, Scott. Who's the guest?
Yep, got a stream again on Friday. Obviously, the 5 usual guests will be on, and we got Matt from Vengeance Media returning back again, so it'll be an awesome night, definitely.
Fantastic stuff. Oh yeah, and whilst we have 20 people watching, that'll promote Mike's stream tomorrow, because I'll be on it, Scott be on it, Andy will be on it. Are you on it, Mike?
Yep, I'll be on it.
Oh yeah, us four are all going to be on it tomorrow night. I think
Yeah.
he's starting at 7 o'clock tomorrow night, and he's running all the way till probably nearly midnight. Every hour he's going to be changing the guests, so it's going to be like, I think he's going to have about 20 guests on in total. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be on at 10, I think. What time are you going to be on, Andy?
I'm on at 10.
Scott?
I'm on at 7.
And Mike?
I think I'm on at 8.
Cool. So yeah, if you're free tomorrow
That's
night, be sure to...
It's a very good idea, actually. It's actually quite a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, it is.
His streams are really fun. It's a very good idea. Keep changing it every hour.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Very
good.
So yeah, if you guys are free tomorrow, be sure to check out Mike at Did You See That for his stream. I'll also post it up in the community tab tomorrow. So be sure to check it out. We've got Marvel fan here saying Black Widow movies take place between Civil War and Infinity War, but it's the first movie of Phase 4. But I'm so confused at this movie, but it should have been included in the Infinity Saga. I have to admit, it's probably, bar Spider-Man, my favourite film of Phase 4. I had a lot of fun with it. It just felt like a lesser version of a Winter Soldier, and it's just what I wanted. Bar Ray Winston and his dodgy Russian Cockney Russian accent, I had a great time with it. What's your thoughts of Black Widow, Andy?
I thought it was just okay, to be honest.
Keith? Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, go on.
No, you're right.
I was just going to say, I think Scarlett Johansson and Florence Pugh had really good chemistry in it, but yeah, other than that, I just thought it was quite bland.
And any chance to see Scarlett Johansson and Florence Pugh in a film, it's always a win. What about you, Keith?
Yeah, I hated the movie. I'm not gonna lie. It seemed pointless to me. I didn't see the point of it. What a terrible way to start off Phase 4. It's and again, it's not even just the movie itself, but like I said, there was just this movie was going to have no connection at all, basically, to anything that's going to be going on in future phases. I think it was basically setting up maybe. Is it the sister as in the Hawkeye show, is it? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, I think
I
it
haven't
was.
seen Hawkeye, so I don't know.
Yeah, so it's Disney are killing themselves. They're killing themselves. The TV shows were a woeful bad idea, and they're killing themselves. And it is going to. I think we are seeing now the death of superhero movies. I think it's starting to die. I think people are getting tired of it now. I think. You see Shazam, bombing at the box office. Ant-Man is not doing well either. Black Panther didn't hit $1 billion, which everyone thought it would hit $1 billion. It fell short of that. So I'm just starting to. I think it's starting to all kind of just dwindle down now.
Yeah. What about you, Scott?
Not watched it yet.
Just give us a sec. Right. What about you? Mike, you haven't seen it, have you?
Yeah.
No. And what about you, Martin?
Yeah, it was just okay, really. I didn't really I couldn't really work out what where in the kind of time path where it kind of connected to everything. But yeah, it was okay. I watched it. I wasn't overly impressed with it.
Yeah. You did message me about like how long the streams go for.
Yeah.
It's better me just tell you, we just go through all the comments, then once all the comments are finished, then we end it. It can go from anywhere to 4 hours to 8 hours, but it won't be 8 hours, I promise you that.
That's fine. Just wondered.
No worries. If you got to go work early in the mornings, no worries.
No.
Whenever
Yeah,
you can leave whenever you like. There's no worries.
Okay. Just wondered.
Right, we've got Rogue here saying smiles. I would just sit and think if I was really want it or not want it or wait for itself. That is the best way to think about it, Rogue. DVD and Film Black says, I'm going to lose a lot of friends, but I'm the god of unpopular opinions. Thought it was bloody awful. I gave up before the first season was over. The Wire. Wow. Comments have gone weird again. We've got Sam here saying, I agree, mate. It's really good. I really love some of Akira Kurosawa's films. I bought Ran on 4K and it blew me away. Also, Seven Samurai is magnificent as well. Good films there. Oh, I get it. I wasn't being reasonable. Of course, if you have heard it's decent or you want it, you'll eventually get it. Rogue says, I own Seven Samurai on BFI and ran on 4K, but haven't had the time to see them as uni has taken up my time. Yeah. Sam says, I got to check out more of Kazuka's Yamashita's films as I really enjoyed Big Time Gambling Boss, and I bet I just butchered that name. David Even Film Bloke says, oh, I've come across that channel with them correcting movies with poor CGI, Keith. I love it. They also did R-rated versions of Willy Wonka and Home Alone, which were hysterical.
I didn't even know that. Wow, I have to check that out.
We've got Sonic here saying, I got to see The Whale at an early preview last year and it was so good. Oh, that's brilliant to hear, mate. Sam says, I really love both of them films, mate. I think Ran might be my favourite Kurosawa film. Also Dreams, which is under the Criterion label. I've heard Dreams is very good. Have you seen that one, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
No. Have you seen it, Mike?
Yeah. It's really good. Yeah.
Ah, cool. We got Rogue here saying, I once got an Arrow copy of Massacre Gun on eBay and the seller threw it in a bag and the case was cracked. Wow.
The best one I ever seen on eBay, and I swear he nearly got me. There is an edition. I don't know if you remember Arrow Video when they first started.
Yeah.
But you had these window box editions. You know, you had a kind of clear window box. Yeah, it was a window box edition, but they brought out around, I think it was around 33 of them. Now, there was one, I have them all bar one, which is Zombie Flesh Eaters. And I found one online. There's only 500 of them. And I found one. I was on an auction. And I won the auction, and I got it for €20. And I was bloody dancing a jig around my room when I won it. And then I realized that he got a normal, regular Zombie Flesh Eaters DVD or Blu-ray, and he basically just found one of them Windows slipcovers. It was just a random movie like Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and he just slotted into it. And he made it look like it was one of these rare Zombie Flesh Eater editions. So thankfully, I copped it just in the last minute before I started. I was just about to pay for it, and then I called him out on it, and he kind of turned around and he went, "Oh, that's where I actually bought it that way. I didn't even realize." And I was like, "Bullshit." Rest assured, 3 days later, there it was back online again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's bad. I think I could remember you said about that. That's shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still haven't picked it up either. I still haven't burned it.
Hopefully you'll find it soon.
Yeah.
I got very lucky with that Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 Arrow limited edition. I found it pre-owned for like £8 on eBay. It was stock photographs. I thought, shall I risk it? I'll risk it. I put a bid in it, and I was the only bid, and I got the bugger. And it took about 3 weeks to arrive, and I thought, I've been done here. The thing arrived in the post, come perfect, pre-owned, and it was in great condition. And I was like, I can't believe it.
That's a lovely addition. It kind of reminds me a bit of that Major Dundee release. It's something similar to that one, and all that. And I would love to see Arrow kind of go back to a bit like that, like them releases again. I would.
Yeah, that Major Dundee set is incredible. The artwork is stellar.
Stunning, yeah.
And then another eBay story is I ordered the Young Sherlock Holmes Steelbook from eBay. That was the only place I could find it because it was sold out everywhere. Ordered it, got it for just under £20, and it arrived, and it came in a plastic bag. And I was like, oh no.
Wow.
And this was from a reputable seller, so I thought it'd be come in a proper packaging. I was like, you absolute fraud. So I was like, I opened the bag up and I was like, this is going to be Dent Kingdom Come. But thankfully, it was in perfect condition.
Oh wow! I'll tell you what's happening with me on eBay a lot because I'm buying a lot from Germany. I am on eBay, and what's happening now is, and it's happened at least 7 times, where you have to ask the sellers, will they ship to Ireland, and they always reply back to me saying, yes, I will, but I want to sell this off eBay, so eBay can't get the fees for it. And I was like, well, screw that, because eBay is my security blanket. So screw that. So that's happening a lot. People are actually putting it up, and then they're messaging people saying, I want to buy it. Let's go off eBay and we can work out a deal together. Actually, as a matter of fact, I got an edition. It was actually that Wind River edition that I had. And when it came through the post, there was a letter from the seller telling me from now on, just message. He left me an email address. He said, from now on, just email me, and we can actually just do it outside of eBay. And I was like, I don't fucking think so.
No.
Fuck that.
No. eBay's your security if anything goes wrong.
Yeah.
I get where they're coming from when they say that, because eBay do take an absolute fucking wedge, but at the same time, as a buyer, you've got to protect yourself.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're paying for expensive products, you've got to be careful.
You do. Yeah. Unless it's like someone you know, and they're not going to do it, and you completely trust each other. But if it's a complete stranger, fuck that.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
We had True Action Star saying sad news about Lance Reddick. What are some of your favourite roles of his? We did talk about this earlier.
Yeah.
We did say I like a load of the films, but very sad news about him.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, whenever I go on eBay, Pete, I stay away from stock photos. I only buy from sellers who actually have photos of the items.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's scary. It is.
Yeah, but even those with proper photos, I've managed to catch a few of them out as well. And I'm like, well, hang on a minute. That's a dodgy one. Hang on a minute. That isn't right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is a bit of a minefield. I have now kind of left eBay alone a bit and just ordered from Amazon, because at least then you're more guaranteed there. At least you buy from Amazon, like sold
Absolutely.
from Amazon. That being said, I ordered a load of films from H&B. 2 arrived yesterday, and they come in a proper cardboard box, all well protected. But they sent them out separately, and today I got my other item, which was X on Blu-ray. I got it for $2.99, so that wasn't too bad from H&B. And it came in a plastic bag, which is the first time I've ever had something from H&B in that.
Wow. I got an addition through the door today. It was meant to be a birthday present. My birthday is in May 2nd, and it was meant to be my fiance's birthday present for me. And as soon as I said it, I went, I seen it today, and I was like, fuck that, I'm buying this myself. I got, you know, that Wind River edition that I showed there I got a Venom edition of that.
Wow.
And honestly, when I held it in my hand today, it is the first time ever where I felt like I actually bought a work of art, a piece of art. The artwork through this entire set, I have never seen anything like it in my life. It is absolutely extraordinary, and I can't wait to put a video together to show you. Even the postcards you get with it. You just get to see this unique looking artwork that you've never seen from Venom himself. And there must be at least 100 pictures of Venom in this entire set, and not one of them looks the same.
Wow.
It's just extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it.
That's impressive.
Mm.
We've got Edward here saying, have you guys seen the new Alan Bennett film, Alleluia? I think Mike's reviewed it on, did you see that? I think it's got Jennifer Saunders in. But I haven't seen it, unfortunately. May give it a go later on, but not too fast. Andy?
Yeah, same as you, Pete. Heard of it, but not seen it.
Keith?
No, never seen it.
Scott?
Heard of it, but not watched it yet.
Mike?
No, not seen it.
And Martin?
Nope, I haven't seen it.
Dr. Impossible says, have you ever seen the modern French take on the samurai genre? It's about a professional hitman, and it's a clever Jean-Pierre Melville directed the film. That's on Criterion, Le Samurai, I think, isn't it?
I'll tell you one thing, fair play to you, Pete, for pronouncing some of these names tonight. I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't have even tried.
I'm just like, fuck it, I'll give it a go. Oh, but it can't be as bad as me calling the Shawshank Redemption the Lambshank Redemption, so I'll just say that.
And the Alien Factory.
The Alien Factory, yes. We've got Russell here saying, who has watched the original All Quiet on the Western Front, and how does it differ from the remake? I've seen the original many years ago, but I haven't seen this new one. But I think this one's from the German side, and it's all in German. But it's supposed to be quite good. Have you seen it, Andy?
Yeah, seen them both, but it's been such a long time since I've seen the original. I can't remember a lot about it.
Yeah. What about you, Keith?
No, never seen either of them.
Scott?
I haven't seen the original, but I see the new one and thought it was excellent, so I do want to go back and check out the original.
Cool. Mike?
I've seen the original, but I've not seen this new one yet.
And Martin?
I've only seen the remake.
Yeah. No worries. Marvel fan says, I've heard that Victoria Alonso, the Marvel studio executive, has been fired. Fair enough. Sam says Doctor Impossible. I haven't, mate. It's on the Criterion sale, so I should pick it up. Rosso says comic book films are not getting the best reception lately. It's a shame to think that the only huge draws of Spider-Man can get everyone excited again. Will Guardians 3 gets bums in seats? I think it will. That's the only one I'm excited for. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, same. Yeah, it's the only one I've got really sort of any interest for at the minute.
What about you, Keith?
Oh, like I'm gonna watch it, but again, I definitely won't go see it in the cinema. I'll pick it up sometime on 4K.
Yeah. Scott?
Yeah, I think it's the one that people be most excited for, I reckon. And it's the one I'm most interested in as well.
Mike?
I'm personally not excited for it, but I do have a feeling it will be one of the better performing Marvel movies of this year.
Yeah. And Martin?
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. I think I'll probably just pick up a home release of it though. It's not really something I'd go to the cinema to see.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Traction Star says spoke with the local lad who works in the cinema, and he said that Shazam 2 film didn't do that well. Has the superhero bubble burst? I think it has.
100%.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's going. I think after Phase 6, because all this Phase 5 is all really done now. I think once this Phase 6 is finished, the next one, that'll be it for Marvel. I think I'll take a rest.
Yeah,
because already.
Looking at even DC at the moment, I think that not only that, like I was talking about the quantum realms and and all this kind of stuff. I think they just have to get rid of the whole universe thing. Just make standalone movies. Stop trying to connect everything with each other. Just make standalone movies and see how it goes. And just take their time. Spend a bit of time with these movies. Stop belting them out. It's
needs to be more quality, less quantity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Its biggest problem is they're trying to make everything a big cinematic universe, and it doesn't have to be.
No. Like I heard, what did I hear? Zack Snyder now apparently has come out now and he posted up a tweet or something where this whole Justice League thing might not be over. There might be something to it, and that and I was like, oh my god, just let it fucking die. It's look like I actually enjoyed the Snyder Cut. I have to admit I enjoyed it, but they're not making money. Simple as people are going to them, so just leave it alone now.
Yeah, I agree. This Snyder Cut thing, and also an alternative cut for the original Suicide Squad movie, not needed. Just leave it now. Have a rest from it.
You see, that's Warner Brothers trying to recoup the money that they lost in that original Justice League showing. To bring out that Snyder Cut, and I think it was such a desperate attempt from them. And just leave it be. It was a flop. Move on. And
it doesn't look so good for DC with their games either. That Suicide Squad game looks real dire. Are you seeing that, Keith?
Yeah, I have no interest. Absolute garbage.
Yeah.
James Gunn seems to be ripping up DC and starting from scratch, doesn't he? He seems to be recasting everybody. Obviously Henry Cavill from Superman. I think Wonder Woman. Has Gal Gadot been replaced? I heard that Ana de Armas was taken over as Wonder Woman.
Wow.
Well, if she is, wow, what a replacement. Well,
yeah, I don't know how true that is. That's what I heard.
But this is the problem with these. Everything that he's doing at the moment is wrong. Henry Cavill is not the problem. Gal Gadot was not the problem. They were both good in the roles. The movies are not good. Simple as. That last Wonder Woman movie was terrible. And it has nothing to do with Gal Gadot. Just start putting some good scripts together.
Yeah.
And get some talented people in.
Yeah, that whole Superman thing was a bit of a farce. Henry Cavill came out and he put on Twitter, "I'm coming back as Superman." He did that the whole announcement, and then said, "Oh no, you're not." You know, it's,
Yeah.
And he said, "No, I'm not doing it." You know, so
They missed him about something rotten. They did.
Yeah, I felt so
Yeah.
sorry for. Felt so sorry for.
Yeah, same here.
You just hope that James Gunn's picked a damn good replacement for Superman, or he will feel it online. There'll be a lot of hate, and that film will just flop.
Yeah.
Right. Rogue says, I used to love Monsters vs. Aliens when I was a kid. I also loved Bob's Big Break, which was a bonus short film in the limited edition Tesco exclusive release of the film. I can remember that.
I don't know. So do I.
Dr. Impossible says, unbelievable to think that Jerry Goldsmith produced the preview music to Danny Cannon's Judge Dredd, then Goldsmith got the boot, and yet the music was still used so many trailers in 1990.
Yeah.
We've got Matt here from Vengeance Media. Hey everyone, hope everyone had an awesome week. Hey Matt, hope the stream went well. A lot of people saying hello to Matt. DVD and Film Bloke says 3D TVs might come back for about 5 minutes, then people will forget about them.
I still have my 3D TV. I still have it in the house here. It's I tried to limit my use on it because I want to. I just want it to be here for a long time, and that's so. So yeah, I still like the format. It just got abused.
Yeah, I think 3D is still quite big if you have a projector. I think in projectors.
Yeah,
if you're rich enough to own one of those, I think 3D is still pretty big in projectors.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's good. But they always try to bring back 3D every other few years, don't they? There's always trying to be a push for it. So there'll probably be another push in a few years' time.
Absolutely.
Everybody's saying hello to Matt. We've got DVD and Film Bloke says, when we got our Blu-ray player from Curry's PC World, there was a crap ton of 3D Blu-ray players.
Yeah.
I think when we got our TV back in 2010 or 2011, they gave us a 3D Blu-ray of a film, even though we didn't have a 3D TV for some reason. They said, "Oh, it'll play." We've got Matt here saying John Wick 4 for me on Saturday afternoon. Wetter than Direction Stars 1. Andy says, I know a few of you don't watch it, but Mandalorian was awesome today, episode 4, season 3. Oh, well, that's good to hear, Andy. I watched last week's episode the other day.
Yeah, it was honestly, good.
I wasn't a big fan of the other episode 2 or 3. I just couldn't get on with it. Was it episode 3? Yeah, episode 3. But hopefully this episode's good. I'll check it out the weekend. You've been watching it, Martin?
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it this morning. Yeah, it's a short episode compared to last week, but it's a lot better than last week's.
Yeah, I was quite bored with last week's episode, unfortunately.
Yeah. I can see where they were going with it. I just don't think it needed to be an hour long. I think they could have cut most of that middle section.
I think without spoiling anything, it tried to do something clever, but with Mandalorian, I just want to see the Mandalorian and Grogu going on adventures more than anything.
Because it started off so well, didn't it? And then it kind of,
I know I did speak to Josh from Through the Lens, and he said that it probably worked better as a one-off series, and I'm kind of thinking he's right now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Has anybody else been watching The Mandalorian?
No.
Not the new series, no.
Rogue says 3D beckons a fad every few decades. It happened in the 50s, 80s, 2010s. There's a 30-year gap between these fads, so hopefully 3D won't be a fad again until 2040, keeping it satisfying. The only way they'll crack 3D into the mainstream is if you can do it without wearing the glasses. That's the only way.
You see, the problem with that is, and the reason why that will never happen is because the only way to do that is to up the frame rate. And unfortunately, whenever they have done that, Gemini Man in particular, which was shot in 60 frames per second, everyone fucking hated it. So that's why I don't think it will happen. I remember actually the Hobbit movies as well. I think they were shot with 48 frames per second, and people were leaving the cinema saying they were feeling sick watching it. And that's so.
Wasn't the new Avatar in 60 frames as well?
Is that really in 60 frames as well?
I've heard it's 60 frames per second in 3D.
I'm surprised. You see, if there was ever one movie that would get away with it, would be Avatar. You know, but when you actually look at Gemini Man, it just looks so ultra realistic that it's very strange to look at. It is. Have you actually watched Gemini Man?
No.
Only in curries.
yeah. Just if you ever have the chance to just knock it on and just check it out, it's a weird thing.
I've got the Blu-ray of it and I watched it, and it's not great, but I had a fun time with it. But I've seen the 3D of it in like curries, and yeah, it is an interesting viewing experience at 60 frames a second. For me, I don't mind it, but my dad was watching it. He said, I can't do it.
Yeah. People hated it.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, Keith, 3D is really a flavour of the month thing. 3D came along in the 50s, didn't last. 80s didn't last. 2010s didn't last. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like I said, they're a victim of their own demise. It's like I said, they bloat with the market. With I can actually, my 3D collection is behind me, but I guarantee I could name out so many movies, and you're kind of going, really? They brought that out in 3D? Just movies that just have no business being in 3D. You know, it was like I said, there was their own bloody fault in the end.
Yeah, I can remember Top Gun coming out on 3D of all things.
That's a good example. Absolute because the problem is Top Gun is a grainy movie. It's a grainy looking movie. And the thing with the 3D version is, and they were right as well, they kept the grain. But if you keep grain while watching a 3D movie, it almost breaks the effect. It does. And it just doesn't work. They've done the same with Predator as well. It just doesn't work. It doesn't. Unless you're willing to put in a proper conversion like Cameron done with Titanic, but that cost around, 20 to 40 million to actually convert that movie into 3D. So unless you're willing to do it properly, it's not worth doing at all.
We've got Traction Star saying, are you guys checking out John Wick 4? Yeah, I certainly am. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, everyone's talking about John Wick, and I have to show you something quickly. I just got this through the door. I'm sure you've probably seen this doing the rounds online, but I got this released from it today. Have you seen this yet?
I've seen it on Instagram.
You should actually feel the cover on this. I'm not kidding you. It's like it's almost like silk. It is. It's and the steel book's inside it. I'll see if I can show you the first steel book. Like, look at that.
Wow.
Not just absolute. It's an absolute stunner, this set. So great to actually get that this week.
Great.
That's amazing set.
That is. But yeah, we're all excited for John Wick 4.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says 3D in the movies is not the same as colour, sound, or even widescreen. 3D never caught on, and I don't believe it will. Nor sound, when sound first came out, people were thinking it was just a talky fad. Fair enough. Traction Star says the wife is always. Oh, fuck's sake, Mr. Vengeance. We broke Ryan last night. We're about to go. Dr. Impossible says, I wish I could go back and watch films in Cinerama, the early form of IMAX. Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, yeah, people thought talkies were fad, then it caught on like wildfire, much to the annoyance of silent actors or translators. DVD and Filmplex says the only one 3D Blu-ray Darlan for Murder, which was shot in 3D back in '54, but has a 2D version on the disc. So it's a bit like the Creature from the Black Lagoon, because that's in 3D on Blu-ray.
Yeah, and they weren't great conversions either. I have both of them.
Rose says a lot of people didn't know that Thomas Edison managed to make a short 20-second sound film back in the 1890s, but actually no one knows about it. Sinjin says, I remember buzzing when I saw Bruce Willis show up at the end of Split. When Glass was announced, I was over the moon. Oh boy, I was gutted when I saw it. It was the biggest pile of shit I ever watched.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the TV's going off now. Sorry about this. Sorry about that. The TV was about to turn off, so I had to turn it up on volume. Right, I also have Friday the 13th Part 3, but it uses the red and blue 3D, and they didn't shot it or master it properly. After about 10 minutes, I went back to 2D.
The red and blue glasses. They actually did do a proper active conversion for that movie. I think they did.
I can remember some of the films in the early 2000s, they did come with them red and blue glasses, and like, how the heck could you watch a film in them?
The only problem with them now is them movies like Friday the 13th Part 3 or Freddy's Dead, which was shot in 3D. So when you watch them in 2D, you know, they're almost distracting to look at now because you can actually see everything is just being pointed at the screen, and it's very, very... Part 3 of Friday the 13th in particular, Jesus Christ. Just every single thing in that movie is just pointed towards the camera. And they can be just horrible to look at now.
Yeah, sounds like it. We've got Horsetooth saying Blowout is every bit the masterpiece it's talked up to be, I think. Brilliant.
I got it.
Edward says, rate the Indiana Jones movies from best to worst. Cool. For me, it'd be Last Crusade, Temple of Doom, Raiders of the Lost Ark, then Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I think. Andy?
2, 3, 1, 4.
Great stuff. Keith?
Crystal Skull. And I'm going to just say it now. The Dial of Destiny. Because I know it's going to be better than that. Then for me, it's Temple of Doom, Crusade, Raiders.
Great stuff. Scott?
Last Crusade, then Raiders, then Temple of Doom. I haven't seen the fourth one yet.
No worries. Great list there, Scott. Mike?
So best to worst, Temple of Doom, Last Crusade, Raiders, and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Great. And Martin?
I'll go 2, 3, 1, 4.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
We're all excited for Dial of Destiny when it comes out later this year.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Sort of red on that one.
Yeah, I think the director we've kind of just talked about James Mangold tonight. I don't think I've seen a bad movie by him, and I'm hoping it's going to continue.
Yeah, I'm a little bit apprehensive about it. I think after Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, some of the trailers, bits of the trailers, like the CGI, has been a bit ho-hum, but again, the director is very talented, so hopefully it will be good. I just think Harrison Ford's a little bit too old to do this now.
I don't know. I thought he looked okay in the trailer, to be honest.
I think it was just that horse sequence I saw. I was like, wow, that looks bad CGI.
I think,
What about
my biggest concern with it is the fact that time travel is being mentioned. That's the only thing I'm kind of, you know.
Yeah. I just wish they would kind of just go back to a kind of a religious artifact.
Yeah, if they do it in a form of flashbacks, maybe it might work. But if they're talking about actual physical time travel where there's some sort of time machine involved, that's I don't think that's going to fly with many people.
No.
What about you, Andy? What do you think of Dial of Destiny?
Yeah, my expectations are lower than a snake's belly, to be honest. I just a part of me doesn't want it to be good because I don't want to have to binge watch all 5 movies and have to sit through Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Or we just end after Crusade, but look, it's the time we're filming this, we don't know what it's going to be like, so we've just got to take it as it comes.
We could be sitting here this time next year saying that's the best one yet.
We could very well be.
You never know.
Yep.
You never know.
Yeah.
What about you, Scott? Are you looking forward to Dial of Destiny?
Yeah, sort of. I do want to watch it, but I'm not overly excited about it either.
Yeah. And Mike?
Yeah, I am somewhat excited just because I am a huge Indiana Jones fan, and I'm always up for seeing Harrison Ford come back as the character. But yeah, I just hope the movie's good. Yeah, that's all I can hope for.
Yeah. Rogue says in Friday Part 3 they went out of their way to purposely put 3D in the film with how they shot it. Yeah, a lot of pointing in the cameras, I imagine.
Oh, there's so much.
We've got True Action Star said, did you hear the Winnie the Pooh film will be banned in China due to the comparisons between Pooh and the Chinese president? Really? Oh dear. Has anybody checked out the new Winnie the Pooh film, Blood and Honey?
Not yet.
No.
No, I have got it to watch, but I've not had a chance to watch it yet.
It looks very interesting, shall I say, especially the masks. Rogue says, but the title music for Friday the 13th Part 3 is amazing. Ooh.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Horsetooth says, Temple Raiders Crusade and Crystal Skull. Dr. Impossible says, have you ever seen a Roy Bolton film?
Can't say I have.
Don't know who that is, to be honest.
I ain't got a clue what a Roy Bolton is. Sounds like he's a film director. Fair enough. Right, he has done. Never heard of hardly any of these films. Apparently, one of his films is called There's a Girl in My Suit. So I'll say that because that is a bizarre title for a film. No. Anybody else seen any of those films of Roy Bolton?
Nope.
No.
Nope. We've got Bradley here saying, hey guys, hope you're all well. Best and worst 4K transfers you've seen. I mean, 4K upgrades over the Blu-ray. Awesome. I'll let Keith go first on this.
Well, I've already done my worst. Olympus Has Fallen. I swear to God, someone's gonna get that gifted through a door someday, just so I can get it out of my fucking collection. I have never seen anything like it in my life. I have never seen picture quality like it. I'm not going to go into it again. It's just DNR to Dash to a level that I've just never seen before or witnessed before on physical media. And best, everyone kept asking me. People keep asking me to do my top 10 favorite. And the reason why I haven't done my top 10 favorite is because I don't want to name this movie at number 1. Kong versus Godzilla hands down, I think might be one of the greatest things I've ever seen when it comes to 4K. It just ticked all the right boxes, just when it comes to, color, fine detail, just everything. But I just don't like the thought of that being my favorite, if that makes any fucking sense at all. But I do like the likes of Alien as well. The Shining, unbelievable. Just look at the opening sequence to The Shining, them driving to the Overlook, unbelievable. So that's probably my Kong versus Godzilla, unfortunately.
Good pick.
Sorry, can I just say another thing as well? I've said this to a few people, and I was thinking about doing a video on it. But 4K is starting to become a little bit, I'm not going to say stale, I just don't get surprised anymore by it. Everyone kept talking about Maverick. Wait till you see Maverick in 4K. I knocked it on, it looks fantastic. But I knocked on Prometheus right after I watched that movie, and I thought Prometheus looked fucking good. I don't get surprised anymore with 4K. I think the only time I get surprised is when I knock on the likes of Roadhouse on 4K. Like I said, The Shining, Alien, the older movies. But anything new that comes out, I just don't get surprised anymore.
Yeah, I can get that. Andy?
So best and worst. This I'm only gauging this off picture quality. The worst for me was Hills of Eyes, the original. but that's not the movie's fault. That was never ever going to look good.
No.
4K. And the best for me is Vertigo. I was just
incredible.
Yeah,
incredible,
flawless. Yeah,
nice stuff. Scott?
So best I'll probably have to say was Shining and Scarface. I think they look incredible in 4K. Worst, I'm probably going to go with the original Ghostbusters. That really didn't impress me at all when I watched it in 4K.
Unfortunately, Ghostbusters is one of them movies that's just never going to look nice.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what to say for worst, but now that you've said it, Scott, Ghostbusters didn't look that great in 4K, but I think even when I had the Blu-ray of it, I remember it didn't look that great either. I think, like you said, Keith, I think it's just one of those movies. But for best, I'm not going to say this is the best, but I thought this movie looked amazing in 4K, and it didn't have any right to. But Maniac Cop 3, Blue Underground, I think, released it. That movie looks absolutely incredible on 4K, and it has no right to, because it's like a low budget B movie. But I was just blown away when I watched it.
None of them movies from Blue Underground deserve to look as good as they do. I've seen 4 of them, and it's remarkable what they've done. And again, you have to give them credit. Fair play to them for doing such incredible transfers on very, mundane movies. It's great to see it.
Yeah.
And what about you, Martin?
In terms of best, I would say Roadhouse.
Incredible.
Vinegar Syndrome release of Roadhouse, which came out end of last year. And then worst, I would probably go to the most talked about one that is probably everyone's number one. It has been for quite a while. Probably Terminator 2.
Check out Olympus Fallen. Check out Olympus Fallen. I guarantee I'll change your mind.
Yeah, I don't think that film is ever gonna lose that top spot until they actually do something, and until they do a new restoration on it. That's always going to be number one as probably the worst 4K Blu-ray of all time.
See, Andy picked up a good one there, like he said, like you mentioned, The Hills of Eyes, because they've done that with Henry as well. Henry, the Portrait of a Serial Killer.
I was thinking of that one.
A movie that has absolutely no business whatsoever coming out in 4K, just like The Hills of Eyes. They have no business coming out in 4K. I'm even questioning whether or not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre should be coming out. Now, I'm going to buy it, But I know it's going to be something. It's going to be a similar viewing experience to the likes of The Hills of Eyes. But it needs to be, I suppose. If you cleaned up that movie, you will definitely be taking something from it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
For me, for best 4K, I'd probably say something like Lock Up with Sylvester Stallone. I thought that was a really good transfer.
Yeah, that's good.
For worst one, I haven't seen many 4Ks yet, so I can't really say that. But I was thinking about that Henry looks awful in 4K because it looks dreadful on Blu-ray. I'm trying to make out what the fuck's going on because it's all.
I know.
It looks horrendous.
I know. It's shocking.
I waited ages for the corrected disc to come. When I put it in, I was like, "Is this the corrected disc or is this the buggered up disc? Because this looks like awful, like a VHS."
That's when I done my top 10 worst, and I had Henry at number 3. I think I had number 3, and I had so many comments coming into me. You know, the movie was shot. The movie was shot in 16mm. What are you expecting? And I was like, I don't give a shit what it was shot in. It looks crap. Simple as. And it has no business being on 4K, and it's a horrible experience. So, you know, it should have been stuck. It should have been. I'm going to say left on Blu-ray, but even the Blu-ray was terrible.
They should have stuck on DVD and let it stayed on there.
Yeah.
We've got Rogue here saying, yeah, the Chinese president banned Winnie the Pooh because they use it to criticize him. DVD from that says, yeah, that's enough of parts that cater to 3D aren't lined up properly, so I'm seeing double the parts further away actually look good. We have Gary North here saying, good evening, everyone. Good evening,
Hey,
Gary.
Okay.
The colours are really off-putting. Rogue says Criterion don't have the legal rights to release 4K titles in Region B territories. Wow.
Oh, wow. Say that again, sorry. Just replay that. Say that again.
They don't have the legal rights to release 4K titles in Region B.
But aren't all 4K titles not region free?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Very odd. But I know with a lot of Criterions, we don't get as much as the Americans do because they're on different labels over here, so maybe that's another thing.
Right, okay.
Maybe it's a licensing thing more than a original thing.
Probably. But I do think with Criterions, they're very expensive. That Breakfast Club Blu-ray they released, 26 quid? I don't think so.
I only own one Criterion, and that's Raging Bull, and that cost me 30. That was like 34 quid.
Is that 4K?
Are they not abusing their fan base? Is this not just pricing abuse? You know, they have a fan base out there, and they're just taking advantage of them because this is it's just crazy. But I don't care what work they put into these releases. That is ridiculous money. It is.
Yeah.
The thing that really got me checking out the Criterion with their prices was the Fantastic Mr. Fox. You can pick that up on Blu-ray for £1 from CX, and this one comes in like one of these little cardboard fold-out thing, and it's like nearly 30 quid. Surely it isn't worth that difference. DVD and Funblock says, I enjoy Spider-Man 3 as well, Andy. It's my least favourite of the trilogy, but they're all fun. The Sam Raimi movies are just fun.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Rogue says, I love that knockout kill in Jason Takes Manhattan. I was pissing myself how the head bounced down the roof and into the bin.
Brilliant, that. And somehow I think they find it in the back seat of a car as well, don't they? Later on in the movie. I'm nearly sure the head appears in a car or something like that. I think it's on the dashboard. It appears on the dashboard of a car later on.
Yeah, wow. DVD from Phone Black says, I'd fact take Spider-Man 3 over Army of Darkness. Wow.
That's fair.
Dr. Impossible says, fucking hell, Keith, you're touching the light fantastic with Snake Eyes. The opening sequence pretty good. Run for the excerpt.
Absolutely.
Traction Star says apparently Hollywood will now allow AI written stories to be made into films, replacing screenwriters. Silly move, I say. What the heck? Well, that is the most stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Well, wow.
Oh. Got Dr. Impossible said, I do like De Palma's Raising Cain. John Lithgow was the driving force and De Palma took the back seat. I need to check that one out. Is that on Arrow, Raising Cain?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it, to be honest.
I don't like it either, to be fair.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Rogue says you'll be surprised AI can write a really good story in second, but you may need actual writers to check over them. I use AI to write dumb stories when I'm feeling down. The stupidity of the stories cheer me up. I can remember you put a few on the other week. David Even Film Bloke says, yes, Ken Russell did The Devils and Giuseppe Andrews did Period Piece. So yeah, quite a contrast. Rogue says, I got to write a story where someone farts in Cardiff Central Station and it causes an international incident that leads to tension between Azerbaijan and the UK. Okay. Andy says, I saw that Denzel Washington is possibly going to be in Gladiator 2. That's quite cool.
It's like, look, it's great news, but do we really need a sequel to Gladiator? You know,
Yeah.
it's one of them. It's a weird sequel. It's kind of like when I heard Twister was getting a sequel. Just make another standalone Tornado movie. What are you calling the Twister 2? You know, it's. And I'm sorry, but a Twister sequel without Bill Paxton, no, thank you.
It isn't going to work.
Yeah.
No.
Like I think Joker 2 is a terrible idea.
So yeah, absolutely.
I think it's fucking awful.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well,
it's an odd choice for a sequel because it works well on its own, but I'm kind of won over with it. I think it could surprise, but I'm not really keen on the whole musical aspect of it.
No.
So is Denzel Washington meant to be the Gladiator in it?
No, I think it might be Paul Mescal in it. I'm sure he's like a new actor. He's in After Sun.
And is Ridley Scott behind this movie?
I don't know.
Right.
I haven't got a clue. But I think Gladiator was just a fine one-off film. We don't need a sequel, especially 23, 24 years after.
Yeah, it's like Ben-Hur too. Seriously, do we need it's ridiculous.
Citizen Kane 2.
That'd be interesting.
Oh, they might as well get the AI script writers to write up a script for Citizen Kane 2 whilst they're at it.
Yeah.
Gone with the Rick. God, can't even say it.
Gone with the wind
revolutions or something like that.
Gone with the wind resurrections.
Beginning with R to sound smart. Just,
yeah.
It's a wonderful shite.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful shot.
But Bobby is reunited.
Oh, dear.
You could make up so many.
Yeah,
Oh, you could.
Oompa Loompas and their chocolate factory.
Getting their own back on Willy Wonka with their own chocolate factory.
Yeah. Willy Wonka gets killed at the start of it.
Oh, it's like the start of Goodfellas with Willy Wonka in the backseat of the car. Rogue says it came up with the term of active flatulence, which is a political term for farting in this universe. The AI came up with. Wow. And Hollywood's going to get these things to write scripts. Well, I suppose they can do better than some of the stuff that's come out.
It's true.
We've got the 4K lowdown here. So what up, guys? Smash that like button.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining, mate.
All day.
Yeah. Sorry. One more. Casablanca Resurrection.
Oh dear.
Oh. The sad thing is, I can bloody see it happening.
Yeah.
That's the scary. Yeah.
Oh, right. We have Andy here saying, "Do you think they should make Gladiator 2?" For me, it's a stage at the fall of the Roman Empire. It has nothing to do with the first film. It could work.
Make the movie. Just don't call it Gladiator 2.
Yeah. That is the thing. I think they're just using it to get brand recognition.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing to do. I don't think they should be doing a sequel. If you're going to do your own Roman film, call it something else, but not Gladiator 2.
Yeah.
We got Rogue saying, "I also once got it to write a speech about farting in the style of David Lynch." Oh my days.
Why is farting coming into it? Like, if you're just typing in random words and fart just happens to be in it.
Yeah, I think you go on a website and you give this AI a load of random words and it'll make a story about it.
Right. Okay.
We got Mike here from T Shizzles saying, "How's it going?" Hey,
Hello,
Mike.
Mike.
Sinjin says, "Sorry, I mean Tom Matthews."
Yeah.
Andy Like Stuff says, 29 watching, only 17 likes. Sinjin says, "What about the car chasing Cobra? That was pretty good."
No, that was actually, that's good. Yeah, that's very good.
That was a good one. DVD and Film Bloke says, "If we talk about the car chases, nothing can beat the Blues Brothers. I love the climax of the bit where they destroy the mall. I believe they held the world's record for most cars destroyed in a film." Yeah. Sinjin says, "Best Sherlock Holmes movie was Basil Rathbone in The Hounds of the Baskervilles." Classic. It was a good one. Peter Cushing one with Christopher Lee's also good as well. Gary says the movie Ronin with Robert De Niro has a good car chase.
Actually, Matrix Reloaded was unbelievable.
Yes, that is a very good
Yeah.
one. And
Actually, Bad Boys 2 has a great car chase in it as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Ronin is a cracking car chase film. Le Mans driver Jean-Claude Laganez Cine Cascade stunt team did some remarkable stunt scenes around Paris, and on a larger screen, the chase still looks mint. Great stuff.
A great movie, that.
Rogue says, "Give me a good Frank Capra that isn't A Wonderful Life." Okay.
I already gave it. It's a wonderful shake. A sequel to it.
I haven't seen any of them, but It's a Wonderful Shite, or Life, should I say. So, yeah, that's going to be mine. Andy?
Yeah, It's a Wonderful Life 2, George's Revenge. No, I'd have to say, of what I've seen, probably Arsenic and Old Lace.
Yeah. Scott?
I haven't seen any of these films before. Still need to see It's Wonderful Life as well.
No worries, mate. Mike?
The only one I've seen is It's a Wonderful Life.
And Martin?
No, I haven't seen any of his films.
No worries. Liam says, all the car chases in The Driver are pretty damn good. I agree. Rogue says, what's your favourite Orson Welles film? For me, it's F for Fake. Oh. What's your favourite, Andy?
Yeah, it is Citizen Kane. Maybe followed closely by Transformers, the movie. He plays Unicron.
You know what? I'm going to probably have to say Transformers the movie because I think that's the only thing I've seen him in. That and the one episode of Moonlighting. What about you, Keith?
Well, I've only seen Citizen Kane, but I did receive a movie just recently from a friend of mine, The Treasure of Sierra Madre. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. I've heard great things about it, so hopefully I'll enjoy that one.
Awesome. What about you, Scott?
I'm gonna say Citizen Kane, but I'm probably gonna head off now, guys, because I'm quite tired.
No worries, Scott. Do you just want to promote your stream on Friday?
Yeah, sure. So there'll be another live stream Friday night at 8 PM as always. And obviously there'll be you, Andy, Josh and Nigel as always, and our special guest will be Matt Ventures Media.
George?
Eh? You
said George. I thought you said George. You said
No.
Josh, then George.
No. Nigel and Matt Ventures Media.
All right. No worries, mate. I really look forward to it. And you're also on Mike's stream tomorrow as well, aren't you?
Yes, and hopefully if I can, I might join in the studio afterwards when the stream's finished, well, to chat to you guys again.
Awesome. You take care, mate. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you
Yeah,
guys.
Scott.
Bye.
Okay, Scott. And then there was 5. DVD and Film Bloke says Driver's great. What's your favourite Billy Wilder movie? Then Google's coming out for this.
Is it Some Like It Hot and Ace in the Hole?
Yeah, Some Like It Hot.
The
I'm going to say
Apartment.
the set. Yeah. Keith, what about you?
I don't think I've seen a movie.
No. Mike?
Probably Sunset Boulevard, if he directed that one. I think he did. But yeah, that one.
And Martin?
No, I can't say that I've seen any of his stuff, I'm afraid. Sorry.
For me, it'd probably be the Some Like It Hot or the 7-Year Itch or whatever it's called. We've got Reaction Star saying, looking forward to Renfield. I heard it's a sort of sequel to the original 1931's Dracula. Oh, the one with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
That looks like a lot of fun, that does. I'm kind of intrigued by it.
Nicholas, he definitely looks at home in that role, doesn't he?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. I hope we see a lot of him as Dracula in the film, but obviously being about Renfield, he's going to take a back seat, but I hope he has a good amount of screen time. It just looks a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it, Andy?
Yeah, I'll give it a watch.
Yeah. Mike?
I'll give it a watch. I'm not that fussed about it, to be honest.
And Martin?
Yeah, Nick Cage it's bound to be entertaining if he's got anything to do with it. So yeah, I'll probably see it. Probably watch it.
Yeah. Rogue says, what's your favourite Fritz Lang film? Unfortunately, none, because I've never seen any of his before.
No, same myself.
Is it Metropolis? Is that a Fritz Lang, isn't it? Is it Metropolis?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Metropolis?
Oh.
I think that's a Fritz Lang, isn't it?
I think you might be right there, yeah, but I haven't seen it.
I'd have to say M. Is my favourite one.
Yeah. And you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd have to say M as well.
Right. We've got Dr. Impossible here. Not forgetting the terrible erotic thriller directed by William Friedkin called Jade. There's an impressive car chase midway through the film, though it's not as good as Ronin. Never even heard of that film.
Is it what Jade, is it?
Yeah.
I seen it years ago. I can't remember it at all.
No. You seen it, Andy?
No, I've heard of it, but not seen it.
Mike?
Yeah, it's got a good cast, but it's not the greatest.
Who's the main fella in this? Sorry, Mike.
It's got David Caruso.
That's it. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but Michael Bihn's in it as well, and Linda Fiorentino, and what's the other guy's name? Chaz. I forget his last name. Chaz Pelamentari or whatever. I can't remember his last name.
And what about you, Martin?
No, I haven't seen it.
Hmm.
You.
We've got Rogue saying, what's your favourite Soviet war film? For him, it's The Ascent. Never seen any. No Soviet war films
No.
for me.
No.
No.
What I can think of is Rocky 4.
Yep. Oh, that's my favourite, and Rocky 4.
Yeah, Red Heat. Oh, Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, Red Heat, yeah.
Rogue says, I own Nan Come On or Come and See on Criterion, but haven't seen it yet. Well, I'm very close with it. I was halfway there. Edward said, did you hear that Star Wars actor Ahmed Best, who played Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace, will take a different role in The Mandalorian, despite swearing off franchise? What's your thoughts? Fair play to him. Fair play to him, man.
Yeah, that is true. I obviously I won't spoil it for people that haven't seen it, but that is true. He is in it, but I'm not going to say what he is in it because I don't want to spoil it for people. So, but,
I'm intrigued.
I don't
to check it
know.
out.
Despite swearing off franchise, what's your? I don't. I always kind of got the impression that didn't he get really badly bullied after the Phantom Menace? He was borderline on suicide. People I think the trolls really gave him a hard time. But I think that's probably
Let's face it.
Yeah,
let's face it. Harrison Ford wasn't particularly nice to the franchise either.
No. Yeah.
That's all. You know.
We got Sinjin here saying, Andy, do you know why Jerry Dandridge heated the vial of holy water by the fire? Was it some kind of test to see if it was real? I never sure about that scene.
I can only get into it if I was to spoil it.
Oh, right.
And I don't want to.
No.
Yeah.
But I have my theory about it. To be honest, and I think they were all. Yeah, I don't want to say.
No worries. Yeah.
Just in case anyone watching hasn't seen it.
Absolutely.
Best thing to do. Trash, as I said, are you guys looking forward to Fast 10? That is getting loads of posters in the cinema. Not really,
no.
but
No.
not after the last one.
Yeah. I didn't watch the last two, so no.
Yeah.
It should have ended after 7.
I'm so tired of these movies and I'm a villain in this movie. Oh, I'm a good guy. Next part. Oh, I'm the villain in this movie. Next part. I'm a good guy. It's so goddamn boring.
I can never get that with the Fast and Furious films. They seem to switch sides on a flip of a coin. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I couldn't tell. I just want them to end.
Yeah. Andy?
It's just the one franchise I couldn't give the biggest fuck about it. I just really couldn't. Even when I hadn't seen any of them, I didn't care about them, and then I actually plucked up the courage to watch them, and I was just like, yeah, I still feel the exact same way. They're just nothing movies. There's just nothing about them that appeals to me.
And they keep teasing Paul Walker's character. What the fuck are they doing? No, I don't want to see a CGI Paul Walker come into these movies. So
I think
you know,
I think that's what they're trying to do, and I just find that in very bad taste.
yeah.
Well, it's like deep fake. They like is that what they're kind of like using another actor with it and then deep faking his face over the top?
I think
Well, they've done it.
I think
They've
his
done it with his
brother.
brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I found what they did with Peter Cushing in Rogue One a bit in bad taste. To be honest,
Yeah.
It wasn't good. No.
no.
Yeah.
Imagine actually, isn't it amazing to think that celebrities are actually putting that into their will now?
Yeah.
That they can't be CGI'd when they pass away. They can't be used. Their image can't be used. It's bloody crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's a bit like with singers and this like the holograms sort of events they do. I know like ABBA's done it, but there seems to be loads of stuff now, like even dead artists like Buddy Holly and that. And
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
that is all
It's awful,
seems
isn't
in
it?
bad taste to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not on.
Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind them de-aging people in movies that are still alive. That's fine.
Yeah.
But no, it's all in bad taste when they're not around.
Yeah. Absolutely. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've only seen one movie from the Fast and Furious franchise, so it's not really for me, to be honest.
No worries. Edward says, "What's your favourite Adam Driver film?" Cool. Good question. I liked him in Marriage Story, so I'll say that one. Can't really think of much else he's been in that I liked him in. Andy?
Yeah, Marriage Story, The Driver, Silence, and oh god, there was another one. Oh, The Last Duel.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Keith?
I'm actually trying to find the movie. I cannot think of the name of it.
I thought Black Klansman was quite good. He was in Black Klansman, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
that's right. Yeah.
Really good film,
Yeah, that was quite a good film. Logan Lucky was quite good.
Yeah.
Was he in
Which one is it?
Logan Lucky with
No.
Is it Logan Lucky?
There's one movie he had. I think his father passed away, and the whole family are getting together at the wake, and they have this. They basically, I think the father's wish is that for the family to spend time with each other. I think Jason Bateman is in it.
Oh, This Is Where I Leave You.
This is where I leave you. Yeah, actually, I actually rather enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
And Mike, what about you?
Probably Black Klansman. I thought that was really good.
Nice.
Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna drop off as well because I've got work in the morning. So
No worries, Martin. Thanks for joining, mate.
yeah, thanks for inviting me, and great to see everybody. And
Yeah, Martin.
catch up with you again soon. All right then.
You take
Take
care.
it easy.
Bye.
Good luck. All the best, Martin. Bye bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there was 4. We got Dr. Impossible saying Alejandro Jodorowsky. These bloody pronunciations tonight.
They're doing this on purpose. I don't know how you're getting them out yet. I really don't. I would have fucking quit the stream by now.
Well, actually, I seem to be pronouncing these bloody titles better than English name titles last week before. I've been horrendous for some of them. Have any of you ventured into the realms of El Topo? I've heard about it, but no, I've never seen it. You seen it?
Heard of it, never seen it.
No. Rogue's got him, but he hasn't seen him. Marvel fan says, I heard Secret Wars is going to be split into 2 movies instead of 1 movie. Oh no, is that a Marvel thing? I thought it was a TV show they were doing for that.
I think it's the new Avengers they're building up to.
Oh, right.
But
I'm happy to be an Avengers movie when there's no Avengers.
I know.
It's going to be a hard sell, I think. Dr. Impossible says, what's your individual take on Pee Wee Herman, aka Paul Rubens? Back to the Beach, Big Top Pee Wee, and Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure is great. Big Top Pee-wee was just not for me. I didn't like the second one at all. I haven't seen Back to the Beach, but the first one's actually really good.
Isn't that a Tim Burton film?
I think it's Tim Burton's first full feature-length film.
It's a good film. I quite like it. There's a couple of creepy moments in it, but it's fun.
Large Marge.
Oh, fucking hell, she's terrifying. She is.
Yeah.
Mike?
The only one I've seen is Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and even though he's a bit of an annoying prick, I did actually quite like the movie. It's actually pretty decent.
And Keith?
I've never seen any of them, and for that reason alone, he just has a face that I just want to drop kick. And then I'm afraid that if I do watch one of my movies, that I will put my foot through my TV. So I'm not willing to take the take the gamble on that.
We've got Gary saying Ash versus Evil Dead. Talking about the headphones stuff. Hopefully it's sorted out. I don't think there's no feedback now, is there?
No, it's grand now.
It sounds all right now, yeah.
Traction Star said, me and the wife are very excited for Evil Dead Rise. That's going to be special, we think. Yeah, we agree.
Yeah.
Danny says feedback, yeah. Scott's channel, yeah. We've got Traction Star says, give me a good Cameron Diaz film. That's a good question.
I watched a few films of her in quite recently that I hadn't seen before. I watched one called The Sweetest Thing. It wasn't great, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
That song is so cringy.
Yeah. Yeah. I love The Mask. The Mask is great, and there's something about Mary. Yeah.
I really like the Holiday. I think it's a great movie.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah. It's probably my favorite movie, Bill.
Yeah.
Actually, I like Gangs in New York as well. Even though she wasn't great in it, I actually enjoyed that movie.
Yeah, and being John Malkovich as well.
Yeah.
Fuck me, that movie's creepy. The end of it.
I haven't seen it yet, but it's got John Cusack in as well, hasn't it? Mike, what about you?
I'd probably just have to say The Mask.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, me, I'm checking up quickly. You got Vanilla Sky. I like The Holiday. I must admit, I have a soft spot for the Charlie's Angels film she's in. And she did one a few years ago, quite emotional film called My Sister's Keeper. I remember watching that.
Yeah.
That was very depressing, but very good film.
I actually like that movie she's in with Tom Cruise, Night and Day.
Yes, I do as well. That's
I didn't hate it as much as I thought I was going to.
Andy says, is anybody avoiding anything to do with Star Trek's Picard Season 3 till it's finished so you can binge watch it? I ain't seen it. Anybody else watching Picard?
No.
Mike?
Yeah, I've been watching it. I feel like it's finally going somewhere. The first two seasons, I thought they were awful, but this season seems a lot better.
Oh, that's good to hear. On about the feedback, we've got Harry on about doing the same on Mandalorian. Cora saying Vanilla Sky. Harry says, it's mainly TV series I'll watch, but I have got into more films recently after watching some with some great guys here and was introduced to this stream and Scott's channel. Awesome. I think you're a friend of DVD Even Film Blokes.
Okay.
Dr. Impossible says The Goodbye Girl with a Dreyfus was a great comedy with a touch of romance. Neil Simon, Barefoot in the Park, Biloxi Blues, The Odd Couple wrote the film. Masterful. Cool. Harry says the stream American Horror Story became haunted by a hammer horror. Dr. Impossible says I like Dreyfus and Disney comedy thriller Stakeout, but that shit sequel with the vile Rosie O'Donnell was straight in the bin. Another Stakeout, garbage.
I
Absolutely.
kind of like that film.
Oh, really? Yeah, it
I
wasn't for me.
kind of prefer it to the first one.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Oh wow.
I really do like Another Stakeout. Yeah, I know it's a guilty pleasure. I know
Okay.
it's not a good film. I know it's not a good. I'll hold my hands up and say it's not a good film, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it quite a fair bit.
Oh, cool. Right, the comments have gone completely weird tonight. Again, I don't know what is going on. Seem to be having loads of technical issues here. But we got Andy saying, if any, did any of you play the Lego games, DC, Marvel, Lord of the Rings? If so, what were your favorite Lego games? DC, Batman, Lego 2 for me. Open world and Superman was also awesome in it. The Lord of the Rings trilogy was expansive. Yeah, I did play all of them. I'd say my favorite is Lego Batman 2 or Lego City Undercover. Both really fun games. Have any of you guys played the Lego games?
No.
Andy says, how mint was that? Pete goes, and everyone's like, I'm off to the Louvre. True Action Star says, you're looking forward to the Little Mermaid live action? Not fussed.
No.
Not fussed about these Disney live actions at all. You guys?
No.
No.
Edward says, what's your thoughts on The Fablemans? Haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it's good. Andy?
Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it.
I liked it. I've seen it twice now, but the movie does have. It's not perfect, but I did overall. I did enjoy it. Yeah.
Cool. You haven't seen it, Keithan?
No, I can't wait to see it. Again, it's a movie I don't think I'd go see in the cinema. So I just wait for it to come out. But definitely one I want to check out. Anything to do with Spielberg.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a good look. It's a good looking 4K as well. I think it does look pretty good.
Is it out already?
I've got mine imported from America.
Okay.
But it does look pretty good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I really liked it. Probably my favorite Spielberg film in probably like 30 years. I think it's probably his best film since like Schindler's List.
Wow.
Yeah, Rogue really enjoyed it and pre-ordered the H&B 4K first edition. Very nice. Marvel fan says, I pre-ordered my copy of Transformers 4K Steelbook, including Bumblebee from Amazon for 120, but I had a £5 voucher to bring it down to 115. Wow.
I tell you, and I mean this, I'd cancel that pre-order. I would. I have every single one of those Steelbook box sets, and I got all of them on Amazon Italy for around €60. They always drop down in price. Whatever it is with them, these box sets, they're beautiful, but they always drop down. I'm even keeping my eye on. There's a Jurassic Park one. You got all 6 movies, Steelbooks. I seen it on Amazon Italy there the other day. It's down to £90. They always drop down.
Oh.
See, I actually did pre-order the Superman one, and normally I wouldn't have, but I was given a 45% voucher code, so I was able to get near 45% off the price of it. So I was quite happy with that. But I think I think 115, 120 pounds for these sets are too expensive.
It is expensive for the Transformers films, I think. And
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to sell very well. I think it'll be half price come Black Friday.
Absolutely.
Dr. Impossible says, what sci-fi film made you feel excited about the future?
Back to the Future too.
That's
Probably.
exactly what I was going to say.
That's the only one I can think of. Andy? Mike, should I say? Sorry.
I can't really think of any because most sci-fi movies always show a really bleak future.
They're very dystopian, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're always quite morbid futures, so I can't think of any either.
It's either bleak or like overpopulated. Do you know what I was looking at iRobot the other night and I was like, no, you're okay. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fucking Soylent Green.
Oh.
Really get me pumped for the future.
Hey, absolutely.
Gary says, I think I'm more excited for the Pope's Exorcist than the new Evil Dead. Oh, really? That one with Russell Crowe, where he's doing his Mario accent again.
Wow, I thought that movie looked absolute fucking garbage. I did. I thought. Did you see the trailer to it?
It didn't look good.
The voice out of the girl, is it a boy or a girl? I can't actually remember. But the voice coming out, it reminded me of something from Scary Movies too. You know, it just sounded bloody horrible. It did. No, I think that movie looks absolutely fucking garbage. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but wow, no, definitely not for me.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I haven't seen the trailer in full. I've seen bits and bobs, but yeah, no, not doing anything for me, I'm afraid.
And you, Mike?
It just looks really average.
Yeah. Rogue says, to be honest, I love how no one has noticed my new profile picture. It's AI generated. I did notice it, but I was like, I didn't say anything, but AI generated. Wow. Very cool. Andy says, what are you using tech-wise? Nothing at all. Marvel fan says, I know people don't even like the Transformers movies, but I think the first four movies are brilliant. Last Night was boring and dull. Couldn't get into the story, and Bumblebee is such good fun. I'm glad you enjoy them, mate. They're not really for me. I think the first one and Bumblebee are the only real good ones there, but maybe the third one as well, but I'm glad you like them. Gary says, I enjoyed the Bumblebee. The Cybertron scenes were great. Yes, the first 10 minutes were brilliant of that film. Then it turned into Transformers E.T. edition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rogue says, Leica did Coraline, Paranorman, Missing Link, and Box Trolls. Oh, they're a great company. They are. Yeah, I could see them going to maybe Criterion, as they're quite artistic with how they do their animation.
Didn't Coraline not come out already in the likes of Paranorman? Did they not all come out in 4K there in the States?
They might have done. I'm not sure.
I might be wrong with that now, but I thought they did.
We've got Gary saying Soundwave ejecting the cassette tape. Ravage was the highlight for me. Don't know. I can't. What's all that meaning? I'm clueless.
No, I don't know.
No, lost on me that one.
I'll say it again. Soundwave ejecting the cassette tape. Ravage was the highlight for me.
It's the It's Soundwave's one of the Decepticons.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's like a tape eject. Yeah, Ravage. Yeah, Ravage is like the Panther. Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah.
Andy says Pete should have a donation link. We all watch it weekly, and it's cheaper than the BBC. Oh, why? Thank you, Andy. Dr. Impossible says, I watched Investigation of a Citizen Above Suspicion the other night. Stunning Italian thriller about a cop who commits murder and tries to cover it up. Still, powerful film and brilliantly acted. I've never heard of it. Have you guys seen
Never
it?
heard of it.
No.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I believe if you reach a certain number of subscribers, you get an option for super chats when you can send money via live chat. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
But...
And I recommend people don't do it. Because I actually got a super thanks sent to me there 2 days ago. And YouTube took nearly 70% of it.
What?
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was sent £5. Someone donated £5 to me. And I think it was working out at around €5.60 or something like that. And I ended up getting around €2.10, something like that from it.
Wow.
So I wouldn't recommend anyone doing it because you're just funding YouTube.
Yeah.
When you think about that, how fucking disgusting is that?
Yeah, that is.
It is. It's bad.
Yeah.
I have seen like people donate quite a bit through super chats. So I'm like, well, if that happens, then like if somebody gives £20, then probably about 15 of that will go to YouTube.
The last stream I done with John, I was donated it was close to £30 in that stream, and I think at the end of it all, I got maybe around €13, maybe 12, €13, something like that. So so I said to John, that was on my next stream, I'm actually going to tell people not to do it.
Yeah, I'm not keen on like monetizing it to put like that on there because again, it just funds YouTube more than anything. I was thinking about it because,
like, don't get me wrong, it's a lovely gesture. It's an absolute fantastic gesture, but it's I don't think they realise that most of it is going to YouTube.
Yeah, because when you see the money go over, you think, oh, I'm going to get that, but no, the people don't see the full amount of it. YouTube takes their share.
See, I had this great idea when I was donated all that money on that stream that night. I think it was 4 people. Actually, you know something? One girl actually donated me £20, and then I just got a lot of random. You know, I got £3 here. I got £4, £5, and I actually said in the stream, I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all that money, and I'm actually going to go out and buy a movie with each donation. And I thought I would have made a great video. I was going to do a video on it then. And just when I woke up, it wasn't the next day. I think it was later on that evening. When I seen what YouTube took, I couldn't believe it. And I was like, so I had to scrap it. Scrap the idea. Silly.
Yeah. That's shocking. Gary says, Dr. Impossible, I love the film. Florentino Bocan is one of my favourite actresses. Sinjin says Tommy Lee Jones was great and blown away.
Apart from his accent.
Yes.
Yeah. I've never heard of Blown Away. Dr. Impossible says Gian Maria Voltone was a revelation, and the film intelligent storytelling is still remarkable to this day. I saw the film at VHS rental in '86, never will forget it. Andy says the Flash film will be Film of the Year contender, and I haven't seen it yet. I have faith. Well, hopefully it does deliver. Dr. Impossible, I highly recommend The Investigation of the Citizen Elio Petri's A Movie, A Quiet Place in the Country. That's a great film, Gary. Rogue says, to be honest, the only bad story in Doctor Who Season 9 is a time monster. It's 2 episodes too long, and I can't accept bad but entertaining, but I won't accept boring, but it's the story that fits the latter. I have heard of it. Gary says The Witch is his favourite A24 film. I still need to see that one. Here's a good question. Andy said, what's your favourite martial arts film and also favourite martial arts actor or actress? Good question there, Andy. Do you want to go first, Andy?
Yeah, I might have to say Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee.
Good one. Keith?
I'm not really big into martial arts movies, if I'm completely honest. I don't know if it qualifies with the likes of Bloodsport or anything like that. I don't think it would it?
Well,
yeah, it would.
It would. Yeah.
Bloodsport's a great movie, but martial arts is not one of my genres now, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, no worries. Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I'd probably just have to say something like Police Story, and my favorite actor. That's probably cliche, but probably just have to say Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
What was that I watched the other week? I had a lot of fun with that one. Right and Wrongs, that was very entertaining. What's his name? Yun Bio. I think he's great.
Yeah.
Can we have some love for imprint films? Releasing one of my favourite movies, Milena, in June, fully uncut. Oh, brilliant. I haven't tried imprint, but I've heard they're a good company.
They're incredible. They're so expensive to import, that is.
Yeah.
I actually got spotted. A subscriber of mine actually rang me. He's living in Australia, and he was just telling me that he finds it very funny when he goes onto eBay and he sees all these imprint releases going for mad money on eBay, and he says, "I'm not kidding you. Over here, You just go into a local store and you'll see them there for like $4. You know, it'll be just they're just they don't sell in Australia apparently. But
Really?
it's very strange to see when you go onto eBay and people are asking for hundreds. You know, so it's I have a lot of respect for Imprint. That fella that actually rang me, he's actually sending me the War of the Worlds Imprint edition, which is absolutely remarkable. It is, and I can't wait to get my hands on it.
What about you, Andy and Mike? Do you collect Imprint?
I've got a few of them. Like we were talking about before, I've got Blue Chips and I've got Fire in the Sky and Breakdown as well. I've got that on Imprint. Yeah.
Great edition, that Breakdown.
Yeah.
Nice. And what about you, Mike? You got any Imprint stuff?
I've only got 2, Breakdown and the Dead Zone. I'd like to get more, but like Keith said, they're just so expensive, and I just can't justify paying the prices for a lot of them. But on that note, I think I'm gonna have to head off. Got to get up early for work.
Yeah. I'm actually very close. I'm going to be on for another 10 minutes, lads, and I might have to go then as well.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm the same. Yeah, I'm absolutely pooped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no worries.
Yeah.
I'll go on for another couple of minutes anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. No problems.
Yeah.
All right, Mike.
Yeah. See you guys soon.
Take care, Mike.
It is all the best.
Yep. See you later. Bye.
Take care. Bye. And then there was 3. Dr. Impossible says, have any of you seen a dark film called I'm Gonna Get You Sucker? The film has got some heavies like Jim Brown, Bernie Casey, Antonio Fargas, and Isaac Hayes.
I love that movie. Oh my God, there is a scene in it. You know, I don't want to ruin it because it's a great spoof movie. But there is a scene where I say he knows the scene I'm talking about, where a fella brings a woman home. And this woman is so unbelievably beautiful. But you should see what she looks like at the end of the scene. from when she goes into the apartment to when she leaves. It's absolutely horrendous, but it's a great movie.
Oh wow. Never
it's
heard
the Waynes. I'm almost certain the Waynes brothers are in it.
Is it Spike Lee?
It could be Spike Lee. Yeah, it could be.
I have seen it, but it's been years since I've seen it. Yeah.
It's a great movie.
Oh. We've got Sinjin saying, anyone know when The Hitch is coming out in 4K? They're still working on it.
I don't even think Second Sight know when it's coming out, Gary. At this stage, you know, I remember it was hugely rumored that that the source material was in such poor condition for that movie that they weren't going to release it on 4K, and then I think they had a change of heart. So yeah, it sounds like it needs a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it'll be good when it eventually comes. Let them take all their time. At least they're working on it and doing it good and not releasing it, doing a rush job.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gary says, what are some underrated gangster films? I would pick Gangster #1. That's a good one with Paul Bettany. I do agree with Gary on that one. I like that one.
It's very hard to think of an underrated gangster movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You all just seem to be very popular. You know, it's.
I think the only one I can probably think is probably a bit underrated is probably something like The Long Good Friday.
Yeah, yeah.
I might say maybe Dick Tracy.
Oh,
Dick Tracy. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. That's a hard question, but good one there, Gary. Sam says, I've heard weak things about the timeline, so I'm really not into the mutants, not seen those ones before, those Doctor Who episodes. Dr. Impossible says The Hitcher is meant to be out sometime in the summer this year. Fingers crossed. That'll probably be summer next year.
Yeah.
Gary says Rutger Hauer walking towards the police car with that Spaz 12 shotgun at the end of The Hitcher is such a great scene.
Absolutely.
Fucking amazing film.
No,
I
incredible.
can't wait. I can't wait to see it. I've only ever seen the remake with Sean Bean,
Oof.
and that is a rough one.
You know, it's a shame because Sean Bean is actually not that bad in the movie.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a bad movie.
I remember it was on either the Horror Channel or Channel 5, which is showcased for its quality.
Well, I saw the original on Channel 5. That was how I first saw it, and I was just blown away by it. I owe a lot to Channel 5 because I first saw Fright Night on Channel 5 and
That's amazing.
3, Gremlins, Channel 5. So many fucking good
really?
stuff I saw on Channel 5 growing up.
Wow.
Yeah. That's good to hear. I think
Goonies.
mostly it was like Film 4 for me. They seem to do some great films on there. We have Mike here from Did You See That saying, thank you for the plug, Pete. Can't wait to have you guys on the stream tomorrow, or should it be later today? But before then, your Wednesday streams are always a blast off. Thanks ever so much, mate, and look forward to chatting to you later. Dr. Impossible says Japanese mob film Outrage is a stunner. Takeshi Kitano scares the living shit out of me. You can almost believe the hitman credentials in that movie. Bloody and unrelenting. Sounds good. DVD even Film Bloke says, I agree, Keith, it's fatigue. I mean, even though it isn't an apt comparisons, but Westerns died off in the 70s. Yeah. Marvel fans asking, have you got any collector's editions of the Raid movies, and have you done a video on them?
No, I've never seen the Raid movies, which is it's a crime. I've heard incredible things about them, but no, I don't.
They are fun films. They're very good. DVD and Film Bloke says, I made a superhero movie. I'll probably bring back crap villains like the Armless Tiger Man, Kite Man, and Crazy Quilt. What's your thoughts on Scream 6, Andy?
I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. Flawed, but very entertaining. Yeah.
Have you seen it, Keith?
No, don't care.
I watched it. I enjoyed it. Yes, again, like Andy said, it's flawed, but I had a good time with it. We've got Peter here saying, yeah. Marvel fan says, I think they should end the MCU with the last crossover with the DC. I doubt that'll happen.
That's definitely not happening.
Disney says no straight away.
Yeah.
Andy says, for me, Wonder Woman 2 is like Spider-Man, Superman 3. Same humor, was even shot in the same places.
Wow.
Andy says, Mandalorian is dumping Star Wars lore into the show. You need to be a Star Wars mega fan, comic book animation to understand some of it. Yeah, I've heard this one's flopped really badly. It's not doing well on Disney Plus at all, which is a shame.
No, it's not. We want Disney Plus to fuck off.
Absolutely.
True. But the show was good, so it's a shame that it ain't doing very well.
I just want that platform to absolutely fucking do one.
Well, one of the head honchos at Disney said, we're looking at physical media. We're thinking about bringing it back because it might be a viable option for us.
No, they've absolutely fucking tried to decimate physical media, and now they're trying to jump back on it because their own streaming service isn't fucking working.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all going to implode on itself.
Yeah,
of course it will.
They're just getting too greedy. Too many streaming sites and not enough money in the world. All viewing time.
And hopefully Netflix will fuck off with it as well.
Yeah.
I must admit, some of the Netflix films that have been about are so garbage. I mean, like, it's just like straight to DVD stuff just plopped on there.
I said it before, it's the asshole of Hollywood.
Yeah. It certainly is. Sinjin loves the 60 FPS quality. It's amazing, but I get why most people hate it.
Yeah, like it's like I said, when you watch Gemini Man, it's like the detail is just so incredibly real. You know, you'd see a fucking flea on an elephant's ass. You know, it's just that detailed. But yeah, it's a very strange looking movie.
Certainly is. Dr. Impossible says Jaws 3D, classic, best masterpiece before the next masterpiece, Jaws, The Revenge.
I think Jaws. I do think Jaws 4 is better than Jaws 3, though.
That's not saying a whole lot.
It's not. It's not. But Jaws 3 is by far the worst Jaws film. Fuck me.
Sinjin says the best 3D I ever saw wasn't a movie, it was a documentary, Under the Ocean, when the fish swam towards the camera. It was literally in my face, truly amazing. Yeah, it's a nature documentary sort of stuff's very good.
Incredible.
Sorry says, what's your top 3 sequels? I've got to go with Empire, Aliens, and Temple of Doom. Good picks there. I'm going to say Maverick, Empire Strikes Back, and Magnum Force.
Oh, nice. Good pick. I'll let you go, Andy, if you can think of them.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Empire, Godfather 2, and maybe Back to the Future 2.
Good ones.
Yeah, Aliens. I'm going to have to say Back to the Future 2 as well. I've said this before. Maybe Doctor Sleep. I think it's the perfect sequel. Phenomenal sequel. It's everything you want from a sequel. So yeah, probably Doctor Sleep.
Good choices. Sinjin says, don't bother with Blood and Honey, it's Pile of Poo, and yes, pun intended. I've heard it's bad.
Yeah.
Andy says, sorry, spot on with them. Miss Rathacam, the best sequels for me is better than the motion picture.
Yeah, actually, that's a great one. That's a great pick.
Sorry says, Alligator in 4K is awesome.
Yeah.
So I heard, yeah.
Andy says, Sinjin is written on the tin in the trailer. It would be garbage, but could be fun. Don't know about that. Dr. Impossible says, Indiana Jones and the Dalek, Harrison Ford, multi-billion-pound pension plan. That sounds more fitting for the film. DVD and Film Bloke says, Henry in Texas was shot on 16mm, so they will look dead grainy. Usually 35mm up looks better on 4K from what I understand.
What's that?
On about Henry and Texas Chainsaw being shot on 16mm, so they look dead grainy. If they were on 35, they'd look better.
Yeah.
I don't know what the transfer of the old Optimum release of Henry would look like.
I think I have it, actually. I can't remember it, though.
DVD and Film Bloke says, Keith, I share your thoughts, but in regards of old TV shows shot on videotape on Blu-ray, the only tape show I have on Blu-ray is Monty Python Flying Circus, but it has a lot of film inserts. Cool.
Garden, old TV. Again, I haven't really... I don't even have that many old TV shows on Blu-ray. Actually, I don't think I have any, believe it or not.
Mike says, I'm not as experienced with 4Ks, but I have a question. How come movies like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey get amazing 4K special editions, and so do some terrible movies, but a good movie gets Blu-ray only?
Yeah, I kind of... Someone mentioned when we were talking about The Whale tonight, because I noticed that's not getting a 4K transfer, and I don't understand why it's not. I haven't seen the movie, but I know the movie should be getting a 4K transfer. But to answer the Winnie the Pooh one, it's just horror. Horror sells.
Yeah.
Regardless of the movie itself, it just sells. It's yeah, I get what he's saying. There is some movie like look at some of the movies that Paramount are even bringing out on 4K. Like even The Core. Did we really need a 4K transfer for The Core? I don't know.
Plus, they know. I think it depends on titles what they think they're going to get the money out of. Winnie the Pooh costs bugger all to make, and it's going to get people intrigued to watch it just because of the premise.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Andy says Snake Eyes, massively underrated movie. Can't switch off from beginning to end, and you get Nick Cage as a bonus.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's such a wonderful movie. I actually want to watch it now.
DVD and Film Bloke says, I got a task for you, Rogue Cinema. Use the AI to come up with a zombie attacking La Fair, Pure, Gillian, Julian, Willian, go, go, go. Whatever.
Wow.
Andy says, Citizen Kane 2, where's my sledge?
Where's my...
DVD and Film Bloke says, I believe they were going to make it It's a Wonderful Life 2. However, it didn't happen since the actual movie is publicly domain. The story isn't. Oh. 4K 10 Commandments looks incredible. Thank God for VistaVision. I've heard it's an incredible
Absolutely.
transfer. DVD and Film Bloke says, thank God This Wonderful Life 2 didn't happen. The story sounds fucking shit. It'd just be a remake of the first one, focusing on George Bailey's daughter, of all people.
Oh, God, Jesus. Wow.
St. John says, Andy's on fire tonight. Harry's going. DVD and Film Bloke say night. Gary says, Fast 10 should start with them all driving off a cliff into the ocean and getting eaten up by sharks. End
Absolutely.
of story.
There we go. The end.
Absolutely. And as it's owned by Universal, they can bring Jaws back to kill them off.
Yeah.
Sinjin says, guys, it's been another great stream. I will watch this and catch up. You all take care and have a good night. Take care,
You know
mate. Thanks for watching.
I'll tell you, actually, on that note, I think I'm going to call it a night as well, lads.
Yeah.
Again, I have to get up in the morning, so I don't want it to go on too and that push. But look, thanks again for having me on, Pete. It was a blast. And it's always great to catch up with this.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure chatting to you, Keith. Thanks for joining. Thanks so much.
Yeah, right. So look, I'll let you go and I'll talk to you again real soon. All the best.
Take care, Keith.
Yeah.
Bye.
Take care.
Take it easy, Andy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And then there was two.
I'll stay to the end, Pete, if you just want to rattle through them.
Yeah, I'm just skipping past people saying no. I think there's only a handful of comments left. Marvel fan says, with Fast and Furious, they keep going back on Han died and keep bringing it up in the 3 to 4 films until the 9th film. They brought him back thanks to the reveal trailer. I didn't know who the fuck Han was. I forgot who he was. So
No, I couldn't tell you what any of them are called, to be honest. Any character in the Fast movies.
Well, my dad says it, and he's kind of right. It's like live action Thunderbirds now. It used to be about street racing. Now it's just like Thunderbirds.
I still haven't seen the 9th one.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It's terrible.
It is out there. Marvel fan says, I feel like CGIs of dead celebrities is disrespectful and uncomfortable.
Yeah, agree with that.
Especially with a lot of celebrities they're doing CGI for. None of this technology existed when they were alive, so they wouldn't even know anything about it. Like Peter
exactly.
We've got Sam saying, great stream, guys. Have a great rest of the week. Thanks for watching, Sam.
Cheers, Sam.
Marvel fan says, I thought YouTube pays their creators for how many views a video has or subscribers. Yeah, it's all to do with views and subscribers, how many watch hours you get and various things like that. But you can donate if you wish, if you're monetized, but the channel isn't monetized, so I don't really know too much about it. Harry's off now saying, night all, thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching, Harry. And he's going to watch Handmaid's Tale series. Cool. Hope you like it. I've never seen it. You seen it?
No. I've got the film from the early 90s, but I've not seen the show.
DVD from Fumbler says, anyway, I'm off to bed since I have work in the morning. Yes, I have to work on my birthday, sod's law, so good night. Well, have a good birthday tomorrow or today, James.
Have a good birthday, mate.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. We've got Josh here. I think this is one of the final ones saying, my favourite sequel might be Blade Runner 2049. That film just hits different for me. Deacon's best cinematography, without a doubt. Yeah,
it's great.
I've heard it's good. Josh says, sorry I wasn't around much tonight. I've had a bit of a rough night, but great stream. Nevertheless, guys, have a great rest of your night. Thanks for watching, Josh, and I hope you're okay, mate.
Yeah, take it easy, mate.
Marvel fans saying good night. And Si's saying, I'm going to watch John Wick 4 tomorrow. Excited. I think we all are. Hope you
Yeah,
enjoy it, mate.
Definitely.
Yeah. And the final comment is Danny saying, have a great night all. Night, Danny. So anyway, that'll do it for tonight. Thanks ever so much for everybody watching. I'm actually feeling quite knackered tonight, even though I haven't done 8 hours. But thanks ever so much for everybody who's watching, all the guests, everybody's links in the description down below, so give them all a subscription. We'll be back next week and we'll have 2 special guests. We'll have Jamie Batman and we'll also have Josh from Through the Lens. So see you all next week. Bye.
Bye.